ends, but I'll be giving them plenty of space.
Okay, have a good race.
Thank you very much.
There we go. So that's the breakdown. That's Alan Curtis leading off in his Caterham R310.
There's a lot of Caterhams here, aren't there, Lewis? So lots of these Caterham teams.
That's normal, isn't it? Caterhams are the mainstay of the Birkett, or have been since I've been doing it anyway.
Yeah, we've got then the Toyota OF2, actually Sam Harrison's at the wheel of. Sam, your first Birkett, I think. Looking forward to this.
Yeah, it should be good fun.
And I think you're in a car probably not as quick as those behind. You're going to have a busy for a few laps.
Yes, I think we're slightly ahead of some that are going to come past. So
do you think you've done single-seater racing in the past?
Yes, mostly historics, so it's a bit different this.
How did you find the practice session earlier with all those cars around you?
Yeah, not too bad. It's slip and slide in the wet, so that's good.
Well, best of luck. Hope you have a good time. So that's Sam Harrison, who's here, I think, historic Formula Ford champion from this year. Lewis is at the next row of the grid.
Yeah, I'm here with 34, that's ES Motorsport team, and we've got Bailey Edwards. Bailey, have you done the event before?
Yes, last year.
And how did it go last year?
Hopefully it's going to go better this year, because my memory of this last year wasn't that good. So, yeah, hopefully it's better than last year.
Oh, so you're starting the team off from ES Motorsports, and I tell you, the car looks really nice.
Thank you very much.
How's the season gone before this?
It's been very much up and down, but it's been a good year nonetheless, really.
Okay, good luck to you and the team. Mind you, with a Lotus, it's usually lots of trouble, usually serious. So hopefully they can get to the finish. Back to you, Josh.
So very shortly we're going to be getting the cars out onto the circuit. The last few words, Lewis, about the teams, what they'll be doing in the pit lane at this stage just before we're going to get racing underway.
Well, they've had a very busy morning because all the cars, and that can be up to 6 cars in each team, have to get qualified. So the normal procedure is just to do 3 laps for each car. Normally most of the teams know their way around here anyway, don't most of the drivers, so they don't really need to do any more than that. Now they'll be just sorting out the garages, which can be quite difficult. So you nominate who can start. In this case it's car B, and then you'll have the next car, which will be whatever it is, lined up, and behind that you'll probably have another car maybe on slicks and not on wets or something like that.
That's going to be very important today, isn't it? Because at the moment everyone's going to be on wet tyres, but there's going to be a point where they go on to slicks a little bit later on.
Yeah, there'll be a changeover point, and the team managers, they're really an essential part of the setup. If they make the wrong calls, you can lose massive amount of time.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Obviously some of these cars, a bit further back, the production cars, they haven't got so much lap trouble because they're on treaded tyres throughout. So the classes A and B you'll see on the entry list, they're on treaded tyres. Classes C and D or on the slick tyres. And a little bit more information about how this works, because it's not the most simple race. Alpha Live have put together a little video, so let's see if we can take a look at that now.
70 teams, 300 plus drivers, and over 70 years of history. Here's everything you need to know to get into the Birkett 6-hour relay. The Birkett 6-hour relay is the UK's largest annual motor race, dating back all the way to 1951. Teams are composed between 3 to 6 drivers and cars, racing in one of the most unique relay race formats in the world. So what's the challenge? Teams must compete to lap the circuit as many times as possible within the 6-hour period, but of course with only one of their cars on track at any one time. Any closed wheel or non-historic car is welcome to enter. That means you'll see an incredible mix of cars sharing the track. From touring cars to smart cars, from radicals to Austin A30s, and of course everything in between. The Birkett 6-hour relay is really 2 races in one. The first race is called the Scratch Race. This is a simple one. It's the overall victory handed to the team that completes the highest number of laps, just like any other race. The second race is called the Handicap Race, and this can be won by any team on the grid. But how does it work? Designed to create a level playing field and to reward exceptional driving, the teams are credited with a certain number of laps to be added onto their total at the end of the race. For example, it's kind of like having a 30-lap head start. This means that, in theory, all teams should finish on the same number of handicap laps at the end of the race. Those that outperform their expected results the most and finish on the highest number of gross laps are awarded the handicap race victory. The overall Scratch and Handicap victory are not the only prizes up for grabs either. There are actually 12 awards that are available to win, thanks to class victories. All cars on track are divided up into 4 different classes, Class A and B are cars up to or over 2000cc respectively, running on the 1A to 1C tyre, which are semi-slick tyres derived from the road tyres like you might be familiar with. Class C and D are cars that are again up to or over 2000cc's or the 1000cc in bike engine cars. With this class running on the racing slick tyres, it makes it some of the fastest cars on circuit. And finally, cars with forced induction carry an engine capacity multiplier of 1.7, so a 2000cc turbocharged car would be treated as a 3400cc. So once all the handicaps are applied, each class winner and runner-up receive an award, in addition to the highest placed 750 Formula team, the highest placed BMW and all Porsche team. Also, no team may win more than one trophy, so you won't see the overall handicap and scratch winners taking more than one award. What makes the Birkett a true relay is what happens in the pits. Unlike a conventional endurance pit stop where a car would stop, swap driver, new tyres and so on, in the Birkett we like to do things a little bit different. Like a normal race, you would still call your driver in off the track, and as the first guy is called into the pits, instead of stopping, it will drive straight past the team garage. Yes, you heard that right, past the team garage. As soon as that's happened, the second car is then released right behind the first one, pending that it's cleared to do so, of course, and both cars would head straight down the pit lane. At the end of the pit lane, the first car peels off into the paddock, with the second car then shooting straight out to the circuit to continue the race for the team. If there is a miscommunication and the team finds themselves with two cars out at the same time, any laps completed will not be counted and the team will have to make up for lost time. So that should bring you up to speed with the Birkett 6-hour relay. It's definitely an exciting action-packed race that is sure to bring some serious entertainment. Make sure you tune in to watch it all and to round off the 750 Motor Club season in style.
The white car there is rear doors open. The live tuning car on that side, yeah.
Good morning everybody and a very warm welcome to Silverstone and the 72nd release even of the Birkett 6-hour relay race organised by the 750 Motor Club. My name's Ian Soman, alongside me in the commentary box for the moment is Andy McEwen, and we'll also be hearing again throughout the day from Josh Barrett and Lewis Beals as well, as we look forward to this 6-hour race on the 5.9 kilometre Grand Prix circuit that was inaugurated more than 70 years ago now in 1948. And a great race in prospect. This is the weather forecast, and look at that, 19 degrees on Birkett Relay Saturday. That's unheard of. It's been raining overnight, the circuit's still damp, but I think it probably will dry out. I don't think we're going to see a huge amount of sunshine, however. but circuit should dry up as the day goes on, and that's likely, I would have thought, to mean that for the scratch race on, as that plays into the hands of the likes of the Radical teams that dominate at the front of the field. As you can see, the cars are forming up on the grid there. That's the number 16 of Mark Grice. We could see there in the Capture Motorsport car. There is the 51 car of Jonathan Packer in the VW Golf Area Motorsport. In 48A, that's Scott Parkin for Darkside Motorsport in the Golf GTI. 3B there on screen now is the Andrew Etheridge BMW M3, and we get a view of other cars as we go down the grid. One of the Gianettas there we could just see as well. You can see just how eclectic this field is. We've got Caterhams, not actually as many Caterhams as we've had in past years. Good number of BMWs of various shapes and sizes as well. And we'll have the cars going off very shortly to get this race underway. Let's just tell you about how the grid lines up. It's a grid that's not based on qualifying times. It's been predetermined by the officials based on the handicap, which is the main element of this race. So we do have the quickest teams towards the front of the scratch race grid. So on pole position, it is the 15 team, which is Raw Motorsport, Rob's Wrongans. That's Chris Preen, John McLeod and Ben Stone. They're lining up on pole position alongside the 14 team, Doris NWH, of Roger Bromley, Mark Williams, Shane Stoney and Ryan Harper-Ellam. That's the other car that will be on the front row of the grid, on board with the Area Motorsport Golf there of Jonathan Packer, who lines up on the outside of row 5. Second row though, the two RJ Motorsport cars, number 30, RJ Motorsport 2, Ash Icklin, Liam Morrell, Matt Jones and Charles Hall, and RJ Motorsport 1, Alistair Smart, Charles Graham and Wade Eastwood. Charles Graham not off the podium in 6 years of racing in the Birkett 6-hour relay race. Row 3 on the inside is going to be the Prep and Lay G Sport number 12 car. That's the car of Russell Dack, Paul Wood and James Card and Jason Wood. They're BMW M3 mounted. And the proper British GTs, Team 9, Chris Everall, Dylan Popovich, Ross Everall, Stuart Dayburn, Ben Scrivens. And it looks like and sounds like from our commentary position that we are getting cars released from the grid to get this race underway. There we go, green flag is waving, and we can see the cars moving off behind the safety car then, and it's effectively this is effectively the start of the race, but the cars will then form around single file and then they'll be released from behind the safety car at the end of this lap. It'll be a single file rather than a full rolling start. My name is Ian Soman, as I say, and making his debut as far as the Birkett 6-hour relay is concerned with us this weekend is Andy McEwen. Andy, you've worked with us at the 750 Motor Club for many years, but first time at the Birkett. Good to have you here.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's one of those bucket list events that I've always wanted to cover. Finally got the opportunity to do so, and I'm very much looking forward to it. Not fully comprehending exactly how the race works just yet. I feel like it is one of those races, though, that as it evolves over 6 hours, you start to get a slightly better understanding of the specific rules and regulations. The handicap sort of plays out, and it's going to be fascinating to learn on the go, as well as enjoy really the very best of British club racing. You know, this eclectic mix of cars and drivers, many of whom race with the 750 Motor Club throughout the rest of the season as well. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top, and I'm very much looking forward to it.
Yes, indeed. So you can see that the cars following around behind the safety car at the moment, the Renault Megane safety car, and there are 70 teams, so there was 35 rows of cars in all on the grid, and it is going to be an exciting race ahead of us, that's for sure. I've given you the details of the first 3 rows. On the 4th row on the inside you had the 16 car, that's the Capture Motorsport car, the Golf and Cupra TCRs. We'll tell you more about that team as the race goes on, and next to them was the 36, which was Get to the Chopper, the BMW 3 Series cars of Oliver Smith, John Coburn and Paul Bryden. 5th row, then you got Darkside Motorsport. We saw them out there with Scott Parkin up first for them in the Golf TDI, and also the Area Motorsport car next to them. 6th row then, 32 was Data Motorsport. Axel van Niederveen, Marco Anastasi and Maurizio Sciglio in the Ginetta G56 GTAs, and we besides them, the number 3 car, the AAA's racing Andrew Rath, Andrew Etheridge, Phil Knibb and Christopher Etheridge. You can see here as we look down the Hamilton Straight, the start and finish straight up for the British Grand Prix, that the circuit is still dampish, especially offline. It's not, got dry. I don't see a dry line as such emerging yet, but I'm sure, Andy, as this race gets on and goes ahead, then we'll see a dry line emerging as the race goes on.
Yeah, I mean, we've got 70 cars out on circuit, so that in and of itself will clear the water reasonably well. I'm surprised, though, just how wet it is. There's a fair bit of spray coming from behind the cars, even at this low rolling lap speed. It has not rained since we've been here today, since 8-9 o'clock this morning. So, yeah, interesting that the track has retained a lot of that moisture, and that'll make these early stages very, very tricky. It's the same as any endurance race. You're going to win it in the first few laps, but touch a white line or a curb in these conditions and you could very much lose it.
So if you want to follow live timing for this race, you can do that. So some of you were watching the live stream, but you can also get the live timing if you've got another screen maybe. Head to the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk, and there'll be a link on a banner to the live timing for the event, also the live stream if you're here at the circuit and not already watching it. If you are following the live stream, do let us have your comments as the race goes on. And the other thing to note for your comments is we have a prediction competition running today, so have a look at that. The entry list is in the details, the event details on the stream, and you can make your prediction of the overall winner and the handicap winner and A, B, C and D handicap winners as well. And we'll work out who is on top of that as the race goes on. But as you can see, the race about to get underway. We've got some cars overtaking already, it seemed, before they'd got to the timing line, which wasn't completely as expected. Anyway, green flag's now waving as we head down to the first corner, and it looks like it's going to be the Mark Grice car, the Capture Motorsport car, that comes through in the lead of the race for the first time at Copse Corner. I think everyone else is more or less holding position, and you can see as the cars got up to racing speed, there is still quite a bit of spray, Andy.
Indeed there is. Already we've had another lead change though. That's the number 15 Raw Motorsports car that started on pole position, blasting back through. Yeah, Capture Motorsport having started 7th, were in the lead not only before turn 1, but I suspect before the start line. So I guess there'll be a discussion going on in race control about that, but it looks as though they've all got cleanly through those first few corners, which is very, very important indeed. Right now it's very congested, very slippery, and as you said, a little bit of spray if you're stuck in the midfield.
Yeah, absolutely right. So you can see already quite a spread of cars around the lap. I think some of them are still just getting past our commentary position here to start their race. So already about half a lap behind the leaders, who are heading down to the Vale for the first time in anger. And we've got two Radical teams side by side there for the moment. But early days, of course. We need to try and work out who's in all of these Radicals at the moment as well. So we'll try and do that as this race goes on.
Screech of tyres, and that's the BMW that's gone around coming out of Club Corner. That had just moved into 4th place ahead of Capture Motorsport, and a quick spin there coming out of Club Corner, and that car hopefully is going to get going again. That's number 36, and it is driver C, so that's Paul Bryden, who's had a rotation, kept it out of the barriers, I think, Ian,
yeah.
Lots of track position lost.
Yes, so that's an early spin, being caught out by these greasy conditions at the beginning of the race. Cars are heading down towards the final part of the lap here, and it's almost like a 10-lap sprint between the two Radicals at the moment. Certainly the car in second place is Team 30, which is RJ Motorsport 2. Now I don't think we've picked out the start driver on that one. We'll try and work it out in a minute, and they are doing battle with the 15 team, are they not? The Raw Motorsports Rob Roggins at the moment.
And I think it's Leon Morel in the number 30B that appears to be, and he tried to get around the outside of Luffield there. The grip, of course, in the wet conditions is often to be found around the outside of some of these corners rather than the traditional racing line, but it wasn't quite enough to get him the race lead, and so he settles back in second position. But you're absolutely right, those top three absolutely nose to tail. Capture Motorsport led at the start of the race, of course, but they have dropped down the order slightly since then. This is a brilliant battle at the head of the field, though, and Leon Morel looking quick in the early stages.
And a spin for car 42C. Now that is Mike Nash in his BMW 330Ci. That looks like that has gone on just as they were coming on to the Wellington Straight, I think. So he's gone round, already dropping down the order therefore, but it is the three Radicals out in front. So the car in third position at the moment is the number 14, the Doris NWH team. That's the team comprising of Roger Bromley, Mark Williams, Shane Stoney and Ryan Harper-Ellum. And that's one that I reckon could be pretty rapid during the course of this race. A strong driver lineup there. As we've got the three Radicals still together. Not seeing too many predictions coming in yet on the predictions competition on the comments, so do get your predictions in. We want the overall winner on Scratch, we want the handicap winner and the handicap winners on classes A, B, C and D. Have a look at the entry list in the description for this YouTube stream and get your predictions in. There's a scoring system depending on how accurately you predict your team's finishing position. And the overall winner at the end of the race will get a 750 Motor Club goodie bag. I'm not quite sure what's in this goodie bag, but I'm sure it'll be well worth having. And you've also got Try and Beat Andy and Josh and Lewis and myself, who've also made our own predictions as well.
Indeed, and I'm feeling pretty good about my prediction for the Scratch win, because I went for that number 14 team, the Doris NWM squad, and they're doing reasonably well for the time being.
So did I, Andy.
Great minds all
yes,
around here.
Absolutely.
Yes. We'll either be right together or very wrong together. We'll find out in 5 hours and 51 minutes time, I suppose. But those three Radicals having a good battle at the front of the field, and a good little BMW scrap going on a little further down the order. You will find this certainly in the early stages as the grid has been decided based upon the handicap system. You should have lots of cars of very similar performance lining up together on the grid, which gives us some good early scraps.
Good to see the number 10 C car out there. That's one of the Sports Specials cars from within the 750 Motor Club Sports Specials Championship. It's Anton Landon out there in his Scion Mark II, which he raced at Malaby Park just a couple of weeks ago. And there's another Radical that's a little bit further back. I think that must be the other of the RJ Motorsport cars. I think that's Alistair Smart, isn't it, in his PR6 that's a bit further back maybe.
Yes, having lost a few more places on that lap. So too have Capture Motorsport actually, so this is all changing further back. A penalty there for number 16, was that?
That was the car that was in the lead at Copse Corner on the first lap, Andy, so no surprise there.
Another prediction. We've got one prediction right already then today, and we sort of saw that one coming.
No points for that though, no points.
No, sadly not, but they'll be on their way into the pit lane then, having been sat at the moment just outside of the top 5. I think they lost a bit of ground on that lap. Meanwhile, back to the lead battle, and it's still as close as it was, with the number 15 Raw Motorsports Radical leading the way, but number 14 into second position. Now it's been a good opening stint this, and now they challenge for the race lead around the outside into the Vale. That gives them the inside line for the right-hand element of Club, and into the race lead. Will they go? Well, they squeezed number 15 out wide, and we do have Ian, I think that's our third lead change already.
Yes, and also our first bit of lappery as well as the little Citroen C1 within the first 2 or 3 flying laps of this race is lapped by the Radicals, so that part of the track, part of the race where the drivers do get a clear lap, that's already at an end, unfortunately, and these 3 Radicals will have a bit more traffic to deal with before the race gets too much further. So you're right, it is Leon Morel, isn't it, in car number 30. That's the car in third position at the moment, but they're soon going to get onto this gaggle of traffic, which involves quite a few MX-5s, and there's a good representation of MX-5s this year. We've got both the Mazda Misfits and we've got the Mazda Dudes, as well as the Red Rascal team as well, which have also been successful in the Birkett on handicap in the past when they've been racing BMW M3s rather than the MX-5s that they're racing this year. Yeah, nice to see a few of the Mark IV MX-5s out there as well. More and more of those now starting to be built in the UK, which is good to see. The current generation of Mazda MX-5, a stop-go penalty still not been served yet by Capture Motorsport. That board will remain over the pit wall until such a time as they do head for the pit lane. To Ian's point, you just saw in the background there those 3 Radicals that are dicing for the race lead, and they're within a corner or so, I think, of catching this enormous group of back markers, and when they do so, I suspect we might see those top 3 split up ever so slightly. Absolutely right, yes, I think you're right. Just to say, live time, for those of you just tuning in, you can find that on the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk, and there'll be a banner for the live timing, which will help you to understand what's going on a little bit better. That will show you that at the moment it's the number 14 team, Doris NWH, that are in the lead, from 15 Raw Motorsports in second, and 30 RJ Motorsport 2 in third, and we've got a spinner. That looks like the Mini Clubman, is it not? It looks a bit that shape, doesn't it? Yeah, gone off at Club Corner as well, and thankfully gets going. That's clearly a tricky part of the circuit this morning, isn't it, Ian? It looks pretty
greasy over at Club, and a reasonably high-speed second part of that corner in slippery conditions. It's catching people out.
So that would have been Keith Izzard, I think,
Yes.
weren't it, in the Clubman?
Was indeed pointed the wrong way, but again, luckily not collecting anything solid, so he's able to get going again.
See, fastest lap now has gone to RJ Motorsport 1. That's Team 29 with a 2:33.04. Although, yes, I'm not sure that's correct actually, because I'm seeing some quicker laps than that on our timing screen now. So we'll keep you abreast of what's going on. And a problem for Team 47, is that the bonnet that's thrown up? It is, isn't it, on 47B? Nice big number of letter on that car. Thank you, 47B. That is Matthew Stenning in his Honda Civic, MJ Motorsport Team 2. Now that has stopped just adjacent to the wing there on the Hamilton straight, and will that need an intervention, do we think, Andy?
Well, it won't be easy to move from there. There is a gate in the pit wall a bit further down that they can push it through, but to get it there, the marshals will have to go out onto the circuit, and as we've already mentioned, we now have a full spread of cars around the entire Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, so there is no clear track for the marshals to dive out into, so we'll wait and see. They'll be monitoring the situation in race control, of course, but should we get a safety car, that can have quite a bearing on the race, particularly the handicap race car.
Yes, absolutely, and it's actually worth explaining the handicap at some point in the relatively near future. Just to say that that is the 49E car, so that is Rob Garofal out at the moment in the Chevrolet Lumina, and first time I've seen that car out. That's for the Very Random Races, which is a team that the 750 Motor Club office put together with people who I don't know, maybe it's unkind to say, I essentially have no friends, because Martin Short's in there as well. I'm sure he has lots of friends. And there's the 47 car that's gone in through the pit gate in the pit wall there, so no need for safety car. But 47A, of course, is Martin Short, very well known, former British GT racer, and Le Mans racer as well. And they're in a team with Liam Brezitz and David Brown and Jonathan Barrett in BMWs and Mazda MX-5s. Oh, 3 wide there for Rob Garofal, with the Honda and with the also the MG ZR as well. That's the Team 46 MG Motorsport Team 1 car that's out there. Is that Mervyn Beckett that's out there at the moment? Possibly it is.
If ever there was a shot to absolutely typify what the Birkett is all about, it was that, wasn't it? The V8 powered Chevy up against the Honda Civic and the little MG, so great variety, and it was all for position as well. The damp and greasy conditions perhaps not favouring some of the more powerful cars, and I'd be surprised if that Chevy Lumina had any traction control, so I imagine things are a little bit dicey in the Chevrolet in the early stages, but if it does dry out, I expect some of those more powerful cars to start to come to the fore.
So just to explain the handicap then, so at the start of the race each team has given a number of credit laps, and those are effectively added at the end of the race to the number of laps that they actually complete, and then there is a classification based on the number of laps, the handicap credit laps plus the actual laps they've completed, and that is the handicap award, which really is the main part of the Birkett 6-hour relay race. And you referred to the fact that the safety car might have a bearing on that. Well, when the safety car is out, obviously you don't have an advantage by being in a faster car. So the credit laps that are given, I'm starting to confuse myself even on those points, are prorated for the period of time that the safety car is out, to sort of kind of eliminate that inequity that then is created by giving slow cars an advantage when they don't really need it, because everyone is going at the same pace behind the safety car. Follow that?
I should be making notes as the day goes on. I'm anticipating a quiz at the end. Yeah, I think I'd more or less, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. The good thing about Silverstone is that the likelihood of a safety car is reasonably low, isn't it? Because you've got lots of tarmac run-off area. Even if you do deposit yourself in a gravel trap or a barrier, there are live snatch vehicles, and as we saw there, the pit walls even have gates in them. So if you've got a mechanical issue and you can pull off in a safe place, that negates the issue for a safety car. And even if you were to lose control and go off the track, you're highly likely to be caught by one of those big tarmac run-off areas. So hoping that safety car doesn't happen.
On the comments on the YouTube live stream, Mark Wallace says he's driven one of those Luminas, quite quick and great V8 engine though. Basically a modified Holden Commodore road car, he says, built for a race series in the Middle East originally. So thanks Mark for that, and do keep your comments coming in, everyone, on the YouTube live stream of this event, produced once again by Alpha Live, out in force here at Silverstone this weekend for the Birkett 6-hour relay race.
big moment there for the number 46 Honda Civic and Mervyn Beckett, who goes a lap down there to the second placed RJ Motorsport Radical. Mervyn with a good bit of car control there through Stowe Corner. I think he's about to lose a place though. The two Honda Civics there swapping positions. That's the 8A car going through. Chris Nyland in his red and black Civic gaining a position there as Mervyn Beckett was rear grip limited, I think, through those preceding corners. At the head of the field, Doris NWH have pulled out now a 3.5 second lead in the fastest lap last time around, 2 minutes 19.8 for the number 14 car. And so that Radical, having not started right at the front of the field, has picked its way through into the race lead and is now starting to pull a nice gap.
Absolutely right. So already nearly 20 minutes into this race then, and we can see we've got Caterhams and the Radical coming down towards us. That is the Doris NWH number 14 car that is still in the lead then. There's the second place car, RJ Motorsports 2, and there is the third place car, which is the Raw Motorsport Rob's Wrongans that's there in third position. I think the C1's probably been lapped twice now, I would think. And then probably the rest of these cars that are coming through now have already been lapped once during the course of this race, such as the discrepancy in the performance.
Indeed so, but I think the C1's got about a 40 lap per credit, hasn't it?
Yes.
So, okay, it's likely to be lapped more than 40 times, but that is the challenge here that faces some of these really quick cars, such as the trio of Radicals, to even have a chance of fighting for an overall handicap win. They've got to be putting an awful lot of laps on some cars, some of whom are a lot slower, but actually some cars that have reasonably high number of credit laps are not going to be all that slow in these wet conditions. So it's the progress or the consistency for some of the slightly less powerful cars in these wet conditions that could keep them in contention at the end of the race.
Yeah, good to see a smaller number of Caterhams than we've had in previous years out here. There you can see the Chevrolet. We've seen quite a lot of that in this early stage of the race, aren't we?
Not complaining.
As well? No, not at all. And then you've got a couple of the Porsches. Quite a few teams from the Carmel Porsche Challenge taking part as well, and good to see that Carmel Porsche also runs with the 750 Motor Club during the course of this year. You can see just a couple of those Porsches going through shot now down at Stowe Corner. Try and pick up on how they're faring as the race goes on, but nice battle between those two Caterhams at the minute. Is that the two breakdancers teams? I think it is, in 16th and 17th positions overall, teams 5 and 55 by the looks of it. So I'm sure they're all very well known to one another. Breakdancers 1 and 2, so team 2 is Wes Payne, Paul Herndon, Michael Curley, and 55 team. Breakdancers 1 is Alan Curtis, Harriet and Tim Steele.
Yes, I think they've actually swapped positions.
I think they have, yes.
Yeah, Wes Payne was ahead. He wasn't behind, sorry, but he's just got back ahead of the number 55 on that lap. So you can see Wes in his sort of iridescent 5A Caterham, actually now starting to put a bit of a gap as they come out of the loop and back onto the Wellington Straight. Back on board with the Area Motorsport car then, and brilliant to be able to bring some live on board coverage of the circuit, and you'll really be able to see from this perspective here the speed differential between some of the cars.
Yeah, and there you can see that. So we're heading through Beckett's here, aren't we, at the moment, with Jonathan Packer, a regular in the 750 Motor Club Club Enduro Championship within Class B of that championship, one of the regular front runners within that category. And here you can see his keeping pace with Anton Landon Sana, which is just in front of us and to the left, but is easily going past. I think that's possibly William Horns' Peugeot 106 we just saw going past to driver's right, and is heading down the Hangar Straight now. Is not catching anyone just at the moment, but that might change. And then you can see Anton Landon Sana just ahead. And that car is in 11th place, Run Baby Run, and this is the Area Motorsport car 12th, number 51 at the moment, and we're going to pass a Boxster. No, an MR2 actually, isn't it? It is deceiving. I mean, they were designed that way, I think, as we go past. So that was team 16 actually, was it not? No, not 16. I wanted to go for 19. No, I'll try again. Carry on, Andy.
Meanwhile, Anton Landon losing a place there to Jonathan Packer. Landon outbraked himself a bit into Vale. I was about to make a point actually in that even we talk a lot about difference between car performance out there. That's what the handicap system's all about. I'll get to that in a moment, because there is a BMW compact stationary coming through Farm Curve just on the left-hand side there. Got a glimpse of the red BMW, so that hopefully will get going again. But yes, we talk a lot about the speed differential between cars. That's how the handicap system is made. But actually, you'll often find situations such as this one, Packer versus Landon, where they're two cars that generate their lap time very differently. Clearly, the Sienna was quicker down the straights, whereas Packer had the advantage through the tight technical corners. But over a lap, their lap times are very similar. So you get those little battles that develop. And again, there you can see that's the radical going through. But yes, even cars that appear to have a bit of a pace differential over the course of a lap can be quite similar.
Yes, indeed. A reminder, live timing, 750mc.co.uk. That is the 750 Motor Club website, and I'm just going to check this because some people are saying they can't find it. There should be a banner that's on top. But let's head down now to the pit lane for the first time during the course of this race, and Lewis Beals has got someone to talk to.
Birkett winners. You snuck up and took a play at the end for the RAF team.
We did. It was, as you know, we really love this event. It's all about getting down to the last few seconds, and we won by 10 seconds, I think, last year.
Yeah, I know, and I know you of old. You always put the fastest guy out last, don't you?
We try and have a strategy that works for us throughout the 6 hours. That's all I can say, because anything else would reveal some secrets.
So you're here with two teams this year to defend your title?
Yes, we are. We're defending the handicap winners' title and the inter-services between the Army, Navy and RAF. That's equally as important, but obviously we're here to win both.
Well, yeah, obviously, yes, and you're actually running in the second team, I believe.
I am. I'm using my grey hair and experience to help out a development team. So we're running a team that we would normally run and a development team as well alongside it. Because our aim is to bring drivers through into this event, because it's a really good event to get youngsters out into.
Yes, because you get a lot of laps and get a lot of experience out there of lapping cars and being lapped.
Absolutely. It's a very fast event. It's really well managed to deliver the number of cars on the track, and the way we build up through the Armed Forces Race Challenge, working with 750, who we work with anyway, it's a really good sort of end of season event that builds up nicely.
Okay, Brian, best of luck to you and the rest of the RAF team, and I have to say, hope you win the Armed Forces Challenge as well.
Well, that's clearly one of the priorities.
Definitely. Thanks very much, Brian. Anyway, back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Lewis. And we are 25 minutes into this Birkett 6-hour relay race, and at the moment it's being led by Team 14, as you can see on your screen. That's Doris NWH, and they have got 9 laps under their belt, and they have been started by driver C, which is Ryan Harper Ellum. So he started for them, so he will be very quick indeed. And second at the moment is Team 30, which is RJ Motorsport 2, which is started by Leon Morel. Third at the moment is number 15, Raw Motorsports Rob's Wrongens, and that's been started by driver A, which is Chris Preen. So he's out there at the moment as we are watching the 26 car, which is the Mini Kiev's one. Keith, is it, who had that spin earlier on in his Mini Clubman?
He did indeed. The top 7 cars at the moment all running in Class D. Capture Motorsport and 8 are leading in Class B at the moment. This is all on scratch, of course. Class A is the Run Baby Run team, the number 10 squad. And momentarily. The last of the classes was Class C. Was it in Class C? So that should make your predictions at home a little bit easier with regards to that class. And that is the St Winifred School combo. Down in 59th place overall, but the only outright scratch trophy that is handed out is for the overall win within the classes. It's all about the handicap, for which, Ian, we should hopefully get, was it half-hourly bulletins?
Certainly half-hourly, maybe hourly, but we'll keep bringing it up to that. Live timing for people that want it. If you go to 750 Motor Club website, on your phone, you'll see a banner which I think initially says live stream, but scroll that banner across and you'll find the link to the live timing. For those of you that are struggling to find it, you've also got on your screens, for those of you watching the live stream, the live positions scrolling through as well. So there we are. You can see one of the BMW Z4 teams there. That is team, I think that's 53A, so I think that's Kieran Power that we saw there in his BMW Z4 at the moment. The other quick way to the live time is theresultslive.co.uk as well. You can find it via theresultslive.co.uk. Right, 5 hours and 32 minutes and 34 seconds left to go. Classes at the moment on scratch. Well, it's really handicap that matters. The first non-Class D car is that Capture Motorsport car. That had that penalty though for out of position start effectively. That's Class B. Rest of the Class A cars at the moment is Run Baby Run, which is the Anton Land and Sienna out there at the moment. And Class C, we only have the St Winifred School choir team in that class, which is in that class by dint of Nick Fantana getting some slicks for his MX-5, I believe. So far it's been fairly calm. We've seen a couple of spins, Andy, but no major dramas today.
Yeah, people, given the tricky conditions, actually, that's fairly impressive, isn't it? Because it's very greasy out there. I think in these conditions, drivers often are less comfortable than they would be in full wet conditions. So, yeah, that plus the fact they were all bunched up at the start and the difference in pace between everybody, yeah, pleasantly surprised to see such a clean start to the race. But as the race goes on and drivers get a bit more tired and perhaps they have the best out of their tyres, we might start to see a few more slip-ups. But right now, nice and clean, and everyone's sort of finding their position in the queue, so to speak. Eventually will slip into a position where you're running the same sort of pace as those around you. You get engaged in your own little private battles, and as long as you're keeping an eye out for traffic, be that faster traffic or slower traffic, you should be able to keep out of trouble. And I suppose some teams perhaps will be looking towards the first pit stops. How soon do we expect to see the first handover in the pit lane?
Yeah, well, of course, that will largely depend on fuel tank capacity. That will be a big consideration for a lot of teams. Some might only be able to go half an hour or so, some might be able to go for an hour and a half or more, potentially, those that are more equipped for endurance racing. But a lot of these drivers and cars are more used to doing sprint races week in and week out, 20-minute races, 15-minute races, that kind of thing. So this is quite a departure for them, and unless they've modified the car to carry a larger tank, then they'll have to stop, possibly relatively often.
Yes, and that will, in and of itself, have an effect, I'm sure, on the end result. Those who have laps to gain back don't want to be spending that much time in the pit lane, but I suspect some of those cars will be amongst those with the smallest fuel capacity, so perhaps more driver and car changes to be done. You lose comparatively little time, though, through a pit stop in the Birkett, because you don't actually have to stop in your pit bay, service a car, get one driver in, one driver out. It's all done a little bit more smoothly than that, in theory.
Yes, that's right. So when you decide that the time is right to swap your drivers over, you'll bring in the car that is going to come into the pit lane. That will drive past your pit garage, and once it's driven past, you can then get your next car out of the garage, down towards the pit lane exit, and out onto the circuit. First time we've seen that Jaguar team today, Andy.
Indeed so, yes, the number 20 squad running a little bit wide there out of the right-hander at Village. The Growling Pussy team, Rodney Frost, Chris Boone, Lawrence Copper, Dan Stewart, Andrew Harper and Sam Clark sharing their team of Jaguars. Good to see the Jags out there on track, and one of the older cars in the field, actually.
Yeah, hairy moment for them, wasn't it?
Could say that.
Anyway, get that out of the way. Down towards Brooklands they go. We've got the Ginetta in there as well. We've got the Area Motorsport Golf in there, and one of the Civics as well. So a busy old circuit at Luffield, heading through towards Woodcote Corner to complete another lap. And there is the number 20 team heading towards the end of its lap as well. And what position is that running in at the moment, actually? Scrolling down yet in 39th, having made a position on that lap. Actually got ahead of the DH Racing Civic on that lap. So the Growling Pussy's up to 39.
And it's Sam Clark in his Jaguar SJS who's just made that move and looking to try and make some further ground. That's another car that will prefer the drier weather that we hope is incoming. Rear-wheel drive, lots of power. Difficult to get all of that power down. Behind him, though, another all-Honda Civic strap. That is 21A holding track position right now. Joe Jessop's Honda Civic. Right behind, 58B, which is the Army Sports Car racing car of Blair Thompson. That is also for overall position. Lots of Honda Civics out there, according to a couple of different sets of regulations, but all of them reasonably evenly matched. Now we're going to get a move here down towards Stowe Corner. Not quite close enough in the end.
Yep, so you've got the Tagiwa Type R trophy car of Joe Jessup, who's one of the front runners in that championship this year, multiple race winner, and Blair Thompson, who campaigns his car usually in the Armed Forces Race Challenge, racing for the Army Sports Car Racing team. And we heard earlier on from the RAF team as around goes the Jag, just in front of these cars, keeps it out of the gravel trap, unfortunately, so that's lost probably a couple of positions therefore. The Jaguar, having made up 39th on the previous lap, it does get back underway. I've lost perhaps 3 or 4 places by the looks of it. No real damage done, but yes, I was just saying that the Army and the Navy and the RAF have got their own inter-service competition going on as well, and pride at stake amongst the various armed forces members and veterans as well.
Yes, that part of the circuit really is catching people out, isn't it? It did appear to be the wettest area of the circuit when they were coming round on the formation lap, I noticed, and perhaps just taking a bit longer to grip up down at Vale and the club. It's a tricky little change of direction, relatively low speed as well, so any cars that do have a bit of downforce built into them are really benefiting from it there, and perhaps it explains why we're seeing a few of them slip up at that particular part of the track, but often the way, isn't it? We talk a lot about the high-speed corners being a challenge here at Silverstone. It's often those tight, fiddly sections that can be the most troublesome.
That's right, yes, especially with so much traffic to deal with as well. So we are watching cars head down the Wellington Straight into Brooklands, option on the full Grand Prix circuit here, and it is the same circuit, same layout that's used these days as for the Grand Prix. For a few years we used the historic version with the faster section of Vale, but it is now the same circuit as is used for the British Grand Prix and most of the racing here on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Blue flags being waved by our marshals, and of course that's a very important part of the Birkett relay race with such a wide variety of lap speeds as well. So many thanks to all of the marshals for their contribution to this weekend's activities. Particularly, let's just take a moment to pay tribute to Pete Harding, who's the Chief Marshal of the 750 Motor Club. He's been in it for a long time, he's been a marshal for 51 years, and this is his last meeting in his role as Chief Marshal of the 750 Motor Club, which he's been doing after 25 years. So many thanks for everything that Peter Harding has done for the 750 Motor Club over the years. He's been a tremendous servant to the club, and I'm sure we'll still see him around, but thank you, Pete, for everything that you've done for the 750 Motor Club.
Second that. Right, we've had some shuffling around in Class B since we last checked in on them. The last time we checked, it was Capture Motorsport. There were 16 who were leading that class. That the 16C car, Mark Rice's Cupra. It's now a class being led by Darkside Motorsport in 9th place overall, number 48, second for area, and third for AAA's Racing's BMW. So down into 4th place in class now for Capture Motorsport. So a bit of shuffling going on there in Class B. Meanwhile, what news from the pit lane?
Well, guys, yes, we're in. I'm in pit 4A, where the Doris NWH team is based. A little bit of a mix-up with the drivers. Right, for those on the comms, Roger Bromley is B and D, Shane Stoney is E, Mark Williams is F and A, and Ryan Harper Ellum is C, and they're all in SR3s. Yeah, it's rather confusing because they're sharing cars. 2 drivers have qualified the same car, if that makes some sense. But at the moment, we've got car A here, which is Mark Williams, all ready to go out and take over the car that's currently running at the moment. So hand you back to the commentary team, who now been fully updated on what the letters for each driver is for Team 14.
Thank you very much indeed, Lewis Beals down there, and we'll hear much more from Lewis as this race goes on. We saw another of the Radical teams just go through. I think that was Alistair Smart in the RJ Motorsport 1 number 29 car. He's in 6th position overall at the moment, and actually shortly to be lapped by the cars in 2nd and 3rd, which I think have switched around on this lap.
I think they have. That's Raw Motorsport into 2nd place, I believe. So the number 15 Radical which had been about 5 or 6 seconds behind RJ Motorsport 2 a couple of laps ago, closing in very suddenly and managing to get the place. Could be that maybe that's the setup on the number 15 Manifold starting to come to the fore. Now it is drying out. If they went for a slightly drier setup on that car, then that perhaps would explain the fact they're getting more and more competitive. That's a luxury you have in the Birkett that you wouldn't normally have, I suppose. Ordinarily in a wet to dry race where you're stuck in the same car, you have to gamble on one setup or the other, whereas here you can have one car on a wet setup, send them out for the first stint, have another one waiting with a dry setup, and send them out onto the track if it ever dries out.
Sort of green light flashing on the exit of club there, which might have indicated that someone had spun just before the cars came into our shot, but the green flag or green light has stopped flashing, so I think that incident is cleared, whatever it may be. Just a reminder, there's 22 minutes left of the first hour, so you've got 22 minutes left to get your predictions, and if you want to take part in the predictions competition on Winner 750 Motor Club goodie bag and whatever contents that may include, we need from you the scratch race winner, the handicap race winner, and the A, B, C and D handicap winners as well. Here's the battle for second place though on screen at the moment. At the moment it is the 15A car that is there in second place, which is Chris Preen, just ahead of Leon Morel, very much championship contender and class championship winner this season in the Bike Sports Championship. He's there in third position. They are about half a minute or so behind the leading number 14 team at the moment, with Ryan Harper-Bellum out for Doris NWH. And so it's a battle between these two, and they're then well ahead of the car in fourth position, which is the Simon Green Motorsport car, which I think at the moment is Kevin Clark out there for that BMW and Mazda and Fiesta based team.
Worth pointing out that as far as the handicap is concerned, number 14 and number 30 both get 1 lap credit, whereas 15 does not. So they have that slight advantage over their opponents within the Radicals in the handicap race. Now, obviously over 6 hours, it looks quite likely that they might make that lap up. But yeah, number 14 with a 1 lap credit and seemingly with a pace advantage as well.
The other thing to note, of course, is that the handicaps may be revised and revisited as the race goes on. If the handicapper, Charles Greenbridge, in charge of all of this, finds that the cars are faster than they might be.
Gauge the handicap. Just one car from each team handicapping all against each other would be tricky. Most teams have at least 4, sometimes 5 or 6 different cars with different drivers in them as well. So it's not an easy task, and they actually do a very good job of getting it as close to perfect as they do before the race even starts.
Absolutely right. It's good then, just in the background of the shot, to see a good number of spectators watching from the BRDC grandstand. So if you're at the circuit, that's a very good place to watch from. Head over to that. That is open to the general public today, so you can head over that. We'll be packed to the rafters next weekend for the Walt Hayes Trophy here at Silverstone, the big Formula Ford 1600 knockout event, which I'm looking forward to as well, back here in my journalistic capacity. And here we've got a Radical being lapped, so that's Alistair Smart, I think, going to be lapped in his PR6 by, the two second and third place Radicals have gone past him. We're about to go past him now.
Indeed so. That car started reasonably well on the grid, didn't it? But dropping down slightly now. But again, I would imagine the handicap might well save them slightly. That's only 1 lap that they've lost, and we are 40 minutes into the race. So already teams will start to have an idea of how in contention they are as far as the handicap result is concerned. If they've lost 2 laps and they have a 12-lap credit, for example, then they'll be feeling pretty good about their chances right now. But as Ian was saying, that can all change as the race goes on. A 34-second lead then for the Doris NWH Radical out in front from this reasonably tight battle that's going on for second place. It is still Darkside Motorsport who lead in Class B right now, and they've got a very healthy lead actually. Area Motorsport back into second place within that class now, but it looks as though they are the best part of half a minute or more behind them.
And do you think this event is quite mad?
Just a little, yes.
Do you think it would be even madder if they let F1000 cars take part in it?
Blimey.
That's what Tom Gadd is suggesting, and he is an F1000 driver. Yeah, okay, whatever. 42C is Mike Nash. I think that's the second time we've seen him have a moment during the course of this race. Sorry to rub that in, Mike, but but there we go. Also good to see that Craig Cook's watching along. Hi Craig, good to have worked with you on Mighty Mini commentary during the course of this year as well. That Z4 looked a little bit sideways, didn't it?
Yes, it's not the only one. They're starting now to explore the limits of Adhesion. It's still having a moment coming round the next corner. Meanwhile, side by side for second place, and that's RJ Motorsport on the inside line, and they're Radical dicing through traffic and then back into P2, but they almost have contact with the BMW coming out of Woodcote corner. That was rather close, Ian.
It certainly was, and it's these sort of heart-in-the-mouth moments that can make or break the Birkett for a team, really. Clearly, you don't want to have an incident, you don't want to have an accident. You do have that insurance policy, you've got some more cars in the garage, but nevertheless, it doesn't help if you have an incident. Looks like there's a different car out now for Team 10, which is Run Baby Run. Just try and work out who that is. I think that's probably Colin Benham out now in his CB Fury. He's taken over from Anton Landon, and those Sports Specials cars can only do relatively short stints. Andy?
Yes, the Radicals having some real trouble getting past these BMWs because the Beamers are very quick down the straights, and then they're very big, so they're sort of blocking the road through the corners. You can see there's not a lot to choose performance-wise down the Hangar straight. It has allowed Raw Motorsport to reclaim second position there. That moment for RJ Motorsport and Woodcote costing them.
It's worth mentioning that those are the cars in 4th and 5th position as well, being lapped by the cars in 2nd and 3rd place. And they're all in Class D. That's based on, I think, tyres that they'll be running. As up the inside there goes the number 30 car. So RJ Motorsport 2 has got back through, I think, ahead of number 15. So it's Chris Preen that's lost out there. They go past one of the more humble BMWs. That's the car that's shared normally in Club Enduro by Hasan Subiani, the Canet Racing entry number 67. But yes, 2nd and 3rd have now lapped 4th and 5th. And so that means we've only got 3 cars, therefore, on the lead lap.
However, Simon Green Motorsport number 56, who are running 4th, have 22 credit laps. So actually, you would expect them to lose some laps. Off there goes the number 30. That's another change for second place. That's about the 3rd on this lap alone. And Raw Motorsport back into P2. They'd briefly fallen back behind the RJ Motorsport Radical, which slipped off at Village, but thankfully gets going again. But yes, right now, as it stands, the handicap system suiting Simon Green Motorsport down to the ground. They've lost 1 lap in the first 45 minutes, but they can afford to lose another 20 or more as the race goes on. As for number 12, which is the Prep and Play G Sport, definitely say that one, car running in 5th position, they've got 12 credit laps, so they're actually really should be a little bit quicker than the 56 car with which they're battling.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, you've not just got to think about their positions relative to the Radicals there. It's got everyone else who's got a different number of credit laps, and we will get a handicap update at some point. As and when we do, we'll let you know what the latest state of play is on handicap, but probably not quite there at this point yet. We're still very early into the race, of course, as well. So it's still Team 14 that are out in front by 43 seconds now. Ryan Harper-Ellum at the wheel of the Doris NWH team. Just the 3 Radical teams, therefore, on the lead lap at the moment. That is the 16 car, 16C. So that's still Mark Grice out there in the Cooper TCR. That car is now well down the order, I think. I'm at 12th position. I think it may have had to serve a penalty. I'm not completely sure on that.
Did have that stop go.
Yeah. So that is pretty dropped them a little bit down the order from there where they would have been. It was a rather bizarre start to the race as far as that car was concerned. That's the Capture Motorsport Cupra TCR.
Yes, I had forgotten about that penalty though. So that explains why they dropped out of the lead at one point. They were down to about 4th or 5th in class. They're now back into a class podium as it stands, but they were leading Class B before that penalty, which brought Darkside Motorsport in 9th position into 1st in class. The squabbling BMWs come through and almost a big spin again down at Club Corner for car 12A. That was Russell Dack in the BMW, and he has been getting more and more wayward by the lap.
Yeah, that's the Prep and Lay G Sport entered car, and we've got here. That's right. There's a Boxster and an MR2 together there. That definitely will confuse me, won't it? Both of them together on track, and yes, that Russell Dack is quite low, isn't he, in that BMW? I'm just wondering if I imagine he started the race on wet tyres, and it's now going away from those conditions, isn't it? I would think, as we come towards the end of the first hour of the race.
Yes, although it's not yet dry enough, I would say, for slicks, so I think he's going to be stuck with these tyres, and perhaps the next car that goes out on track will also be stuck on wet tyres that are likely to overheat. These are the worst conditions, really, for those cars which do have a choice between slicks and wet, whereas against with those in the other classes that run on treaded tyres, they don't have to worry about that. That's a headache that only really applies to the cars that have the option of running on slicks. When do you change over? And it might at some point lead to an extra unplanned pit stop for those teams.
Yeah, I'm not sure we've got to the position where we've had too many cars come into the pits at this stage with sort of mechanical issues. We've certainly not heard anything from Lewis Beals at this point. I can see a couple of caterers to say that just come past our window here.
And the 56 Simon Green BMW was in as well, I think.
Okay, so that's the car which Kevin Clark was in. So Kevin Clark into the pits after 3/4 of an hour or so. So they get another car in place. So that was the car that's in 4th position. You can see on screen now it's dropped to 6th place. Up into 4th place actually has gone the 29 car now of Alistair Smart. So although he is a lap down, he is up into 4th position overall. For those of you watching the live the live stream, I should say, you can see the different classes depicted by the different colours. So Class D is green, it's red for Class B, Darkside Motorsport leading that class, and Class A is the blue colour, and that at the moment is led by Baby Run Team 10 in 15th position overall. I'm not yet sure what colour Class C is for the one and only entry in Class C. There we are, so Winifred School Point, they're the dark blue square, and they're 58th at the moment.
They are, and there Scott Leach's Master MX-5 heads through with his distinctive blue-yellow livery with the tongue sticking out of the front of it, and Scott being passed by a couple of quicker cars here, Catcher Motorsport, one of them, who are still running 3rd in Class B, but they are catching Area Motorsport, I think, aren't they? The number 51 car, so they can see the Cupra coming towards them, but not that much further up the road is a Golf run by Area Motorsport, who were my pick for a Class B win when the time of day was out, running 2nd at the moment, but I think about to put the pressure for that place.
Yeah, looks like that could be the case. Good to see these MX-5s having a little scrap together, and yes, Scott Leach, this must be the most instantly recognisable car in club racing, I would think, with the tongue sticking out the front of it, and he's had that livery for years and years now, hasn't he? I'm very glad he continues to race with it, because it means that we can spot him coming on from a long way off, and he's just in battle in 70E at the moment. So Paul Barnard in his MX-5, that's the car that we often see out in the 5 Club Racing MX-5 Cup, part of the regular roster of 750 Motor Club Championships that shared with Mary Barnard for the purpose of today's relay race. They're making their way around Luffield at the moment to complete another lap here. It's an ever brightening Silverstone. Looking at the sky there's a bit more brightness in it now. Feel a bit of warmth through our commentary box window as well. It's actually forecast to get up to about 19 or 20 degrees later on, which for the end of October is really quite remarkable, isn't it? Comments, there's not too many Clios taking part in the Birkett this year, but I think Ollie Wayne, he is driving one, and we're on board now with 31D, aren't we? So that is the Don't Hang About car of Malcolm Wiedeson there. And the Rogue arrive and drive MR2. Yeah, we see Malcolm out in BMWs quite often, don't we? But an MR2 for him this weekend, and the MR2s always look a lot of fun to drive, don't they? Really, really well balanced, nice performance as well. There's decent power underneath the hood, but going through the high-speed right-hander there at Abbey Court, beautifully balanced, gets blasted past by the Radicals, who, by the way, have changed positions again to have 2nd place. That's changing almost by the lap, with RJ Motorsport 2 back ahead of Paul Motorsports for 2nd overall. But yes, the little MR2 going well, and that's a team, I think, exclusively of MR2s, isn't it? With some pretty experienced MR2 pedallers in it, so they should be competitive within their class. Yeah, and Malcolm, of course, does a lot of driver coaching as well. That's what he's known for, and good to see him competing in the Birkett Relay, as he often has done down the years. There's that Area Motorsport Golf, the Jonathan Packer car, which is in 11th position beside Darkside Motorsport in Class B on scratch at the moment. There are a couple of places ahead, and I think it probably is still Scott Parkin that's out for the Darkside team. He started his Golf TDI.
Yes, Scott made his debut in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship a couple of weeks ago. Was very, very rapid at Donington Park, so Scott's a very handy pedaller, and that explains why he's leading the class, benefiting, of course, from that penalty for Capture Motorsport, who on the previous lap were about 6 seconds quicker than Area Motorsport ahead of them. The gap was 10 seconds at the start of the lap, so Jonathan Backer in that white and blue Area Motorsport VW Golf that we just saw, within another lap or half a lap maybe, might be under pressure for second place in class. We've got a Wayward Caterham down at the Vale, and when it gets going we'll see the number. It is 57D, which would make that the Chris Buckley Caterham 7, who has gone around down at the Vale Club area of the circuit.
Yeah, so 7 minutes to go of this first hour of the race, which is, as yet, touch wood, been uninterrupted by safety cars. There we can see another of the Caterhams. That's 23 it's Mazda 7, of course, isn't it? That's Martin Shelton's Mazda 7. And Mazda 7s, of course, have their own championship with the 750 Motor Club as well. And there's also a foundation package offered with Mazda 7s for next year as well. So if you're interested in getting involved in that, it's a very good way of going racing. I think it'll be £25,000 for the car and everything you need for the season, split between 2 drivers, doing 7 races each during the course of the year. So that's something that is well worth looking at as well. And there's Team 13, and that's driver B, so that's Club Racing UK. It's Dan Thackeray out there at the moment in the Civic. Yeah, Dan, who narrowly missed out on the Civic Cup Championship a week ago, less than a week ago actually, at Snetterton, in what was a very dramatic championship decider. That car looking a bit more neat and tidy than it did the last time I saw it, when it was getting biffed and bashed around the Snetterton 200 circuit a little bit. But Dan Thackeray having a really good season of racing this year, and racing again here in the Birkett, in one of many of the Civics out on circuit, diving on the inside of one of the Caterhams there down the Lewis Hamilton Straight, past the new hotel, which offers some rather spectacular views of that part of the circuit. So I'm told. I doubt I'll ever get to experience that in person. Is the 750 Motor Club paycheck not sufficient for that?
Well, no, we do need to have that chat later.
So yes, that'll be very interesting to see the views from there. I'm sure if you are able to book a room, you'll enjoy and appreciate being right at the heart of the action. Yes, that's very much a new addition to Silverstone in the last few months. So we are towards the end of the first hour. Here's some of the leading cars on scratch coming through. Again, our second and third place cars, RJ Motorsport 2, ahead of the 15 car, which is the Raw Motorsport Bob's Rongan's car. Chris Preen still out there with in 15A. They're not quite jousting for position between each of them. They've got some back markers between them. They've just gone past the number 54 Alpha Julietta, being driven by Barry McMahon, who's an interlope somewhat in Z Cars 3, a team that's otherwise comprised of BMW Z4s. But always nice to have an Alpha on the grid, Andy.
It is. I'm a big fan of Alphas, especially the Julietta, actually. I almost bought one a few years ago, but very nice car it is indeed. Alpha shaking off some of their reputation for being a little less reliable than other manufacturers as well these days, so I'm fully confident that car will run trouble-free for the rest of its stint. But yeah, Barry McMahon, very experienced Alpha peddler. He's raced a few different Alphas over the years, and moving into the Julietta of late. There you can see it with the white, black and green livery, just trying to find a way around the outside there of the 58B on the Civic of Blair Thompson.
Yeah, indeed. So that's the Civics seem to sort of clump themselves together, don't they? Often seem to be found in 2s or 3s, having little battles between themselves. Here they are as they come through Village and onto the Bullington Straight, and under the pedestrian bridge and into Brooklands that they will go once again, past the Brooklands Grandstand and the BRDC Clubhouse. The 58 car, as you say, is for Blair Thompson. 58A, sharing that team with Thomas Sykes and Alex Rivette and Douglas Inglis and Ben Gundry. And into the pits there comes 28A. That will be for a driver change. That's Motion Motorsport 2, Samuel Dennis coming in, and he'll hand over to either Justin Roberts or Matt Higgins.
Yes, quite a lot of cars from that group heading for the pit lane. Of course, we're almost at the 1 hour mark, so many teams will have set that 1 hour target as their first pit stop for the race, and they'll perhaps be aiming for 4 pit stops, 5 pit stops even, throughout the course of the 6 hours of racing. We're about to get that change for second in Class B, Capture Motorsport and Court Area Motorsport now. That's the number 51 Golf and the number 16 Cupra, and those two virtually nose to tail actually as they came across the line last time around. But the leader in that class, still Darkside Motorsport, I think has the best part of a lap on those two. In fact, there is the Golf coming out of Luffield, and well, where is the Cupra? Has it gone through already? I suspect it may have done, Ian.
It may well have done. 2 yellow flags down there at Cops as well. 2 minutes, by the way, to get your predictions in. If you're thinking about it on the YouTube comments, get your predictions in shortly. Otherwise, they won't count. We will not be eligible for the 750 Motor Club goodie bag, whatever it is that's in it. Green flag on the exit of Cops. I can see a vehicle heading towards the scene of the incident. So it looks like someone needs to be recovered, and that will mean there's a team in the pit somewhere thinking, I wonder where my driver's gone. He's not come round yet. Shall I get another car out in his stead or her stead? And that's the decision you have to make when you're the team manager. You take the gamble on getting another car out and run the risk of having 2 cars on track at the same time. And if that happens, none of those laps count. Neither of them count. So you lose ground because of that.
Yeah, I would argue it's better to err on the side of caution. Even if you end up losing a lap, the chances are you know roughly what lap times your car should be doing. If it's more than 30 seconds or so late, then there is a very good chance it's not going to come round at all. So, yeah, difficult to know there. It's a big old circuit. They don't exactly have spotters at every corner, and so difficult to know exactly what's happened should your car be late on arrival at the finish line.
We just saw a glimpse of our race leader, the lesser-sighted race leader, really, in the course of this race. That's the Doris NWH car, Ryan Harper-Ellam. There he is, just heading through the Vale now, leading this race by 7 seconds shy of a minute as things stand, with 5 hours gone, or 5 hours to go, 1 hour gone, very nearly. As we come up to the 5 hour mark, let's do a quick rundown on the top 10 on Scratch. We'll give you the handicap positions in a bit, but it is Doris NWH leading in car 14, 24 laps in the book. They lead by 53 seconds as car 65B has come to hold. That's not the car that was at Cobb, so that's the car of Sam Callahan, unfortunately, that's come to a stop down there, from X Factor star. But just carry on with the top 10. 14 Doris NWH, 30 RJ Motorsport 2, 15 Raw Motorsports, Rob's Wrongans, 12 Prep & Lane G Sport, 5th number 29 RJ Motorsport 1, 6th number 36 Get to the Chopper, 7th number 48 Darkside Motorsport, 8th number 32 Data Motorsport, 9th number 56 Simon Green Motorsport, and 10th number 16 Capture Motorsport. And with that, I'll leave it with you, Andy, and then it'll be Josh Barrow.
Yes, thank you very much, Ian. Go and take a well-earned break, and we'll hear from you again later on in the race. Just for a glimpse of that Capture Motorsport car, just to clear that up. They have got ahead of Area Motorsport now, and they are going very quickly. 2 minutes 32 was their last lap time. That's quite a bit quicker than most of the cars ahead, so should be able to gain a few more places. In fact, they have. They're into 8th place overall now, and their gap to the class leaders Darkside Motorsport around about 15 seconds or so, so that gap likely to keep on creeping down. You would say that Cupra looking strong. There is Jonathan Packer about to go another lap down to the race leader, who heads through Magnets and Beckett's now on an increasingly drying circuit. Lap times not necessarily indicating that now because of traffic, but the fastest lap of the race set by Ryan Harper-Ellam was a 2 minutes 17.95, set a little bit earlier on. But to prove the point about traffic and how it interrupts your race, his previous lap was a 2.25, so about 8 seconds slower than the fastest lap of the race that he set earlier on. It's very, very difficult, near impossible really, to be consistent in a race like this. It's something that Lewis Beals was telling us about before the race began. The race will likely be won by the team who is most consistent in the traffic, and it's about banking those laps, logging those laps, not losing 5 seconds here, 6 seconds there in a group of traffic, and of course, usually staying out of trouble. Andy McEwen now in the commentary box, Josh Barrett alongside me for this next stint. And Josh, whilst we've been covering all of the action on track, I'd imagine you've been soaking up some of the atmosphere out in the pit lane.
Yeah, well, after I did my grid walk, I met a mother and her child who are here at Silverstone for their first ever race meeting.
Wow.
So hopefully they're enjoying their time here. They were amazed at all the access you can get on a meeting like this. But there's lots of spectators. I went to Cops, watched a bit of there. There's a lot of people. There's 50 odd people around those Cops Corner, so it's great to see. For those of you watching here today at Silverstone, I hope you're enjoying this unique motor race, which has so much history. How are you finding it, Andy?
Yeah, I think I'm following it. We're an hour in and I'm not completely lost yet, which is good news. So we've got a slow Lotus that appears coming out onto the Lewis Hamilton straight, Josh.
Looks a bit like Ben McCauley's car, or possibly, but it's certainly not going the speed it should be, is it? That car. So yeah, 43B possibly if it is Ben, regular in the Road Sports series. That's one of the 750 Motor Club Random Racers team's cars. Let's head downstairs though to Lewis Bills, who's down in the RJ Motorsport garage.
Thanks, guys. Well, I'm down here in pit 7C with Alistair Smart. Alistair, you started the race for the RJ Motorsport, weren't it? What conditions like?
Very greasy for me. I've got quite a light radical, the PR6, so cornering, very greasy, very slippery. Drying line out there, back straight, had a dry line emerging. So not long, I don't think, for dries.
So that was your first stint. You're going to do a second one in the dry, hopefully?
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, so the PR6, that's the centre-mounted seat car, isn't it, from Radical?
Yeah, correct. Centre-mounted, slightly lighter than the heavier SR3s and SR8s, but very good in the twisty stuff. But the power circuit here is suited to the bigger cars.
So not the greatest stint, but I think you could do better later on the dry.
Well, it's a long race, and we had Lady Luck on our side last year and managed to win. So we'll see. We'll see where we go.
And who's in the car? Who's out for you at the moment?
Wade is out there at the moment, quick driver. So I think when he gets in his stride, he should hopefully catch up the groups in front.
Okay, Alistair, thanks very much, and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
Back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Lewis Beals, roaming around the pit lane for the entire race, I believe, trying to find out the late-breaking stories. Been reasonably quiet down in pit lane so far, Josh. A handful of pit stops, of course, as we got to the end of the first hour, but so far reliability doesn't seem to be a huge issue. Sam Callahan, one of the only ones that we've seen really stopping out on track. And
even if you do have a reliability problem, there's more cars in the garage to carry on. But something that we've noticed over the years is teams bring less cars. There's sort of 3 or 4 cars for most teams nowadays compared to the 6 cars. That means you've got to have better reliability. The cars generally are a bit more reliable than they used to be. That battle of a second continuing, isn't it? You've been talking about that for most of the race, and that looks like they are about to put a second lap, aren't they, on that RJ Motorsport car. We just heard that Wade Eastwood is out there now. Before I came over, Andy, the majority of teams looking like they're going to put wets on the next car, although Raw Motorsport, I noticed, had wets and slicks, no tyres on the car, but otherwise generally, and we heard there from Alistair, he said he thinks at the moment it's still wets, but that switchover is going to happen pretty soon. So you've got that battle there, which is Leon Morel, isn't it, the champion of the Bike Sports Championship last season, who's just ahead of the Raw Motorsports team, and they're working their way towards the end of the Grand Prix loop, but they're a minute behind the leader. That's Ryan Harper-Ellam, isn't it? You can tell that Ryan's a Works Radical driver, can't you? As he's pulled away a minute. He's been racing in LMP3 cars this year as well. So he's showing all this experience, Andy, in these tricky conditions as the Radical called to go either side of the traffic.
Oh, blimey, that was close coming through Brooklands, and they continue to go either side of the traffic. The number 30 car running second place, remember, on that outside line. One of the stories we've been following is that the number 15 Radical of Raw Motorsport, that was anticipated to be the quicker because that's been given no credit laps, whereas all of the other cars out there have at least 1 credit lap. So the other Radicals, for example, 14 and 30, excuse me, benefiting from the handicap.
But of course, Ryan Harper-Ellam's in that leading car, who might be the quicker driver, but he's got Shane Stoney in that team, who's a former Birkett winner. You've got Mark Williams, he's quite new to racing, then Roger Bromley, who's returning to racing after being a team manager for the team for the last year or so. So potentially Ryan Harper-Ellen, the quicker driver, but that is a very good team of drivers for sure. So Raw Motorsport, you say it's got Chris Preen in, I think, at the moment, who's pretty quick himself. He finished 6th this year in the Radical Challenge Championship, which is very competitive. You've got John McLeod in there, Ben Stone as well. John McLeod, a former winner of this event, so interesting how the handicap is put there. But for the Radical team, they generally don't care about the handicap. They're here to win the race on scratch, so they're normally not too bothered about how that goes. But that battle for second continues, doesn't it, between Leon Morel. They're in a yellow flag zone here, I think, so they can't pass the traffic just yet. But that battle continuing between Leon Morel and Chris Preen. But we ride on board with Jonathan Packer, potentially still in a yellow flag zone, which makes me wonder if we've got more than just yellow flags at this point.
Yes, because that did look rather like safety car speed. I'm trying to spot Marshall's post. No, safety car. We are going safety car for the first time, so...
I turn up and it goes wrong.
Yes, exactly. An hour and 8 minutes in, and racing stops, unfortunately, Josh.
But to note for this race, the safety car doesn't have to pick the leader up. The safety car will go out there whenever is safe. So depending on which part of the train you're on, you might gain or lose. But equally, if you're the back of the train, you're back of a 70-car train, so it doesn't make such a big difference really. But this is a good point to come in and make a pit stop, and I suspect those who haven't, which include our top 3, will probably do that. So the teams will be having their second drivers ready in their cars, and then I suspect the pit lane will get quite busy, and of course for the team that's presumably got a car stuck out on track, they'll be looking at sending their next car onto the road pretty soon. And just looking at the screens there, yeah, 39 and 25. So 25, the three Amigos have had a problem. The double winners of this event, they've dropped right to the back, so they're out of handicap really already. Because they had got some quicker cars this year, and their last lap was 11 minutes, so that suggests to me there hasn't been a car out on track for that team for 8 minutes or so, which is a real shame. That was a team that had been started by Paul Hinson, and then David Drinkwater and Adam Reed, part of that. They were the winners in 2019 and 2020, he says. I think that's right. But the double winners of the Birkett relay, therefore having a problem early doors in this race, just an hour in. But now everyone, as we say, will be bunching up behind the safety car, and therefore the hard-working marshals will leap into action. And the Birkett relay always well supported by a regular team of 750 Motorsport marshals, a Silverstone marshals as well, and I'm sure some others always like coming to this event, because as a marshal handy you've always got something to do here because there's so many cars going past you constantly.
Exactly, you might as well just stick the blue flag permanently in your hand, because traffic is such a key factor in this race. But yeah, marshals do a great job. They've normally got some slightly more inclement weather than this to deal with, so this is a practically compliment day for the marshals here at Silverstone for the 2022 edition of the Birkett. And there is the Renault Megane safety car. So only now, to your point, Josh, as it headed out onto the circuit, we'll see who it does pick up.
There was a big gap there, wasn't there? So obviously they thought that was a good point to take the safety car out in what was a safe position. Although it does look like they're waving cars through. So after I said that they won't pick the leader up, potentially they're going to try and do that, which doesn't generally happen at this event, but perhaps a change in the regulations for this year.
Indeed, so Triple A's Racing would have been the car that they picked up, but that car, as you said, getting waved by, and they're going to continue to do so until they pick up the race leader, who we anticipate will likely pit this lap. So it won't be the easiest of jobs to try and pick up the correct Radical that does lead the race, and we'll see whether or not that is still should still be the number 14 Radical. Where it is exactly on track, I'm not so sure.
Yeah.
In fact, I can tell you exactly where it is. It's in the pit lane. It just came in past our commentary box. So, yeah, the job now of picking up the race leader becomes even harder. So, a noisy pit lane now suddenly springs into action with 4 hours 48.5 minutes left of the 2022 Birkett 6-hour relay here at Silverstone. The race leader pitting, and I would anticipate, Josh, that they will not be the only ones.
Yeah, and that was Mark Williams then who headed out in one of the 2 radicals that he and Roger Bromley are due to share. But they said that one of the cars is on the very last leg, so they're hoping not to use that. So really, they're hoping to do the event just with the 2 cars. But Mark Williams then will claim the lead. He finished 8th this season in the Radical Challenge, but getting quicker and quicker all the time. And at a point now where he was looking forward to racing here at the Birkett Relay. In such a different environment, Andy, to racing in a single make series.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's used to close quarters racing, I suppose. There's plenty of that going on. But yeah, it's that speed differential, and at different parts of the circuit, you may be battling for someone for position, perhaps even within the same class and on a similar handicap, in a car that is way quicker down the straights, whilst you have the advantage through the technical section. So yeah, difficult stuff out there. Certainly a bit of a baptism of fire for those making their Birkett Relay debuts. Right, the leading car we mentioned had pitted. That was the Team 14 Doris NWH squad. Ryan Harper-Ellam has jumped out of that radical, and I think he's down in the pit lane now with Lewis Beals.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, I'm down here with Roger Bromley from Doris NWH. Roger, start us off with Doris NWH. Come on, what's the story behind the name?
Well, NWH is really straightforward. That's Mark, who's out now in the race car. That's his race company. It's his waste management company, so that's a dead straightforward one. Doris is my my sister's pussycat, who is now no longer with us. And Doris, about 19 years old when she left us, and was a superstar. We loved her very much. She's been on all of my helmets down the side here, so.
That means a great deal to you. Roger, you were just telling me that's the first time you've been back to the big circus for 6 years. It's not a bad start, is it, in the lead?
Ryan sets a very, very high bar for me. I mean, what am I supposed to do with that? It's a long time. It was an SR8 here in 2016, I think. That's the last time I was on the big circuit, so very, very different. I was doing a lot of playing catch-up yesterday in testing.
Well, yeah, because the SR8s were the V8s. We're now on to the SR3s, a little bit slower.
Absolutely right, yeah. The big V8 engine, stonking car. We had a great time in that over sort of 3 or 4 or 5 years. Had won a championship as well. But the SR3, I think, as an all-round car, is actually a better. It might not be as quick, but it's a stonking car, really good.
Yeah, I think I was reading it's about 15 odd years old, isn't it? It's a radical up from Peterborough. We've done a marvellous job with that car. What's it like in the wet?
I mean, I just think it's the best car you can buy for the money. I think it actually came out in 2000 or 2001, so it's actually 22 years old, that car now. And it's wonderful in the wet. I mean, it's just very, very drivable. I mean, if I can drive it, seriously, anybody can drive it, can't they?
Well, I don't know about that. I think you've done a pretty good job there. And I think we're just seeing the... so who was that? That was Ryan, wasn't it?
Ryan was in the car, and there he is, just debriefing with the acting team boss today, Chris Stoney, who is also an ex-racer. I used to race against Chris, who's Shane's dad, and Shane will be out next.
I wonder if we can grab hold of Ryan. Do you think we can just grab hold of Ryan?
Right.
We're in the middle of an interview. Here we go. We've got Ryan Harper-Ellam. Ryan, you just jumped out of the lead car. I know, really jumped on you. But what conditions like?
It's really tricky out there, to be fair, at the moment. The circuit's really in that crossover point. The guys going out on slicks are going to have a real hard time heating them up, but the guys on full wets are going to cook them pretty quick. So if you're online all the time, you could get away with it, but if you go offline and try and overtake, which is obviously pretty important in one of these, it's tricky.
I would imagine that you spend a lot of time offline trying to pass it because you're the fastest car.
Yeah, absolutely. So that was a real sort of big decision when the team were asking me what call to make, and yeah, hopefully we've got it right. The safety car should help us give the car out there a bit of time to figure out the circuit and then get back into the groove.
I noticed Mark went on brand new wet, so do you think that's the best? Do you think it would have been better if it had been scrubbed in a bit?
Yeah. I mean, ideally we'd have wanted.
Are you paying?
Ideally we'd have wanted something like an Inter, but unfortunately this is where we are, and I guess it's one of those, being such a long race, we're better being on a slightly slower tyre and staying on the road than being outright fastest and risking maybe going off.
Yeah, that is the key, isn't it? You've got to keep doing the laps. Anyway, good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
Same to you, Roger. Good luck on your stint.
Bless you. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you very much. Well, there we are. That's the information we got from the Doris NWH team, who were leading the Birkett 6-hour relay race after the first hour. And I hand you back to the commentary team.
Yeah, thank you, Lewis. They are still leading according to the timing screen by only 5 seconds now over RJ Motorsport 2, the number 30 car in second, and Raw Motorsport in third position, car number 15, after having made a pit stop. Now, what I missed in all of that, Josh, is whether the 30 car came in, because there's suddenly a big gap between second and third, isn't there?
Yeah, last we saw it, just before we heard from Roger Bromley there, I noticed Leon Morel was still out there, so I presume he has not pitted. I would assume they're going to try and see if the fuel tank will last long enough for them to then go on to slick tyres at the next pit stop. But we await to see. Obviously the safety car is going to help out with that, but certainly the Raw Motorsport team have pitted. That we would seem, wouldn't it? Because there's a very large gap now between second and third. We heard there from Roger Bromley, who was talking about racing on the short tracks, and that is because he's a brisker Formula 1 stock car driver. That and radical seems like the two most diverse categories you can race in, but that's what Roger has done. He mentioned winning the championship. He about 10 years ago, I think it was, he won with Sean Balfe in the Radical Cup, as I think it was known in those days, and yeah, then went back to his roots, racing on the short oval. So you can see the leader there, Mark Williams. He's just tucked up there behind one of the 116 trophy cars, and can't see Leon Morel's car, so unless they've done and also he's come in. I wonder if he's come in this time, and therefore he's dropped presumably to the back of the train. So we'll have to see when they come around next time. Once we're back up to racing speed, it will become a bit more obvious, I think. But this is the point that you were talking about earlier with Ian, Andy, where the handicap sort of goes out the window, and the handicappers will have to really look at it and see if they need to adjust it at all, particularly as the safety car period hasn't been sort of one lap and back in. It's been 10 or so minutes already.
Indeed, there will likely have been an update to the handicap anyway around the 1 hour mark, I'm led to believe, so it is likely that things are going to keep on changing right down until the final hour, by which hopefully they'll have a good idea of where everyone ought to be. But
we have, Andy, the handicap at 1 hour. So leading the way is 68, which is Red Rascal, which is the Mazda team of William Hayden, Peter Williams, Lee Phillips, Russell Clark, Kevin Dengate and Tim Dorr. In second place is the RAF team, Team 2, which is Rob Stark, Ollie Wayne, Lloyd Huggins and David Watson. And then in third position is 22, which is St Winifred's School Choir, which is the team of Chris Van Tanner, John Glover, Nick Glover, Alex Hughes and Jez Banks. So after 1 hour, the handicap results are generally unrelevant, really, because if you've got your quick car in to start, therefore it's not such a drama, really, in comparison to if you've then got to have your slower drivers in later on, or in the opposite way round, if you have a quick driver taking over later on in the stint. And some teams have much quicker drivers at different parts of the race, but the safety car is coming in, so therefore we can get racing underway after about that 15 minutes or so of intervention. So for those who are at the front of the queue are going to have some clear track, but I think it's not the quickest cars, Andy, right at the front of the queue, so they're going to have quicker machines working their way past.
That is definitely the case. I'm reliably informed, by the way, by Ian Soman, who may not be on commentary for this hour, but has been ferreting away in the pit lane to find out what's been going on. It was tyre wall damage that led to the delay. Who damaged the tyre wall and which tyre wall it was, I don't know, but that's what the issue was. So there's a car that presumably is looking a little bit worse for wear, but now we've got to try and sort all of this out. Unlike at the initial start of the race, where, as Josh said, we had the fastest cars at the front of the grid, this is a very, very jumbled order now, so people keen to try and gain track position as soon as they can.
So the two cars we're watching here are Stuart Dayburn in the Lotus Exige GT4 and Andrew Hawes in the Mini Cooper S, so that's Team 9 and 17, which is proper GT, British GTs and bad boy tuning. So they're two of the cars here working their way through there, I think past some of the Toyota MR2s. So they work their way here up towards Stowe Corner as the rest work their way down. In this group also you've got 33D, which is Finn Jones in the Volkswagen Golf, the FSR tuning team, just ahead of Barry McMahon, who Andy and Ian were talking about earlier. Last year's Alfa Romeo champion, but not in this car. Which he's, I think, raced once this year at Brands Hatch at Festival Italia. But Barry McMahon back in it here for the Birkett. But now, Andy, we get a proper look at the gaps up front.
Indeed, once they come through at the end of this lap in particular, we'll have a good look at the gaps. At the moment, Doris NWH are being shown as 34 seconds up the road, so they've retained most of that 60-second or so lead that they had before the safety car.
And it's Raw Motorsport back ahead of RJ,
yes.
So therefore, presumably Leon Morel did come into the pits like I thought he might have done, but that lap later, and I think that's potentially lost them quite a lot of time there, because they were nose to tail with RJ Motorsport, where they're at least 20 seconds behind at this point. Looking there at the Matt Mills Mini Cooper S, as well as the BMW Z4, which is Jack Wood. So a couple of the more production-based cars, which, to be fair, the majority of the grid, probably 60 or so of the 70 teams, probably are production-based cars nowadays in this race. And they've got the race leader, Mark Williams, in the Radical SR3, working his way through in his first flying lap of this race. He got himself sort of built up, didn't he, during that safety car period, ready for what was coming up next.
Indeed so. Yeah, interesting strategy there, as you said, from RJ Motorsport, staying out that one lap longer. As you correctly said, during the safety car period, you'd think if they were staying out, they'd be waiting for the track to dry out, so they'd stay out a bit longer. They'll be limited on how many laps they can do with one tank of fuel. Of course they will. I wonder if they've taken the gamble anyway, stuck them on slick tyres. We'll watch their lap times with interest once they start getting up to speed. Remember, the fastest lap of the race, set by Ryan Harper-Ellen, was a 2 minutes 17.95, but that was in wet conditions.
And that was a stop-go penalty board for the car in second place.
Oh no.
So the black flag you saw going out, I'm pretty sure said 15, which is Raw Motorsports. So we will await to see if we learn what that is for. We obviously know those pit stops have just come, so there's a question mark whether that went right. And there's been a lot of yellow flags out, so there's two real possibilities what that could have been. Meanwhile, we watched the Toyota MR2, which is Jim Mew, a regular in the MR2 Championship, and the Jack Wood BMW Z4 that runs side by side. So you've got two fairly modern, sort of small rear-wheel drive sports cars, and they're all being caught by one of the TCR cars there that looks like Colin Gillespie, who acquired this car this year with Capture Motorsport. So he's working his way through. Then you've got the second of the RJ Motorsport cars, but that is 2 laps down. So we heard from Alistair Smart earlier, didn't we, that Radical PR6 is not a friendly car in the wet conditions. So interesting they put him out to start, as he had Radical SR3s in the garage of Charles Graham and Wade Eastwood, but that team have got a lot of work to do now, Andy, because 2 laps take some time to work out. However, we'll come back to that in a moment, because we can head back to the pit lane with Lewis Beals, who's down there.
Thank you very much, Josh. And as always, the Birkett always brings along some personalities, and none bigger than Martin Short. Martin, I think on the Birkett website there's a roll of honour, and you're on it. So congratulations. Alan de Cadenet isn't, but of course he didn't get to 4th, did he, in Le Mans?
I think he did. I think he might have got to 3rd. I think he deserves it far more than I did. Yeah, no, that's come on, 750 Motor Club. You need to sort that out. But I didn't know that, and thank you, Lewis. I think that's the 5th time that you've told me.
Well, yeah, it's the first time we could do it on. So anyway, congratulations. Good to see you here, and yeah, it's a big sort of coming back to your roots, really, isn't it, Martin?
Yeah, I think we did it a couple of years ago with the Rover 2 and 6 with my eldest son Morgan. We got a car that I bought a couple of weeks ago, this Chevy, because it just had a Mosler Chevy engine in it. I just thought, oh, that looks like a lot of fun. What can I do with it? Oh, Birkett, brilliant. And so I asked my mate Rob here to come and join me, and we started 49th, and Rob took it up to 15th. So hand over to Rob.
I will. Rob, you started the car, you know, Martin's car, and he was a bit worried you were going to come back, you know, damaged.
Absolutely, so was I, because I know what he's like. I've seen him at Le Mans when people have brought his cars back here with damage. So I'm too scared to damage it. But
I can remember, was it this one year, I turned the telly on there, I was watching on Eurosport, and suddenly this Pescarola whacked the barrier.
That was the Dallara.
It was the Dallara?
Yeah, that was after I got Sebastian Bourdais, and he broke the rear suspension, but we didn't know. And yeah, we were lying fourth. That was our very first Le Mans, and it was 7 o'clock in the morning, and we were lying fourth overall, which was extraordinary. And Sebastian hit the left rear wheel of the car, pitched me into the gravel. We came into the pits, checked the car, seemed all okay, went out again, got to the Porsche curves, and the left rear upright broke. A bolt on it had got a hairline crack in it, and just went straight into the concrete walls at the Porsche curves. It's like an aircraft crash. But like a true professional, I still tried to start the car, and the marshals were screaming at me, going, no. I looked behind me, there was nothing left. It'd all gone.
Well, at least you haven't damaged it that badly.
Absolutely, no, it's mint, it's perfect. I've gone round it with Martin, as you would do handing back a hire car, and we've looked at every panel, and it's immaculate. So it's all good.
Well, Rob, come on, tell me, what do you do as a day job?
I work for McLaren, and I'm very lucky. I get to shake down the Heritage Formula One collection. So I think it's about 60 cars now from 1974 M23 to 2013 V8 Mercedes car is the newest car we'll run on Heritage, and pretty much everything in the middle. So I'll be very lucky.
Wow. Is that what you say when you jump in one?
Well, yes, but then I was even luckier when Martin phoned me and asked me if I'd drive this Chevy with him, but the Birkett here this weekend, and it's been brilliant fun. Yes,
because you also won the LMP3 Championship in Europe some years ago.
Yeah, 2018 we won the LMP3 and ELMS, and that was the last race of that season at Portimao. Was the last race I competed in prior to today. So we're going to try and carry that luck into this event.
Well, from 49th to 15th wasn't a bad trip. Anyway, thanks guys, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
Nice to see you. Take care.
And what's interesting there, Andy, they're talking about a car that they got 2 weeks ago and never been raced before, so therefore the handicappers have nothing to relate those lap times to. So either that can work in your favour or work it out of your favour, but having two drivers like Rob Garfield and Martin Short driving it probably means it's going to go quicker than most people could make it go. It's a pretty big car, but Martin wasn't sure where to race it. I'd suggest Club Enduro would be a good place to start, possibly, because they're a very similar type of car that we've had in that over the last few seasons. Anyway, great to have those pair here, and in a grid, Andy, that the experience goes from people who have raced at Le Mans to people who are in their first season of racing.
Exactly, that's the joy of the Birkett, isn't it? The joy of British Club Motorsport, actually, the 750 Motor Club in particular, really does cater for drivers of all experience levels. And yeah, we've got some drivers racing today who have not been racing for that long at all. And talk about jumping straight in at the deep end. This cannot be an easy race to make your first appearance in. Had a change for the lead in Class B, by the way. Darkside Motorsport back ahead of Capture Motorsport now. That move happening on the previous lap. So Capture Motorsport, I think you said that was now Colin Gillespie in the Cupra. We've got one of the MGs off, that's 64B, and that is Mark Bellamy's ZR170, one of the latest cars to run out wide through Village and Farm Curve. But yes, that's changed for the lead in Class B. That's shaping up to be a very entertaining battle, at least for the scratch battle in Class B, anyway, between Capture, Area and Darkside. Those three cars running 6th, 7th and 8th overall.
Yeah, Mark Bellamy we just saw as a double Cockshoot Cup champion in the past. And I'm sure if I didn't mention that I would have been told I should have done. So we got that in. So Mark Bellamy though having a bit of a moment. Great to have that team though here from the MG Car Club. We saw Jason Burgess start that in his ZR, but Mark Bellamy in a similar car out there now. There's one of the RAF teams. This is David Russell, last year's winner of the Birkett Relay. He's out there in his BMW 328i. He's had a lot of success this year in the Armed Forces Racing Challenge, and the man then from the RAF goes down the inside there into Abbey Corner. You can tell it's October because it's quite bright now. It hasn't rained since 9 o'clock, but the track is not drying out really any kind of rate, despite there being 70 cars out on the circuit here. And just behind David Russell on the road there is Rob Hardy in his Porsche 944. So two pretty different cars there. It'd be great to have these front-engine Porsches that are part of the Birkett pretty much every year. Meanwhile, see, we've had a change for second place, which does that mean Raw Motorsport have come in for their drive-through penalty possibly? Because we saw that was showing on the start and finish line, didn't we, a moment or two ago?
I suspect they probably have. It was a slow lap last time as well compared to the others. The leaders, by the way, the top two, both lapping very similarly, but they are over a minute apart now, nearly a minute and a quarter actually, the advantage for the number 14 team, but they're both in the 2:19s, those top two, still a couple of seconds away from the outright fastest lap. So, there is the 15 Raw Motorsport car, which I tend to agree with you. I think must have been in to serve that penalty, Josh.
And it's John McLeod who is now out there.
Yes, it is. John McLeod then in the number 15 Radical, having served a penalty. And once the timing screen updates, I'll give you the gap. He is about a minute now behind second place. So the top three pretty equidistantly spaced out now. But to the point I was making, they're not yet getting down to the sort of pace they had in much wetter conditions earlier on. So either they're on wets still and are struggling with the drying track, or they're on slicks and the track isn't yet dry enough for them. But whatever it is, the pace is not yet getting down to a full dry time.
So this car's lost a lot of time, hasn't it, with whatever that penalty was, because that lap was about a minute and a half slower than the other two.
Yeah.
So Raw Motorsport now looks like it's John McLeod out there, the three-time winner of this event in 2014, 2017 and 2020, is now in the car, but almost a lap down now, I think, on the top two. So they've got a lot of work to do, but we just had confirmation that it was Paul Hinson that was off around the circuit, and that car is done. So that car will not be coming back, so that means the three amigos are down to two cars with 4.5 hours to go. So David Drinkwater and Adam Reed are the two left, so the double former winners of this race on handicap. We already think they're probably no longer in contention, but they've got a difficult day in from here as John McLeod works his way into Abbey Corner. It's just lapped Maxine Nichols, who was telling me just before the race started this is the last race she's going to do with a pink car. She's having a change of colour scheme for next season.
Right, okay, that's a shame. It was always a distinctive car, wasn't it? Easy to pick out in a pack of swarming MR2s, but yeah, Maxine, another long-time competitor in the Toyota MR2 Championship. That camera there down at Abbey Corner really does show the difficulty here of tyre choice and making your way through the pack on a circuit that has what I would call a dry line there. I'd say that's bone dry on the run into Abbey Corner, but as soon as you go on the inside of anybody, which you have to do frequently in this race, you find yourself on the wet and slippery part of the circuit with very little grip.
This is another car that's having its first ever race today. This is Johnny Hayes in a BMW M2, which is a car that's been converted from a road car, I understand, rather than the factory BMW Motorsport cars. So Jonathan Hayes thinking about doing road sports in this car for next season. So hopefully this goes successfully for him. He finished second this season in the Class C within Club Enduro with 3 victories. But a new, much more powerful car here that he's having a first run in, and we just got a look of him going through there. And just behind him on the circuit is Jamie McHugh, who's out there in his Porsche 968, another front-engine Porsche.
Yep, comes out of Luffield Corner towards the end of another lap. Again, you can see that dry line there. But still, lap time's not representative of that, really, so I suspect those leading radicals are still on their wet rubber. Very wide line there coming out of Luffield for Clive Watson in his BMW 330i, and he just relinquishes a couple of positions as well as we get another brilliant look on board here as one of the cars heads out to the pit lane past the safety car and back out onto the circuit. Now, who do we think this might be them? Heading out onto the pit exit, and a very damp line as they come out of the pit lane, and again this will give us a great view of what the track conditions are like out there. Through Maggots and Beckett's looks dry on line there, doesn't it?
This is the Vote for Pedro team, which has got the Ginetta G20s of Neil Primrose and Luke Plummer. Neil Primrose, the drummer for Travis, who's done a lot of racing with the 750 Motor Club over the years, so I presume this is the G20. It's a very high modified G20 if it's the one that Neil's raced in the past. so perhaps we'll get an outboard shot of that as well, but he's just working his way down the hangar straight. But great to have these onboard cameras with Alpha Live again this year at the Birkett, as the race leader there, Mark Williams, just turns his way through the complex, and he's now 70 seconds ahead of RJ Motorsport 2, who is lapping a little bit quicker at the moment, a couple of seconds on that last lap, and a PB for the car in second place. So there's quite a lot of PBs coming in, despite obviously all the traffic everyone's in, so therefore conditions perhaps slowly but surely, Andy, getting a bit quicker.
I think they are, aren't they? Interestingly as well, the RJ Motorsport 1 Radical, which I think I remember was started by Wade Eastwood, was it not? Yes.
He's in it now. Anyway.
Oh, he's in it now. Okay, so he is going quickly. Wade Eastwood now in the 2 minute 19s as well. So among the fastest cars on the track, whereas that car did not have the pace in the opening stint of the race. So they are some way behind the top three, but the number 29 car perhaps starting to drag itself back into contention. On the handicap, they had 2 credit laps, so 1 more than their teammate car, and they need it because that first stint was not all that rapid.
Got 2 minis out together. There's not that many minis on the whole race, and they managed to get themselves together on the track. That's Charles Newton Derby, I think, just ahead of Robert Rees on the road. Robert Rees has done the Birkett before, but in a Radical, so this is a little bit different. He's got cars all around him there, including the BMW of Clive Watson in his BMW 330, a regular in the car club races, and I presume that's the diesel Jaguar that's just behind, looking at all of the smoke that is emitting from the back of it, Andy.
Yes, that did have me concerned for a moment, the smoke looking not so black in the sun that's sort of glinting off the still damp road at Luffield, but yes, black diesel smoke from the Growling Pussy team as they come out across the line to complete another lap then, and keeping pace quite nicely actually with the cars just ahead, but finding a way past them is not going to be that easy. That car looking a little bit leery, isn't it, as it comes down through Maggots and Beckett. That's Andrew Harper in 20E, the Auto Reserve Parts liveried car, and he has got the Mini in its sights. Should have the torque down the hangar straight to have a go at making the move here.
And in a silk cut-esque livery as well, which is perfect for a Jaguar here at Silverstone, with all those victories they had here in the 1980s in that type of colour scheme. Probably going a little bit quicker than this car will go today, but again, great to have this variety here at the Birkett. It's what it's all about, and it's probably double the size in length, isn't it, than the Mini that it's chasing afterwards, but actually they're quite similarly paced around the circuit.
Yes, they are. Just keeping one eye on that Class B battle that's been intriguing me all race long, actually. Darkside Motorsport pulling out a nice lead now from Capture Motorsport, but third and fourth getting themselves quite close together now. Only a couple of seconds between Area Motorsport's number 51 Golf and the number 3 Triple A's racing car, which I think is Andrew Rath. No, it's not the Europa, is it? It's, I'm not sure who's out in that car. It could well be Phil Nibby in his Seat Leon Cupra, but that gap down to a couple of seconds now. And Area Motorsport, who at one point were contesting for the lead of Class B, now finding themselves slipping further down the order. Still no way through yet in the Jaguar, although I think he might have just made the move into Abbey Corner there, finally getting past the Mini.
And just there got a shot of the Ginetta G20, the Neil Primrose car, looking nothing like the cars did when they raced in the Challenge Series all those years ago. A very highly modified car, a very quick car. Meanwhile, and we pick up that battle that you were mentioning.
There we go, perfect timing, and it is the Cupra that's going to try and find its way through. This for a podium place then, on scratch anyway, within Class B, as we get a new fastest lap from RJ Motorsports 1 as well, the first 2 minutes 17 that we've had so far. Defensive line there taken by the Golf, that's 51D, which means it is Rob Baker.
But he's just been passed by his Phil Nip, who you thought it might have been, but in a TCR-esque Seat, should be probably a bit quicker than a Volkswagen Golf, but I think that means all the first 4 in the Class B, like for the production-based cars, are all cars from Club Enduro, which is an interesting proposition there, because you've got the Darkside guys who are out with their Audi and their Golf, you've got Capture out in their TCR cars, you've got Phil Nip here in his TCR car, and then he's just got past and putting away quite quickly from the Volkswagen Golf there, which I think was actually Jonathan Packer, who's at the wheel of that very similar looking car to Rob Baker's. But Area Motorsport have been producing these Volkswagen Golfs that absolutely dominated their class within Club Enduro this season. And Jonathan Packer was the winner this year at the opening round at Donington Park in that championship. But he has lost that place on that lap, so that's sort of 8th position in the scratch positions. But each of the class awards are all on handicap, so that'll all be worked out. We can ride on board now, though, with Jonathan Packer, who we were just talking about there, Andy, into Beckett's.
Indeed, through the left, through the right at Beckett's. He's got some traffic ahead, and as you can see, the sun now starting to create a bit of an issue because it's glinting off the wet tarmac. He's got a slightly damp and greasy windscreen as well, and that makes visibility less than ideal. Nips up the inside of the Nissan Almera there, which has just come out of the pit lane, and heads out onto the Hangar straight, and a chance to relax, rest the left arm, get his helmet secure, and make sure that he's going to go into Stoke Corner as safely as he possibly can, hard on the brakes, and then turns into the right-hander. This front-wheel drive VW Golf looking very, very well balanced indeed as he heads around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Well balanced, yes, but not as quick as the cars ahead of him. He's already losing touch with that AAA's Racing Cupra.
Yeah, which is interesting, isn't it? About 5 seconds slower on that last lap. So Jonathan Packer perhaps finding these drying conditions not to his liking. But another fastest lap there from Wade Eastwood. Does this more confirm that car's on slicks? Because I thought when I went down there that team had a slick car ready, although Alistair Smart didn't really suggest that was the case. But that car now is lapping at least 3 seconds faster than those in front at 2 minutes 16.17. I guess, Andy, they had to take the gamble because they'd lost those 2 laps early on.
Yeah, it was worth doing, wasn't it, really? They had lost that ground in the wetter conditions earlier on, and if they can do another half an hour on slick tyres perhaps before the others come in and change on slicks, they could gain a ton of time. Their last lap was 7 seconds quicker than the race leading car. Now, okay, a lap time is over 2 minutes. It'll take an awful lot to get those laps back. But again, this is where the handicap system comes into play. They perhaps have a slightly better handicap than some of the others ahead of them, and they might just be able to get themselves into contention for the handicap win. So some good lap times now required, and that's exactly what they're pumping in.
Yeah, that's right, Andy. Great to have that onboard camera then with Jonathan Packer and see he actually had quite a clear bit of road, surprisingly, while we were watching that. But here is the fastest driver on the circuit then, Wade Eastwood, who won this event in 2019 on scratch, and is back again this season in his SR3 RSX, the Radical sports cars that the RS stand in for Rockingham Speedway, which of course no longer in use, but that's where Radical developed all of their cars. The manufacturer from Peterborough in Cambridgeshire, about an hour and a quarter's away from here from Silverstone, so a local manufacturer. We're having these 4 teams mainly made up of SR3s, and as we heard, those cars originated about 20 years ago, but they have developed them, and this is one of the later generation of cars. So Wade Eastwood goes through to complete 39 laps for the team, and on that particular lap, as we wait for the lap time to come through, we can tell you that we wait and wait.
Yes, there is a small delay I've noticed on our timing screen, unfortunately, but it looked quick, didn't it? And in theory,
it was too.
Wow, 2 minutes 11.5 there, as off over the grass. That is 66C, and that will be Andy Chapman, and there is smoke emanating from the back of the Seat, so that looks like mechanical failure. Now he's heading into the pit lane, but it's the wrong pit lane, that's down at the wing, so that car stationary on track. This is where the benefit of live streaming comes in, because now there's no doubt for the team, if they're watching, they know the car's stopped and they can send someone out straight away.
And the other good thing is he's found a good bit of track where it won't cause a problem for all the other competitors, so we can carry on maybe just under local yellows for a little bit. Possibly that isn't even necessary because it's behind the barriers. But going back to that lap time, that is over 10 seconds faster than all those in front, and I think that immediately means the overall leaders are in, because a much lower lap, I presume that's why. So I think the Doris team are in. I think we heard that Shane Stoney should be going out for them shortly on slick racing tyres, so we'll wait for confirmation of that, but I suspect that will be the case. Shane Stoney, who started his car racing career with us at the 750 Motor Club. He won the Saxmax Championship back in the day, and he's a former winner of this event in 2020, but that means their lead is down to 40 seconds. So the RJ Motorsport 2 team, interestingly, not coming in. Here is the leader, so let's get confirmation. Yeah, it is Shane Stoney then in 14E in that car. So if we think Andy will be on slick tyres.
I tend to agree with that. The body language of the car is a bit more darty and twitchy now than it was earlier on. That would suggest he's on some slicks that aren't quite up to temperature just yet, but that was some good reaction actually from the Doris NWH team. They spotted these quick lap times coming in for the number 29 car, and immediately, or within a lap or so anyway, they responded and they've sent their car out, it seems, now on the slick tyres. But these early laps will be nervy, won't they, for Shane Stoney, as he tries to pick his way past the back markers. He won't yet have the heat in the tyres, and of course he's having to go off that drier line to make the passes, and now he's got something dragging on the back of the car, has he?
Yeah, I wonder to start with if it's just excessively fuelled, but it looked potentially worse than that, didn't it? Have you noticed something?
There's something dangling down just to the left-hand side of the car at the rear. What it is, I couldn't see, but
he's out lap, and he's a 2:16.
Wow.
So that's pretty quick on cold tyre from the slow pit lane, basically.
Yeah.
But potentially not all well for the leaders, so they'll be watching this. Hopefully they've got the live stream on in the garage. They'll be having a look if they think that's okay. It's not slowing him down at this stage, and it's not evident, much evident through that part of the track that he's got a problem. Behind is the Volvo. This is a great car if we get a chance to look at it. It's in full British touring car livery. It's actually a former Volkswagen built car, but in Scandinavian, the Scandinavian Touring Car Championship. It's driven by Chris Camp, but the smoke or the steam or whatever it is still emits from the back of the Radical, but he's still going quickly. It's not slowing the car down. It seems to be through right-handers. It just does make me wonder if it's how much fuel they've got in the car. Let's see if we can see this Volvo. Here it is, the Chris Camp car. But it's been racing in the Armed Forces Racing Challenge this season, the former Scandinavian touring car, and in the full Volvo Works livery, Andy, that I'm sure you're so familiar with.
Indeed so. That brings back some early childhood memories of late 90s touring car racing. Fantastic looking car, and seems to be going reasonably quickly, doesn't it? Here it comes towards us now, and there's something to be said, I think, for admittedly this isn't a 90s car, early noughties, but that boxiness of Scandinavian slew cars looking really good. Right, in comes the Ginetta. Now we're going to get some real activity now, aren't we? Because we're coming towards the end of hour number 2. So if you are in a car and you feel that you're no longer on the correct tyres for the conditions, this isn't the worst time to come in. Maybe try and get another lap or two out of it, and then come in to get those tyre changed. This car heads straight into the paddock. Remember, you don't pull up outside of your garage to do the pit stop. As soon as you pass the garage, the team send the next car out, and the driver who's just completed a stint heads round to the back of the pits.
See cars are making their way out of Cops Corner up towards Birkett, and then here down the Hangar Straight. So another lap done by Shane Stoney, again a bit quicker, 2:14, but not as quick as Wade Eastwood has been doing on his fully heated up tyres. The lap record, I reckon, for the Birkett relays, a 2:04.4 from last year, which was Simon Freeman in the bigger Radical SR10, the Ford EcoBoost engine car. But we're only 7 seconds away from that, far from a dry circuit, and in very much the early stages of a drying circuit. Even actually here into Stowe, there's hardly a dry line, is there, for the competitors to use. But there is Stoney then turning into that part of the circuit, and this the that's Raw Motorsport, so they're a lap down now, I reckon, the car in third place.
Yes, I think you're right. Their lap time's 2:30s at the moment, so they've clearly not changed tyres yet. They're going to try and stay out there and save the extra pit stop, but because a pit stop doesn't cost you a huge amount of time with this relay format that we run, it seems like an interesting strategy to go for. I think if you're hemorrhaging time the way that they are, it makes far more sense to come in as soon as you can and get onto the preferred tyres. But what do I know? There's a reason I'm a commentator, not a team manager, and I'm sure they know what they're doing, but they're certainly losing time out on track as it stands.
See here Chris Stone in his Honda Civic, part of the MJ Motorsport team here, making his way through in yet another Honda Civic. I heard you and Ian talking about Hondas earlier. It's become such a popular racing car, hasn't it, in great variety of series. I think Chris Stone's done some racing in the Jaguar Type R Trophy that's been so popular over the last couple of seasons. And he works his way through Club Corner with a pretty slow Mazda MX-5 that he's going to get past.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide whether that's a problem or they were just staying out of the way. They've merged back onto the racing line now, which tells me that the car's running okay. Was just a little bit off the pace coming out of Club Corner. So that car, the Mark II MX-5, I think that is, isn't it?
Don't see them very often.
No, you don't, do you? Lots of 1s and 3s. I noticed there was a Mark III out there earlier on. I mentioned earlier on too, it's nice to see some Mark IVs. But yeah, the Mark II, for whatever reason, sort of passed us by over here in Europe. Don't see many on the road, and you see even fewer of them out on the racetrack. So good to see one going, admittedly not all that quickly, but driver perhaps just getting up to speed with the ever-evolving track conditions.
And that was Nick Glover, who we saw just a moment ago.
Ooh.
The BMW, which is the best non-radical, isn't it, in this race, in 5th place, the Prep and Play team. This is Jason West, who has had lots of success in things like Thundersloons over the last few seasons. So that's a quick car that, as I say, is in 5th position overall. Is in Class D, so therefore they can use full racing wets or slicks, which means he's going to be that bit quicker than the other production-based cars. But even so, Andy, doing a good job, and actually just coming up to lap Phil Knibb, who's in 8th position overall, so it's not going to be long before I think Jason West has put a lap on all the field behind him.
Yes, that seems to be the case, doesn't it? BMW comes out of Village and running inside the top 5 overall, as you quite rightly said. Class B lead battle now getting closer as well. Darkside Motorsport and Capture Motorsport. 3 seconds between them. So strange, in the first stint of the race, Darkside seemed the quicker of the two. Capture, of course, lost time because of their stop-go penalty for jumping the start, essentially. But even after that, they didn't seem quite as quick as Darkside Motorsport. Scott Parkin was at the wheel in the first stint, but that now has changed around in stint number 2, and Capture starting to come right back at them. The lap times that time around, well, actually completely disproved my theory, because 2 seconds quicker that time with Darkside. Traffic, I suspect, playing its part there.
And we see there Jason West just lapping Stuart Thompson, who was this year's Sports Specials champion. He got 7 class wins during the course of the year in his MK Indy. So he just turns his way there through Cops Corner. He's in Team 10, which is Run Baby Run, which is full of Sports Specials team cars. And he's just being lapped there by the car that's still got the fastest lap of Wade Eastwood. But interestingly, Andy, we haven't got close to that 2:11 as he gets there. Oh yes, and I think he's a bit frustrated by the traffic there. But Wade Eastwood hasn't beaten that 2:11 we saw a few laps ago now.
No, that was John Hobbs. What have you spotted there, Josh?
There's a bit of something on the road,
yes.
Isn't there? Only a small bit of something.
Yes.
Technical insight here on Alpha Life.
Yes. I can tell you're not a mechanic, Josh. Yes, whatever it is, it's supposed to be attached to a car, and it's not, so someone's missing a bit of bodywork. Hopefully nothing too significant. The 29 car comes through. I suspect the reason that we're not now seeing those fastest laps come in is exactly what we just saw. He's in traffic. You might occasionally get a clearer lap than you've been having, and you're then able to put in a proper lap time on the slick tyres. But in traffic, of course, you're going to lose a little bit more time, especially on slicks, having to go onto the darker side of the road. So he heads down towards Abbey Corner and is still a good chunk, a minute or so, behind Raw Motorsports number 15 car that runs in 3rd position. Lead gap continuing to go out, because it was a very slow lap again last time, was it not, for RJ Motorsport 2 at 2:48.8. Suggests a pit stop.
Yeah, I would say so. I think you're right there, Andy. So finally, it would appear we've had that pit stop from RJ Motorsport, the Josh Smith run team. So we shall see who comes out for them next. But certainly in this first couple of hours, the Doris NWH team, which are in their 3rd stint, pulling well clear, best part of a lap now, I'd suggest, Andy, ahead of the rest.
They are, aren't they? They're looking extremely strong. 1:29 was their gap. That will now go out, though, as you said, because RJ Motorsport have just brought their number 30 car into the pit lane. I wonder whether they'll hang on to 2nd place or not.
I think they've just come through and just set a personal best lap on that outlap, 2:14.7. So immediately going quickly. So that's a gap to watch, but it's a minute and a half, basically, between the top two. We see one of the 116 trophy cars there, which is Toby Partridge, and he's just about to be passed by one of the Type R trophy cars, which is Mitchell Hale in the Motion Motorsport team car, just getting past the Too Fast Too Furious BMW 116, and they head into Abbey Corner once again.
Indeed so. Worth pointing out as well, those 4 radicals we're talking about at the front of the field, all on slightly different handicaps. It's actually 2 laps credit for the number 29, so the 29 car may be 4th on the road, but it's actually ahead of the other 3 radicals right now on the handicap. And of course, as Ian was making the point earlier on, all of the other cars also have their own handicaps, and in theory it should all be very close at the end of the race. That was all very close at Village Corner. 31C getting elbowed out wide. That was Maxine Nichols, and she bounces her way back onto the road, having nearly been assaulted by the Honda Civic there.
So the latest handicap positions, as you were mentioning, that is the Mazda Misfits team. So there goes 69, who lead the way, which is Simon Walker Hansel, Stephen Rees, Alex Wilkinson Hughes, William Pickard, Nico Favreau and James McCann. In second place is Team 1, so RAF Team Flywheel are up there now. That's Chris Slater, Alex Smith, Simon Frowen and David Russell. And then in third place is 41, which is the Mark IV MX-5 racing team, which is made up of Ben Taylor, Paul Sheard and Andrew Pretorius. That's the top 3 as we ride on board with Maxine Nichols as she comes up across the line.
Indeed so, and our race leaders on the road still not factoring anywhere near the front, are they? So they are some way back with multiple laps to be gained, as they're only being credited with 1 extra lap, whereas there are some cars out there being given a 30, nearly 40 lap head start. That was a car pointing the wrong way, I think, in the gravel trap coming out of Copse Corner, hopefully having not quite made the barriers.
A 209.69 now from Wade Eastwood, because we mentioned he hadn't done a quicker lap.
Yes.
He's just gone a couple of seconds faster, so that's another better lap, and that's another 10 seconds faster than the Royal Motorsports car in third place. So from best part of 2 laps down on that car, he's now only 75 seconds. So Wade Eastwood is pulling that gap back, very much so, to those in front. As into the pit lanes come Johnny Hayes in that BMW M2 that we were looking at earlier. So therefore they will bring their next car out onto the circuit. But I think Andy's coming towards the end of your stint. So what have you made of the first 2 hours of this race?
Thoroughly enjoying it. Yes, it is madness, and I still have no idea who's going to win the race, which is sort of the point of the handicap, isn't it? It's all going to come good right at the end. But the first 2 hours have gone by very, very quickly. And actually, this is one of the cars I'm really fascinated by. This Class B battle is getting really, really close. So I'm going to step aside now. We'll have a quick commentator change, but my eyes will still be glued to the battle at the front of Class B, and I wonder how close it'll be when you next hear from me in another hour.
Thanks, Andy. So great to have Andy McEwen here with us at the Birkett this year. We've got Ian Soman coming in a moment. But let's have a look at the overall order on scratch as we've looked at the handicap. Leading the way is number 14, so that's Doris NWH. So that's the team of Roger Bromley, Mark Williams, Shane Stoney and Ryan Harper Ellum. In second place is Team 30, which is RJ Motorsport. With Team 2, which is Ash Hicklin, Leon Morrell, Matt Jones and Charles Hall. Then in third place is 15, which is Royal Motorsport, which is Chris Preen, John McLeod and Ben Stone. Then in fourth position is 29, which is RJ Motorsport 1, made up of Alistair Smart, Charles Graham and Wade Eastwood. In fifth position, number 12, which is the Prep and Play team of Russell Dack, Paul Wood, James Card and Jason West, the BMWs. Then in sixth place is 48, which is Darkside Motorsport, which is made up of Scott Parkin, Ryan Parkin and Dan Sylvester. In seventh position is number 16, which is Capture Motorsport, the TCR cars Will Beach, Andrew Shepherd, Mark Grice, Sylvain Guintoli and Colin Gillespie. In eighth position is number 3, which is Triple A's, which is Andrew Raff, Andrew Etheridge, Phil Nibb and Christopher Etheridge. In ninth position is 51, which is Area Motorsport, with the team of Luke Handley, David Vincent, Rob Baker and Jonathan Packer, and completing the top 10, number 32, which is Datum Motorsport, which is Axel Van Niederveen, Marco Anastasi and Maurizio Sciglio. But we welcome Ian back to the box.
Thanks, Josh. And having been outside, it is most un-Birkett-like weather. I mean, looking out of our quantity box window now, the skies are pretty clear, blue skies, and it is warm as well. It feels more like, I don't know, September than the end of October, if not even a bit more summery than that. It's very pleasant out there, and long may that continue for the remainder of this race. Obviously we have had that one safety car period while I was off duty temporarily, but hopefully no more of those. It was unfortunate that we had that about 15 minutes, wasn't it, of caution period while the tyre barriers were being repaired after Paul Hinson's BMW from the Three Amigos connected with it. That's a shame for that team because there's only 2 Amigos out of Reid and David Drinkwater left.
And they lost about 4 laps, I think, as well. So that's
Yes.
going to put them out of any handicap contention, I would think.
Yes, that's a great shame for them, having been so successful with a couple of handicap wins in the past for that team.
Have a look at Nigel Brown there, who told us it's his 38th season this year, which is quite extraordinary, isn't it? And I think he's been at the Birkett most of those years as well, so great to have him here. He was just on road there with Finn Jones and his Volkswagen Golf.
Yes, I mean, he has been racing in kit cars and sport specials as it's been for about the last decade now. As you say, for nearly 40 years, drive from Birmingham, and he's a typical 750 Motor Club stalwart. He's got into racing that category and he's never come back. What have you spotted?
There's yellow flags into Copse Corner again. We saw the live snatch there a little bit earlier on, so we'll see if similar happens this time. Just out of shot, I think, as Nigel Brown, who we were just talking about, heads into that part of the circuit.
Yes, Dave Goddard, one of our commentary colleagues, commenting on the live stream, he's saying, Sylvain Quintoli, the ex-World Superbike champion, yes, the very same. Hopefully we'll hear from him during the course of the race. So it's one who's experiencing the Birkett, certainly, for the first time. Let's head down to the pit lane. Lewis Fields has got one of the drivers from the Red Rascal team.
Well, the Holly Birkett relay race is a handicap event, and the leader up until for about the first 100 minutes was Red Rascals' William Hayden. William, you did a good first stint with your Mazda.
Yeah, it was a bit sketchy, to be fair. The first hour, I'd say, was a bit scary, really. There was no grip whatsoever, so I was just holding on basically for dear life. Whilst everyone else was spinning off, I was just keeping the car on the track, just keeping banging in consistent laps basically. And yeah, I was pleased to find out when I come in that we were first. I didn't think I was going that well, but just like I say, with these endurance races, just keeping consistent is key. So as long as you're consistent, then you know you're going to be somewhere up in the lead.
Well, I noticed there are 6 cars in your team. Were you doing about an hour each?
Yeah, that's the plan. So 6 drivers, 3 cars, so we're going to do an hour each, and then obviously if we have any issues then we'll be ready. I'll be back in the car right at the end just to do the last stint if anything goes wrong basically. But fingers crossed we have a clean race and we'll see ourselves on the podium at the end of it.
Well, that's the main thing. And Peter Williams, did you say, was out now?
He is now, he's out now, he's just banging in clean laps. Unfortunately he's a little bit slower than me, so we've dropped down to 6th I think now. But still, it's like I say, as long as we don't have any dramas, bang the hours in, we'll see where we finish basically.
And the Mazda, is it fairly reliable?
Oh god, yeah. Yeah. Not like all these other fancy cars. The Mazda's simple. 4 wheels, a motor, none of this electronic ABS and all traction control of that. It's a piece of cake to run, so all you got to do is chuck some fuel in it, bang the right setup and it's easy.
I take it the right foot is the traction control.
It is. It's you got to have a very delicate right foot, especially in the conditions that we had at the start. It was very scary to put the least. So you got a nice and feather of the throttle, and yeah, you're all right basically.
Okay, William, thanks very much, and good luck for the rest of the day.
Cheers, thanks. Cheers.
Thank you very much. So that is it from Radical Rascals here down in pit 9A, not as in the programme 11C. Anyway, back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much indeed, Lewis. So into the 3rd hour of the race now, and certainly good to hear from Red Rascal, who were leading the handicap at one point in the race. They have won with different cars, BMWs in 2018. It wasn't also on the podium in an early year as well, but it's a team that has evolved over the years. Also involved in that team, Peter Williams, Lee Phillips, Russell Clark, Kevin Dengate and Tim Dorr.
See the dark side team here, which is Dan Sylvester out in the Audi TT. I understand the team have got 2 Audi TTs with us this weekend, which normally just have the one, don't we, in the Club Enduro Championship, and that they are still ahead of Capture Motorsport, who Andy was talking about through that stint, and it looks like it's still Colin Gillespie in that car. So it feels like a club enduro race there, doesn't it, at the front of Class B on the scratch results?
It does a little bit, doesn't it? There's a few Club Enduro representatives getting themselves together, and it's good that we have the representation from a lot of the different 750 Motor Club Championships, as well as drivers from other categories that race elsewhere. All very welcome to take on 750 Motor Club membership and join to take part in the Birkett Relay. Yellow flags there halfway along the Hamilton Straight, so someone has presumably gone off at Abbey. That's a static camera we have there, so we can't have a look to see exactly what might have gone on, but someone, it looks like, has gone off to Abbey, the right-hander, which is the first corner on the when the races are being run out of the wing. And now we have the safety car as well, so possibly actually it wasn't into Abbey per se, but flags out for the safety car being called into action. And we've not seen, Josh, what has caused that yet.
No, that's right. It happened at the beginning of hour 2, and now it's happened at the beginning of hour 3, when the safety car periods have occurred. So we'll await to see if we get some information. The safety car's come out. Earlier on, it was interesting, Ian, because the safety car started waving people through, and then it stopped, which I thought was a bit unusual, because normally we just get the safety car out on track, don't we? And then where it comes out, it comes out.
Yes, in the Birkett we don't usually tend to worry about picking up the leader as such, because it's quite difficult to do that. Probably as good a reason as any for not doing that. Safety car out for the time being. We'll see how long it's going to be out for. It's the second time it's appeared during the course of this race, which is still being led at the moment by Team 14, Doris NWH at the moment. And they're a minute and a half at the moment, will be ahead of everyone else, although that might be competitive by the safety car. Second place at the moment is RJ Motorsports 2. Number 30, third, 15, Raw Motorsports, fourth, number 29, RJ Motorsport 1, and Prep and Lay G Sport 5th overall in number 12. As things stand, I think all the first 4 cars now are on the lead lap. I think we're down to 3 on the lead lap at one point, but good stint from Wade Eastwood in the RJ Motorsport 129 has got them back onto the lead lap, I reckon, now. But possibly only just, and I think it possibly the case as well that we might have some teams pitting for driver and car changes at the moment, because a safety car might be an opportunity to do that, Josh.
Yeah, it looks like RJ Motorsports might have done that, because Raw Motorsports are up to second. We saw that positional change, I think, last time in the safety car period, where they made pit stops at different times. But I think, in fact, the Doris car so far ahead, it's only 2 on the lead lap at the moment. But now RJ Motorsport 1, who were 2 laps down, are only 1 lap down.
Yep.
So there's Raw Motorsport, so they're in second place. But as you say, this might bring that gap right down, because it looked like the Doris team were also in that queue. There's bits of something.
Is that like the thing that you could see in the road at...
That was Birkett.
That's Birkett.
This isn't Birkett.
No, it's not. So there's a bit of... There's a bit of turf attached there as well, is there not, by the looks of it? Yeah. Whatever that is, answer on a postcard on the comments on the YouTube live stream, please. And there's a Mini there which has got some trim hanging off it on the right front, so I wonder if that's had an altercation with another driver, another car out there.
So one car that hasn't come through recently in is 64, which is the CMC Motorsport team, the MGs, which last we saw, that was Mark Bellamy, but the team that's also got Cole Green, as well as Jason Hughes, Jason Burgess and Tyler Ballard. But down in the pit lane, in the Rotec Racing garage, I think, is Lewis Bills.
Thank you very much, Josh. Yeah, we've got Rob Lyons here. Rob, you said you haven't been out yet, so you've missed the wet weather. Do you think you're going to catch some dry?
Yeah, hopefully it's going to be dry for the rest of the afternoon. Sun's out, blue skies. Our team's struggling a little bit, but I think we seem to be coming down a bit. The safety car doesn't stay out too long. Hopefully we can get out there and put some good laps in.
So what's the issue with the team then? Got problems?
I think it was just the wet weather, to be honest. Difficult conditions this morning for our first driver. sliding around quite a bit, but we did okay. We definitely pulled forward a few places from the start.
Who started?
James Dalzell, who's in my car as well. We're sharing today.
So when are you going out?
I think after this one here, so I'm going to be last out, but I was just glad that James brought it back in one piece so I can actually get to have a drive today.
Well, that is always a thing if you've got two drivers in a car. If one has an accident, it can shorten everybody else's enjoyment.
Yeah, absolutely. And mechanical breakdowns as well, because the car's not been tested whatsoever. We've just turned up today and hoped for the best, so it's all going okay so far.
Okay, Rob, and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so that's Rob Lyons down here in the Roadtech Racing's BMW Trials, Team 62. That's the action there. Back to you in the commentary.
Thanks, Lewis. And there we can see, I don't think that was necessarily the cause of the safety car, but it's happened since then. And that is one of the pair of TTs that has come to a stop. So that is from Team 48, is it not? Darkside Motorsport.
Yeah, that's right. Last week saw it was Dan Sylvester, wasn't it? At the wheel, this car that on scratch was leading Class B by a small margin over Capture Motorsport. But interesting, it's when the safety car comes out, it seems that car's had the issue here.
Yeah.
Which up to that point hadn't been a problem. Now RJ Motorsport 2 have just lost another place, which, now is that part of a Radical? Always my next question.
Oh, possibly. I mean, we're hearing that there's a car stopped at Abbey was the problem.
That car hasn't come through, has it? RJ Motorsport 2. Yeah, its last lap was a quick one. I think it was Charles Hall in Liam Morell's car, and that looked a little bit like the colour of the Morell Radical.
It did.
So we'll wait and see if that car does reappear. But they've dropped to 4th place now, which actually means the Doris team's a lap ahead of the rest. So Doris NWH lead by a full lap for the first time.
So that's Team 30, so possibly if Lewis can hear us, he might want to head down to the RJ Motorsport garage, RJ Motorsport 2, to see what the mood's like there, because we think it's possibly their driver, Charles Hall, that's been the initiator of this safety car period. Now we've got 3 marshals on the case, so the Audi is moving. It took more than one to get it away, but the question is what do they do in the next hour? Well, the cavalry is on the way.
Yeah, and you see more bits of car are being carried by the marshals in the background at Abbey Corner.
Yes, they're building a Radical, I think, aren't they? up at that marshal's post.
Yeah, I'm sure that is the problem, because there's 8 minutes now between 4th and 5th, so that suggests that RJ Motorsport 2 haven't been around the circuit for the last 8 minutes.
Yeah.
So that's another drama for one of the contenders here. And there's been a few. There's that Mini, that's got a bit of trim off the side of the car as well. So it's a busy place, isn't it? Even at the full Silverstone Grand Prix circuit with 70 cars. And I guess making it more tricky now, Ian, because we've got this dry racing line but damp offline, makes actually overtaking even more sketchy than it probably would earlier when everything was damp.
Yes, absolutely. It's tricky, isn't it? Because the drivers will need to judge the grip as they are going past slower cars as well. And so we will keep an eye on that. We've got the handicap positions after 2 hours. They've just been published, so that was about 15 minutes ago. But Josh, do you want to give us the rundown on the handicap positions after 2 hours?
But still, Mazda Misfits leading 69. That's on 2 bulletins that they've been ahead. So that's the Simon Walker Hansel, Stephen Rees, Alex Wilkinson Hughes, William Pickard, Nico Favreau, and James McCann team of Mazda MX-5s. In 2nd place is Triple A's Racing, Team 3, who are one of the ones quite high up on the overall as well. So that's the Lotus of Andrew Raff and the BMWs of Andrew Etheridge and Christopher Etheridge, and the Stayat there of Phil Knibb. But some dramas there in the pit lane, you thought.
Yeah, that was the car that right in the early stage of the race, the Matthew Stunning car that had its bonnet flip up and damaged the screen. So it doesn't look like that car's going to get back out into the race, unfortunately.
Continuing down in 3rd place, number 1, the RAF Team Flywheel, the team of previous winners, Chris Slater and his Peugeot, the Honda of Alex Smith, the Ford of Simon Frowen, and the BMW of David Russell. In 4th place is 58, the Army Sports Car team of Tom Sykes and his BMW, Blair Thompson's Honda, and the Mazdas of Alex Rivette and Doug Inglis. In 5th position is 21, which is DH Racing, Danny Hobson's team, which is Joe Jessup, Dan Chapman, Jeff Humphreys and Joe McMullen in their Honda Civics. In 6th position is 54, the first of the Z Cars team, although it's got that Alfa Romeo part of it, Barry McMahon, but also the BMW Z4s of Darren Duke, Steve Wood and Chris Murphy. In 7th place is 59, which is the Royal Navy team, which is Adam Jewis and his BMW, Sebastian Unwin's a similar car, and the Mazdas of Gareth Moss and Simon Vernon. In 8th position is 34, which is TSR, the Volkswagens of Mark Jones, Rob Ellick, Tony Rogers and Finn Jones. In 9th position is 55, the Breakdancers team, which is the Caterhams of Alan Curtis, Harry Err and Tim Still. And then completing the top 10 is 43, which is the Random Racers team of Andy Gay's BMW, the Lotus of Ben McCauley, William Hornsey's Peugeot and the BMW of Ed Christie.
And in the meantime, the race has got back underway, so green flags are waving. I think it was that debris, certainly maybe a car that needed to be cleared up there at Abbey. So the safety car was only out for around about 10 minutes that time, something like that. And we're back into racing again. We've just given you the handicap positions after 2 hours. We'll keep you updated on that every half hour or so. As far as Scratch is concerned, yes, Doris NWH, Team 14 now well out in front of this race from the 15 car and now the 30 car, which is the one that we think was involved in that safety car. That's dropped down to 4th then, because up into 5th, I should say. Up into 4th place has gone number 12, which is the Prep and Lay G Sport team. But we're going to go back down to the pit lane once again. Lewis Beals has got more for us down there.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yes, we're down here in the Mini Kievs 1 and 2. From Team 1, we've got Kevin Fulbrook. Good afternoon, Kevin.
Good afternoon.
And also, we've got Paul Clothier. Hello, Paul.
Hello, hello.
Right, we've just been chatting here while we've been off there. But Paul, you were just telling me how difficult the conditions were this morning. And how many spins did you record?
I think there was probably 4, maybe 5, potentially 6. So it's very slippery out there, very slippery, and way above my talent.
So what are the issues with the minis?
Lack of talent. I can't say they're poorly prepared because Kevin prepares them all, so the car's fine. It's me.
Definitely, Kevin. Yeah, you're being more serious. We were just talking about safety cars. We were talking about when the really wet year was 2018. No safety cars. We had 1 safety car last year for a very brief time. We've had several now. Conditions aren't good, are they?
No, the conditions aren't good. It is really, really slippery out there. And sometimes you'll go into the corner, you'll lean on it and it's all good. Do it the next time round and it's gone. It is really, really slippery. It's starting to dry up now, but at the moment it's really tricky.
And especially if you have to lap traffic offline.
Yeah, definitely. As soon as you've done that, your tyres cool down so quickly here, and then you just end up spinning in the next corner or losing grip anyway.
What's it like when you have a safety car situation? What are the things you've got to look out for as a driver?
The speed of the other cars, because when you catch up with the back train of the safety car, they just suddenly all close up really quickly, and you've got to be sharp on the brakes because they just suddenly come to a dead stop. And you've got to sit there and warm the tyres up as much as possible because each one, as soon as you go, you just are like you're going to end up like slipping again or spinning again as you get to the first corner.
So Paul. So we were talking about heating up the rear tyres, which is I take it the problem with the front wheel drive cars.
Pretty much so. I think the tyre pressures were okay, but when I came in, the rears were actually warmer than the fronts. So I think we need to just increase the front tyre pressures by a little bit, and maybe not the back a bit, but we should be fine for the next stint.
So while we're talking about it, who's actually in the lead, 1 or 2?
We are.
So that's 2.
2, they're up the 2s.
Kevin, that's not good because you prepare the cars.
No, it's not good, is it? No. I mean, especially in last year. Last year we came second, so it just depends. We spun out on the first lap on here, so that knocked us down a long way. We're trying to come back, and now we've just had another bit of damage as well in another car, so it's not got to our luck this time.
Yeah, second last year in the handicap, but not looking so good.
Not so good this time, no. It's the Birkett. Anything goes, isn't it? You never know what's going to happen to you, what's going to happen to any of the cars.
Okay, Kevin, Paul, thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you.
Bye.
Okay, and back to you in the commentary position. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lewis. Meanwhile, conditions certainly are drying out, Josh, because we've just seen a couple make that 3 in a row fastest laps. The 2 we had seen have gone to Team 29, which is RJ Motorsport 1, but now the best lap of the race has gone to the race leading team, Team 14.
Yeah, that's right, a 2:06.3, which is less than 2 seconds outside what I reckon the lap record is, which was a 2:04.45 last year from Simon Freeman. But that was in the Radical SR10, which is the bigger engined car. So with this year, we're looking at those 4 Radical teams. I'd say that's the highest quality of driver we've had in the Radicals at the Birkett, possibly ever. So having quick drivers in most of those cars. See, Ash Hicklin's out there for RJ Motorsport 2 now after that problem that the team car had a little bit earlier on.
And who do we think is in Team 14 and Team 29 at the moment? Is it still Wade Eastwood out there for 29?
Might be, and it was Shane Stoney who we last saw in 14, unless they changed in that safety car period. See the Capture Motorsport Golf here, which I think is 16B at the moment, which is the car driven by Andrew Shepherd, who we saw racing Club Enduro this year in the Lotus. So he's converted over now to a TCR car, as so many people have done. But the Volkswagen Golf here, and that's the car that he shares with Sylvain Guintoli, the World Superbike champion. Just get that confirmed as that car comes closer. I think it's B at the moment, isn't it?
Yes.
So that's Shepherd, Andy Shepherd at the moment, driving the Motul liveried car.
Right, on to more important matters, Josh. The latest in the prediction competition. Sadly, not too many public entries, so it's really between the 4 of us in the comms team and Luke are the Alpha Live Supremo, to give him his official title, and Samantha Stoney as well, who's also joined in. I have to say, at the minute, we're joint leaders. 90 points apiece, you and I.
It's almost like we've been doing more 750 Motor Club meetings
well,
than
yeah.
the rest.
There's a danger people will think we know what we're talking about. Andy McEwen and Samantha Stoney both have 80 points. Lewis Beals has 60 points, and Luke Austin only 50 points.
That's why he produces the coverage, rather than
obviously, it's a spinner. And it's a Mini. Fancy that after the interview that we've just heard. And that is Mini Kiev's 2, and he's at 27D at the moment, which is Matthew Shears, I think. If I can read all that away on my entry list. And he has got a black cross on a yellow background on the back of his car.
So Mini's obviously not the most easy cars to drive around Silverstone at the moment. Quite glad mine's not going anywhere then. But hopefully they're enjoying themselves nevertheless. There's the other one with quite a bit of damage actually, isn't it? So it's not going well for Mini Kievs.
Yeah, at first it looked like it was just a bit of trim, wasn't it? But that's had a heavy dint in the door, hasn't it? The 26C.
John Wyatt at the wheel.
Yeah.
But yeah, they said they had contact, but yeah, that was quite a bit of contact, obviously. Yeah. Unfortunately for them, but the car's still running, so they continue on their way. As they've got a bit of clear track ahead. Sounds like there's a V8 car out there by the sounds of the Alpha Live sound effects.
Certainly does. We can hear the effects mic very clearly at this part of the circuit. That is a heavy dent in the door, isn't it? I'm sure he'll have felt that. Will the driver, John Wyatt, 26.
Helpfully, his name's in big letters on the side of the car, which makes life easier for us.
Exactly. And I can see just in the background of shot there's at least one Radical about to come through.
Looks like there might have been Hicklin.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing.
He just it looks like around them as well as that BMW that I spotted earlier on in the assembly area, which looks quite exciting. Slippery surface flags down here. Yeah, here it is. It's 36C, I think.
Oh, and Ash Hickins has lost it in Team 30A. That's Ash Hickins that's gone round in the Radical. He's got his car, his team back up to 4th position, ahead of Prep and Lay, but has spun out and he's going to lose time and possibly the position again there. He tries to get back into the race.
The BMW that I was mentioning he was around was Paul Bryden's M3 Solution F, the former Northern sports car champion. Quite an exciting BMW. Not so exciting though for Ash Hicklin. Having that spin. Ash Hicklin, who this year was a double winner in his class here at Silverstone in the Bike Sports Championship.
as we can go back on board here, going through Birkett's. Well, I think it's Matthew Welford in his Toyota MR2.
Yeah, in the Don't Hang About entry. And he's just heading on to the hang straight by the looks of it, to continue in his car. So that's Matthew Welford in team 31A, and he just having a look at his background. It's the first time he's done the Birkett relay. Oh, and we've now lost an MX-5. It's a Mark IV.
This is
I'm afraid.
Andrew Pretorius.
That's 41C. Yep, Andrew Pretorius. He has lost it, I'm afraid, into the gravel at the Vale.
We saw the slippery surface flags, we saw the spin from Ash Hicklin, so obviously this part of the track in particular is difficult, but the marshals are going to try and get that car out, but those rear wheels
are going to get
well
faced with
buried.
the gravel, aren't they? That's the problem they're going to get there. Andy Pretorius, who's been racing in the Truck Attack Race Club, he's been racing since 2015, mostly with Max 5 in the Armed Forces Race Challenge, and he's hoping to continue to race in Mark 4s next year. But let's head down to the pit lane once again, and I think it's Team 31 we're going to hear from with Lewis.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yeah, we're just passing on. I saw Maxine Nichols. Good afternoon, Maxine. Afternoon. How's your day gone?
Lovely. What's going on with the weather? It's been a while. It's been a while since we've seen blue skies at the Birkett, I think.
Yeah, it can be tricky here at Silverstone, can't it?
It can, definitely. Do you know what, though? It's still slippery out there in places. Just sort of 2-3 laps before the end of my stint, I was like, yes, it's drying, it's not so greasy, and it was my time over.
Yeah, so I hear you're not going to race with pink next year.
Do what?
I thought you were not going to race with pink.
I'm not. I'm going to use like a Tiffany blue. So it's going to be black and Tiffany blue. It's fading really bad, and it's too much of a girly pink now that I need to change it.
Still going to run with the MR2s?
Yeah, definitely. It just feels like home, really. So yeah, I'll definitely be back. Haven't done terribly this year, but unfortunately I had a little bit of an incident on the start at Alton Park, which messed up my championship a little bit. But I've had fun. I've had some good races.
Okay. So you were telling me you were stacked up behind the safety car until the end of your stint. Not a good place to be.
No. So I realised we were third, and then there was me and my opponent Jim, and we're very similar pace at the last few races, and our teammates were bang on next to each other, so they came in at the same time and we left at the same time, and we had a slower car in front of us both, and obviously once the safety car had come in, everybody that had bunched up just went hell for leather, and I felt like I was going backwards.
Yeah, that's the difficulty, isn't it, here at the Birkett, because the safety car just picks anybody up.
It does, and I looked around today and I thought I felt like it was a more level playing field with some smaller engined cars, but I tell you, it didn't feel like it out there. I came in and they were like, did you enjoy it? I was like, it's soul destroying. But hopefully my second session I might get in the mix of things. So.
Okay, Maxine, good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the nice weather.
We will. Thank you very much, and back to you, Ian, in the studio.
Thanks, Lewis, and good to hear from Maxine. Still, that Andy Pretorius MX-5 Mark IV is stuck in the gravel trap. Hopefully that's not a metaphor, and that means that the safety car is back out.
Yeah, perhaps, though I think they can do live snatches, or traditionally at the Vale. I think with those cars spinning and we saw the slippery surface flags, probably not the best place to do that under local yellows. So therefore, safety car is necessary. Again, we had two in quite quick succession this time, and you can see the field starting to bunch up behind the 750 Motor Club safety car. And interestingly, they've picked up one of the cars we were talking about doing well in the handicap, which is the Red Rascal team of Lee Phillips at the wheel at the moment. So potentially not helping their cause. But like I was saying to Andy, Ian, because there's so many cars, if you're the back of the train, it's not exactly a great place to be either.
That's right. Now, did I see 44B, I think, in the second slot, which should be Toby Partridge there in the Too Fast, Too Furious team of BMW 116s.
Is that Adam Reed's Free Amigos car with some damage?
Yes, he's been graunched on the front, hasn't he? So he's had had some dramas as well. So that team's already lost Paul Hinson, former MR2 champion during the course of this race, and obviously they're twice handicap winners. I don't think they're going to be doing that today.
Both Hinson and Reed have put this 6-cylinder engine in their cars for this year, and it's potentially not worked out as well as the standard 4 cylinders had in those 2 successful seasons.
No, that's right. Ford 4K there as well, which is good to see that out. Sort of, almost at the opposite end of the scale from some of the radicals that we see. Of course, the situation here will be that they'll try and find a gap in the traffic to get this vehicle recovered. But when you've got 70 cars, and you can see that the leading cars there, they are past the wing. It's quite difficult to get the gap in the traffic to get the recovery done. Because also you have Marshall getting a broom ready there, so maybe there's some debris or something that he wanted to sweep up off the circuit as well.
Yeah, they would have noticed all those cars going off there, so perhaps just checking the track is okay. Nothing's been put down. I guess that's the slowest corner really on the lap, isn't it? Coming from the high-speed sections. So part of the track where you have to get the car slowed down.
So Team 14 still out there in front of this race. More than a lap clear of everybody else. That's the Doris NWH team. And then it's Raw Motorsports second, RJ Motorsports 1 and 2, third and fourth respectively, then Preppenlay and G-Sport fifth. Then the first of the non-Class D cars, so it's then the Class B cars that are up next. Then you've got the Triple A's racing. Team 3 that are in 6th position. That's Rath, Etheridge, Nib and Etheridge, so Andrew and Christopher Etheridge there. They are in 6th place overall.
Yes, they've moved up, haven't they? Because they were behind Capture and Darkside.
Yes.
Darkside didn't lose as much time as they might have done with that problem. But
no, because again, presumably they saw the stream.
Yeah, sure.
And they saw their car stationary, and very quickly they'll have got another car out there.
And traditionally, Darkside have their own live stream as well, don't they? Which
yes.
would help even more.
Absolutely right. So they'll be very quickly getting their cars back.
Of course, they went well last year, didn't they? And then the car broke with about half an hour to go, if you remember the Volkswagen. So Darkside looking to improve on last year. Now the Snatch Tractor is down there at Vale. You can see the marshals that Ian mentioned with the brooms. So while we're under the safety car, let's head down to Triple A's Racing, who we were talking about, with Lewis Bills, who's in the pits again.
Yeah, thank you guys. I'm down here in Triple A's Racing. Andrew Rath. Andrew, you were supposed to be down in your Lotus Europa, but no, you had troubles, I believe.
Yeah, a bit of engine trouble. Spark plug went missing yesterday, so I've jumped in the Seat, qualified that this morning, and luckily I've got a teammate who's willing to share his car, so yeah.
So you're shown with Philip Nib?
Yes, that's right, with Phil Nib, yeah.
And Andrew Etheridge and Chris Etheridge are sharing the BMW, which is behind us right at this moment.
Yeah, that's it, with Red M3 right behind us. That's going to go out next. Obviously he's only got 2 cars. Phil's going to try and extend this stint as long as he can, and we'll crack on with the BMW and try and do the same thing, and I'll jump in the Seat at the end.
Oh, that's good. Anything happens to one of the cars, that's going to be tight, isn't it?
Very tight. We are trying to keep our sort of noses clean and sort of behave ourselves, but it's going all right at the moment, but it's only just past halfway, so you know.
At the 2-hour mark, you were second on handicap, so you're doing something right.
Yeah, clearly, yeah. Well, I've mainly sat in the pits and watched at the moment, so obviously that helps. Yeah.
So at the moment, Phil is out at the moment.
Yeah, Phil Nib's out at the moment. He's doing really good times. His fastest lap times he's just done, so he's getting quicker and quicker, which we like, and just needs to continue it really. Solid stint, will be good to go.
So the BMW will go next, then you?
Correct, yeah, that's it.
Well, that's probably the easiest way if there's only 2 cars.
You don't have much choice really, it's either that or sort of stand around waiting, yeah. Cool.
Have you done the Birkett many times?
Yeah, we did. We finished last year. I think we got third in Class D last year, so we had a good run last year. We've done it 4 or 5 years in a row. We've sort of the same drivers, different team personnel, but yeah, we've had a good run at it this year. I think it feels good so far, and we had a good result last year, so we enjoy it. It's a good way to finish the season.
Okay, Andrew, thanks very much for that, and best of luck for the rest of the day.
Okay, take care. Cheers. Cheers, guys.
And thank you to Andrew, and back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much indeed. So this is where the incident was that caused the safety car there at the Vale. And you can see now that is some cement, a line of cement just has been put down on the circuit, and so that's possibly what caught first Ash Hicklin and then Andy Pretorius out. Ultimately Pretorius it was that got stuck in the gravel trap there. So hopefully we will be green flag racing at the end of this lap, Josh.
Yeah, looks that way. So therefore the Mark IV MX-5 racing team may have lost some time with that drama there. The other drivers in that team are Ben Taylor and Paul Sheard, so just the three of those latest generation of Mazda MX-5. I actually saw Brian Chandler last weekend. He said he was supposed to be doing it, but he managed to get out of it. He said so he'd left just the three team cars there, and one of them in the gravel, but shouldn't have much damage, should it? So once that car's back into the paddock area, I would think that should be able to run again before the end if that's needed. So the safety car lights we expect to go out, and it's still probably two of the slowest cars right at the front, isn't it? Because you've got the Mark 1 Mazda MX-5 and the BMW 116. So they, like Maxine Nichols said earlier, they're going to have cars coming past them at some rate, I suspect. But that's all part of this event, and for some of the Radical teams, they're towards the back of this queue, so they'll be working their way through. I think the only one towards the front is Ash Hicklin, who's the one trying to play catch-up.
I had a comment on the YouTube feed saying, is that Jimmy Broadbent on commentary? And I'm tempted to say yes, because that would probably help our viewer numbers. Right, 3 hours, 22 minutes of this race left to go, and the safety car is coming in at the end of this lap. It's the third safety car intervention we've had during the course of this race, and we'll go back green flag racing again. For how long? Who knows? But certainly that fluid that had been dropped down at the Vale will have been dressed now, and we'll be able to go back racing again under normal conditions, and we'll see no doubt some of the quicker cars like the Radicals coming through the queue of traffic here. I think I've seen Hicklin's car through, but no more. There's a big sort of gap in the line there, isn't there, Josh?
Yeah, there was, for whatever reason. Perhaps some cars making their way into the pit lane. See here, that's the BMW that's in 5th place, isn't it? The Prep and Lay team. And that looked rather like James Card's car, I'd suggest, which would be 12C. Very experienced front-running BMW driver. As the field work their way then onto the hangar straight, and James Card coming through the order in the best of the production type cars. But as I sort of noticed earlier they're one of the few of those teams that have elected to run slick or racing wet tyres. Most other car teams are in Class B, aren't they, for the List 1 tyres?
Yes, that's right.
Good to have these big BMWs, quick cars, not that much lower than the Radicals really, are they? Especially at the start of the race, they got, I think, up to 4th at one stage.
Yeah, no, in those conditions they would have come into their own a little bit, relatively speaking, compared to the Radicals, I think. But they'll probably fall a bit further back in the drive. But as you can see from this shot, it illustrates it quite well. Offline, it really is quite damp still, isn't it? There's almost like 2 lanes of dry line, isn't there, down the Hamilton Straight underneath the glass footbridge there.
Yeah, so many different lines are being taken. Obviously, that means it probably dries the track quicker than it would do on a normal race day. Then we're going to go 4 abreast up towards Abbey Corner, which, I think the driver in the Golf thought that wasn't a great idea and backed out of it, which I think was pretty wise.
I think I'd agree with that. So, just watching cars at the moment come through the village section
There's the leader in, which I think is now Roger Bromley at the wheel by the looks of it, in the car that Mark Williams drove earlier. So the ex Briscoe Formula 1 stock car driver and Radical champion leads the way on his return, as he was telling us earlier. And something is totally different to what he's done in the past.
Yeah, and it's great to have him on the grid and enjoying taking part in this race and doing very well in it as well by the looks of it. Here's a good little scrap going on for track position at the moment. It involves the number 33 Golf. That's one of the TSR performance cars. In fact, it's car A as well, which is now they changed their numbers around, didn't they? So that's Tony Rogers out in that car at the moment.
He's just trying to get past Nick Charlier in the Honda Civic for MJ Motorsport, but couldn't. And they're soon going to have a couple of Radicals come past them. That'll probably happen on the way down towards Beckett's, I would think. And it's Roger Bromley goes round the outside of the pair of them. He's got the Honda, but the Volkswagen he has to duck in behind. And then the second of the Radicals is which one? Couldn't quite work it out. But it looks like we could have a lap now between first and second, then lap between second and third. But we'll try and get confirmation. Oh, is it the Raw car? Yeah, so this is Raw Motorsports trying to get back onto the lead lap, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed. And up the inside into Stowe Corner relatively easily. So you wonder if they knew that that was not for track position. Roger Bromley in the 14 car that's leading the race. And we work out who's out in the 15 car at the moment. Very hard to see the letters on these Radicals. They're not as big as the letters on some of the other cars, so it's hard to spot which one's which.
I think it could be Ben Stone, because that looks a bit like his car that I would have seen raced last month at Donington in their championship finale. He went quite well there, so Ben Stone, another quick driver in 15C. And now Roger Bromley's trying to get back that lap again as they go through the loop section of the track. And there's the car that's in third place. So yeah, there's a lap between first and second, and a lap between second and third now, Ian.
Yeah, so it's fairly well spread out in terms of overall positions then on scratch, but anything can still happen. Of course, it only takes a problem for a car and then another problem for the next car in quick succession to throw a team strategy into chaos. We've seen that happen before in the Birkett 6-hour relay race, of course, but yeah, first three cars now all on different laps at the moment. There's the 15 car picking its way through traffic, now ahead on the road temporarily of the number 14 car of the overall race leader on scratch, who is about to come through and complete his 63rd lap.
Looks like there was a stop-go penalty board out there, but didn't quite work out who that was for. Looked like they just lapped, I think it's Ryan Parkin, who's gone out in the Volkswagen Golf for Darkside Motorsport, the team that run in 8th position currently. But the leaders have gone through. But as Ash Hicklin got to the front of that queue, he's lapping over 10 seconds faster than the three in front in the 2:08. So the traffic makes so much difference to the lap times here in this race. But it looks like Ben Stone is pulling clear of Roger Bromley, so therefore he's got, what, 2 minutes, 2.25 minutes to try and claw that gap in. So I guess Roger's not too concerned about that at this stage as he turns his way through Stowe Corner. He was telling me earlier, in a clear lap in testing, he was pretty close. But the racecraft, after having a few years away and actually doing nothing like this before in a single mate radical series, you don't lap cars terribly often. It's a totally different thing, isn't it, compared to drivers who have done the Birkett before, like his teammate Shane Stoney.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Right, Josh, it is an event completely unlike any other, and a unique challenge. And it's always interesting that drivers, you think, oh, they've had quite a bit of experience, they've been around a while, but they are coming out to do it for the first time. Rob Garofal, another case in point.
See Tyler Ballard, no, it's Jason Burgess, isn't it, in that ZR. Jason Burgess goes through who finished second this year in the Class A of the MG Trophy, was a 7-time race winner there. He's just gone past the Porsche of Daniel Crago. But down the pit lane, Lewis Bills has found the Army Sports Car team.
Thanks very much, guys. Well, I'm down here with Blair Thompson from the Army Sports Car Racing. 4th place on handicap, Blair. That's a good run.
Yeah, not too bad. We had a good first stint. I was out in the first stint of it, just picking our way through the field, really. Got past a couple of veteran teams and the Navy team, and then the RAF were in front of us, and I took my opportunity to get past them. So when we went past them, it was just maintaining that gap, and then safety car happened, and it was all about trying to maintain it as best as we could over that. But we've got rear-wheel drive cars now. But the idea of putting me out in a front-wheel drive car was to obviously deal with that in the wet. So
yeah, who's out for the moment for you?
So it's Dougie Inglis that's out at the minute, and then he's going to do another little bit, probably another 20 minutes or so, and then kind of come in and switch to BMW. It's out next, so yeah.
So a little bit of playing around with who's go where coming into play. Bit of tactics.
Yeah, we had to shuffle around this morning because it was wet and greasy. Put me out first because of the front wheel drive car, and then we've stacked it, so got the MX-5s and then the BMWs coming into the rear, so it's faster cars picking up the hopefully dry track. Hopefully we could pick up again the place back up on the RAF, and then hopefully pip into maybe 3rd or 2nd depending on the handicap position. So yeah.
Yes, because there's just a little bit of rivalry between the RAF, the Navy and the Army, just a shade.
Yeah, just a shade, yeah. I mean, they are really successful, obviously, the RAF. They've won this, a countless number of times, so it is important to beat them, but it's a good banter and good rivalry within the paddock, so it's good.
And are all the crew are all your crew from the Army?
In our team, yeah, so the Army Sports Car Racing one, it's all serving soldiers. We've got a veterans, Army veterans team as well that running today. But that's actually, it was going to be an Army veteran solely, but it's now changed to Armed Forces, so we've got a couple of other guys in there as well. But yeah, good competition out there as always, so yeah, it's great.
Okay, have you got another stint scheduled or not?
Potentially at the end, so it depends how the other 2 cars do. One of the 330s potentially carrying an issue, so we'll just wait and see how that pans out, and then if there's space to get me out in a second stint, then great, I'll jump at the opportunity.
Okay, Blair, thanks very much, and best of luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you, and back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Lewis. And what have we got? 3 hours, 11 minutes to go, so coming up towards the halfway mark. Still under green flag conditions here at Silverstone at the moment in this 72nd running of the Birkett 6-hour relay race. And under clear skies now, it's drying circuit, but still damp offline. It is still Doris NWH Team 14 that are leading the way by a lap, pretty much from anybody else, just under a lap, but that's the leading team. It is Radical Teams 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th at the moment, and then the 5th place team is Team 12 Preppenlay G-Sport with their BMWs, and then 6th is the AAA's Racing squad of BMWs and the Seat Leon as well. So 3 hours 10 minutes to go, Josh, and it's still obviously a wide open race as far as the handicap is concerned.
Yeah, that's right. We're just waiting for our latest bulletin. I'm sure I'll be coming through shortly, but that is going to run, isn't it, right to the checkered flag. But ever so busy out on the circuit as it always is. Here coming down the down into Brooklands, down the Wellington Straight.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, it looks like there's still 70 teams running out there. I don't think we've lost anyone completely yet. Even the team in 70th position, Semprini Racing, they have continued to rack up laps, though they've done 49 laps to the leader's 65, so 16 laps behind at the moment.
I guess that's what you'd kind of expect, wouldn't you? Because there's some cars, I think, with at least 30 credit laps, and we're almost halfway through. Here is Ash Hicklin, who's now caught the back of the train of cars after setting those quick lap times. The driver in 4th place, and just behind are one of the Ginetta G56s. The team of them with, I think it's Data Motorsport, is it not, who are running those? Yeah, the Axel Van Niederveen, Marco Anastasio and Maurizio Sciglio team. They're running in the side of the top 10 on scratch, and great to have those cars here, brand new cars basically, that run within the Ginetta GT Academy. And that car's just fighting with some of the Caterhams at the moment, including Barry White there in his Caterham Supersport, who's at the front of that little train of cars. They're 3 pretty quick cars there together, but the Ginetta and the Caterham, both British sports cars here, but very different types of car.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ginetta, having recently announced they will be taking their championships to support the British GT Championship primarily for next season. A problem for another Mazda there.
John Stack.
It's John Stack in 56E, but he's got his car going again. That's a car with the Italian tricolore striped over the middle of the car. That was down at the Vale that he had his issues, but he's back into the race once again. Yes, the Ginetta's switching from the Toka package to run with British GT for next season. I suppose that does have some logic behind it. There is a ladder of progression towards British GT there.
Yeah, and the Ginetta G56, all those cars are based on. Ginetta, I think, already announced that they're going to run a number of those cars with the V8 GT4 car in British GT next year. This is Malcolm Ediston in his Toyota MR2, the Don't Hang About team, the team run by Rogue Motorsport. And he goes up a gear, then back down a gear into Abbey Corner. And then thinks about going back up a gear, thinks about it. No, he's not going to go up a gear in.
No. So there he is at Village round the hairpin. He goes. We go back on board with him now as he goes through this complex, which shortly will bring him back onto the Wellington Straight, back onto the national part of the circuit, the northern end of the Silverstone campus. That's the 13 car out there as well, and that is the Club Racing UK team. That's Cameron Bell out there at the moment in the Page and Kirk backed car, back on board with Malcolm, who's signalling, I think, for someone to pass him on his left.
Do you reckon they can see it?
I don't know. There's a car there, and it is the, I think that's Scriven's Ginetta, is it? The Everett Ginetta, is it not?
Yeah, the V8 car that we could hear earlier.
Yeah.
You can see it now. So I should think that's one of the quicker cars on the circuit at the moment. That's in the proper British GT's team, isn't it? We were talking about British GT earlier on. And you can hear the V8 engine that's in that car, not standard, as they accelerate through Cox Corner. Other cars, you hear their tyres more than the engine.
That's right, that's right. Here's the Ginetta, the Radical, I should say, coming through.
Good to see still quite a lot of British sports cars in this race. I mentioned the Ginettas, the Caterhams, Radicals as well.
Yeah.
Tyler Ballard is out there now, isn't he, in his MG ZR. He was race winner this year in the MG Trophy, and he just lapped the Peugeot there of William Hornty. I think that was. He was a hot hatch regular.
I can see that Run Baby Run, we just saw that on our timing tower there. They're back up to 15th position. They're just fallen behind. That's the team of Sports Specials drivers. That's Team 10. I'm not sure who's out for them at the moment. Was it Nigel Brown last time we saw? There is 18F, and that is the Clio of Justin Ross, is it? In the Clio. Had a little moment up there at Club Corner.
Yeah, that's the ex-Dan Gibson car, isn't it?
That's right.
Raced formerly in the Clio series. There's a great mix of cars come through here into Stoke Corner. At the front of it is Sarge Sofashari with his BMW, who I think in the past has worked on the 750 Club Rescue Unit.
He has indeed, and normally races this car in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship with the 750 Motor Club.
Not sure where the Honda was going there.
A different line. Not quite sure what that was all about on the way into Club Corner. Either way, probably going to get past the BMW before too much longer, is he? Going to have the inside line. It's team 46. And who's out for them at the moment? If we can we work that out?
It was Nick Charlie, eh?
Yeah, see, it was a few moments ago, wasn't it? Yeah, 46C. The Caterhams mixed in here as well.
There you've got Tim Steele in the Caterham 310R, which is sort of the highest rank of Caterham motorsport ladder before you get to the British Championship cars, which will be racing here at Silverstone on the British Touring Car Package next year.
That's right, yes, that was announced in the week, wasn't it, that there'd be a guest slot to the BTCC, taking up some of the slots vacated by Ginetta.
And they're changing clubs as well for this year, which is interesting.
Yes, moving to BARC from BRSCC for 2023. So, coming up to the midway point of this race, see the sun glinting off the damp circuit in this Birkett 6-hour relay race. Hello, if you've just joined us on the live stream produced by Alpha Live. And you're very welcome to join us here. And if you're at the circuit as well, enjoying the great British weather at Silverstone for this 6-hour relay race, hello to you. It's good to hear from Josh that there was a race meeting for the first time. What a meeting to choose. I hope they're enjoying their day.
Yeah, I understand that the child came to the museum on a school trip recently and enjoyed himself, so his mum thought, let's go racing properly. So I hope they're having a good time. I showed them around a little bit while I had some time off earlier. He's got a 750 mile club badge now to wear to school next week.
Yeah, half term over. So, in terms of the race and what's going on at the moment, I mean, it is in a bit of a holding pattern. Have we got the 2.5 hour bulletin yet? No, we've not. I just had a look for that a moment ago because we'd like to give you the update on the handicap positions before too much longer, but they haven't as yet appeared on our downloads.
See, Phil Nibb is still going in that Seat. That's a long stint he's had, and he's got the car up to 6th position on scratch, and he's a long way now ahead of Capture Motorsport, who he was behind not that long ago. So he's done a good job here, and they were well up on handicap when we last saw them.
One of the Z4s there, which one is that? I couldn't quite spot the number.
I think the genetic's probably a bit easier to work out. That's the G20, so that'd be Luke Plummer, I think it is. In the more standard, I think, G20. And the Z4 tries to come up the inside into Village. But Lewis Fields is down at Capture Motorsport there in the pit lane.
Thank you very much, Ian. It's Sylvain Guinteri, who's running with Capture Motorsport in car 16. Sylvain, World Superbike Champion 2014. Welcome to the Birkett.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, actually. We're having fun, trying the TCR car for the first time, so it's been great. We had a bit of a test day yesterday, gone really well. So yeah, loads of fun today.
Yeah, well, so the lines, are the lines on a motorbike, a race bike and a race car similar?
Well, kind of. I mean, we were talking about it yesterday, actually. The TCR car, because it's front-wheel drive and the way you brake and kind of like tipping the car in with the like trap braking, that is very similar to what we do with the bikes. You know, brake hard immediately and then trap brake to the apex. So yeah, in that respect, there's actually quite a lot of similarities. But then again, you know, you got a bit more weight, a lot less horsepower or power to weight ratio anyway. So it's a bit different, but it's great fun. Yeah, great fun to be on 4 wheels, trying something a bit different. And I've not ridden on track on 4 wheels for a little while, so it's great to pick the reflex back up.
Well, that's good. And yeah, because TCRs they're great looking cars, aren't they? And you know, it's good to see you here. So the Birkett, obviously, it's a bit of a unique sort of race. Do you have anything like this in France?
I don't think so. I think the first time I heard about the event was my best mate was entered the race, so we decided to go at it together. I think it's great because you can get together with your mates, share the drive, enjoy the day, and the handicap system makes it so all the cars can be competitive. So yeah, it's a unique race, and the way it works, in my opinion, is that you can come with your mates, have a lot of fun, enjoy yourself on track.
Well, that's the main thing, isn't it? I take it you must be sharing with Andrew Shepherd.
Yes, I am. Yeah. Andrew's been a good mate for many years now. He's just going into cars as well, and hopefully we can do a little bit more next year as well.
Are we going to see you out to do some more four-wheel racing?
I don't know, maybe, yeah. I still race in the World Endurance Championship motorbikes, so I'll still be doing that next year. But it's only 4 events, so if I can find some free weekends, because I also do all the races, MotoGP races as a consultant for BT Sport. So if I can find some free time, I'll definitely be back.
So you're a busy man then.
Yeah, really busy, yeah.
And Dalmasso, right, so I have to compliment you on your English, it's pretty good.
Yeah, thanks. Well, I've been here 20 years, so there's no merit really. So yeah, the English is almost like second nature now.
All right, Sylvain, thanks very much, and enjoy your session.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and back to you in the studio.
Thanks very much to Lewis Beals, and we've got Andy McEwen back with us in the commentary box. Josh has gone off to take a break. And if you enjoyed your hour's break there, and are you ready and raring to go for another couple of hours in the box?
I think so, yeah. It was nice to get outside and enjoy the sunshine, actually. It's a really very pleasant afternoon here at Silverstone, which is not something I expected. So, been enjoying my day immensely. Had a wander up and down the pit lane, chatted to a couple of drivers, and everyone that I speak to says how much they're enjoying the event, whether it's their first one, whether they've been doing this for 10, 15 years. They absolutely love coming and doing the Birkett. There is no other race like it. And now that we're starting to get to a properly dry track, they're really able to stretch the legs of their various cars, and that's what they want to do. You don't get the opportunity that often to race on the full Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, and so given the chance to do so in the dry conditions, they are only too happy to do it. So good race shaping up. The handicap starting now to play out as well, and having just moved into the second half of the race now, I look forward to seeing exactly what that running order looks like, hopefully in the next few minutes.
Well, we've got right now the 2.5 hour position, so let's give you a rundown on those. This is the handicap positions, everybody. So it is now in the lead, Team 1, RAF Team Flywheel. So that is the team that won last year, as the car 32B is off the road. That's Marco Anastasi in his Ginetta G56 DTA, the Data Motorsport car. Marshall running over to see what's going on. Where on the circuit is that?
That is on the inside at Club. He was slow coming, and there was a screech of tyres, I heard, and then he was slow coming through the first part of Club and pulled off the road. Okay,
let's carry on with the handicap positions. This was at 2.5 hours. So first number 1, RAF Team Flywheel, and they have 61 laps. The first 6 teams all on 61 laps. So second, 59, Royal Navy Motorsport. Third, number 69, the Mazda Misfits. Fourth, number 3, AAA's Racing. Fifth, number 68, Red Rascal. And sixth, number 44, Too Fast, Too Furious. Then a bit further back with 60 laps to their name, though that takes you all the way back to about 20th position. But 7th, number 8, Motion Motorsport 1. 8th, number 35, Cat Dads and Their Lads. That's Carmel Port Dads and Their Lads. 9th, number 33, TSR Performance. 10th, number 54, Z Cars 3. 11th, 23, Four Corners. 12th, number 63, Rutec Racing's BMW Compacts. 13th, number 11, Lock, Stops and 2 Smoking Tyres in 13th place. 14th, number 20, Growling Pussy. 15th, number 58, Army Sports Car Racing. 16th, 62, Rutec Racing's BMW Triers. 17th, 31, Don't Hang About. 18th, 22, Williford School Choir. 19th, number 28, Motion Motorsport 2. And 20th, number 49, Very Random Races. But it is, as I say, at the moment in the handicap race, RAF Team Flywheel, Team 1 that are in the lead. That's Chris Slater in the Peugeot 306 GTI, Alex Smith in the Honda Integra, Simon Frowen in the Ford Fiesta, and David Russell in the BMW 328i. And as I say, Chris Slater was part of the team, as was Simon Frowen, and as was actually those are the only 2 survivors from that team, that winning team from last year, that won last year, that are leading here at the moment. And certainly Chris Slater was also part of the team that won in 2017 as well.
And we just saw him actually about to be lapped by the little Ginetta G20, so the little Peugeot leading the way, just came through to complete another lap. And that number 1 car, just to give you some idea, is running 19th in the scratch race, but that is still good enough at the moment to lead the race outright. He's 19th and he is 9 laps off the lead, but of course had a pretty reasonable credit, 29 credit laps. So in other words, for the number 14 car that leads on the road right now, to beat the number 1 car on handicap, they have to lap them at least another 19 times or so, which is not going to be that easy to do, given we are now into the second half of the race.
Yeah, that's right. It's a long way to go, of course, as we said earlier on. If you get any more safety car periods, then that will be factored into the number of handicap credit laps that are given as well. So a glimpse of David Drinkwater to be able to be compact there, hot hatch champion for a 4th successive year, and one of the 2 surviving Amigos. We started with 3 of them, but we've lost Paul Hinson during the course of this race. David Drinkwater's gone so well in hot hatch for the past few seasons. And there you can see, I think that's still full neb out there in the Cooper as well, but there are yellow flags at this part of the circuit, and that is where we saw the Ginetta off the road.
It is just on the inside there, so that's going to take a little bit of moving as well. The grass, you would imagine, will be a little bit damp and boggy. Won't be that easy to push the car out of the way. Right, every time I glance at the screens, there seem to be radicals close together on track. This is the number 15 Radical that runs second in the race on the road, and then number 29, which runs in third. But there is a lap between these two, I believe, Ian. So whilst they are together on track and together on the timing screen, it's not necessarily quite as close as it looks, but important here for the number 29 car to try and get one of these laps back. Sits in the slipstream down into Stowe Corner. Chooses, though, in the end not to dive to the inside line, and so they stay single file halfway around this, the 73rd lap for number 15, and that is the 46C car off on the grass here.
Nick Chartier in the Civic, he's rejoined the circuit, and back into the race he goes, having taken a bit of a shortcut there in doing so. 29, is that now Charles Graham? Is it 29B car now? There we go. Or is it still Wade Eastwood that's out there? Just a good opportunity there to check on the letter on the side of that car. We'll try and keep an eye out for that. But that, as you say, Andy, is the car that's trying to get a lap back on its position. There's one of the Salikas from 7 Motorsports coming through. That's the Team 38, Stuart Donovan, Seb Hobson, Wayne Cochrane and Lee Mabbott in their Toyota Celica's. Good to have them with us during the course of this race. We've seen them on and off during the regular 750 Motor Club season.
The recovery process ongoing down at Club Corner. So Marco Anastasi, who's been racing in the Ginetta GT Academy Championship this season, has unfortunately had to pull the car off the road. These Ginetta G56s proving very, very popular this season, and that one unfortunately suffering what seems like a rare mechanical issue.
Josh is on the walkabout in the paddock. He has spotted the car 64A, that's the MG ZS of Carl Green. It's quite badly damaged there in the paddock, so that possibly involves one of the incidents in one of those. And that's the wing that's just fallen off the back of that Leon, I think, or something like that. Let's see the rear of that car as it comes through. Yeah, it's the wing, or part of the wing, that has become detached. It's now sort of grown horns, hasn't it, as it gets on the power, and the elements of the wing. Look, that's bizarre, isn't it? That's the 50A car, isn't it? So that's the ST Performance car for Jamie Hayes, the Seat Super Copa. And you can see the damage to the wing, but yeah, very odd how that's just sort of fallen apart, disintegrated down the hangar straight, it would seem.
Yeah, you could argue that the rear wing wasn't providing a huge amount of downforce on a car like that, but it's certainly not now. Any downforce it was producing will be sorely missed, and that is a failure, I think, rather than contact damage. Certainly for the part of the circuit in which it seemed to go would suggest that it was a failure on the wing itself.
Early on in the race, RG Motorsport 2, Team 30, lost time, and that was because Leon Morel had an oil failure. So it wasn't an incident as such as he was involved in. It was an oil failure they're fixing the car now. So that's another call from Josh Barrett, who's getting the news news from down in the pit lane as to what's been going on earlier on in this race. It's good to have this insight of what's going on there. Now, you can see that, is that going to be for the pits, do you think?
Well, I don't think it's affecting the performance of the car particularly. I know they're going to carry on, aren't they? So, yeah, I doubt the driver may not have even noticed, actually, unless he spotted it in the mirrors. Certainly shouldn't be affecting the handling, actually, as much as you would imagine. Certainly, if it were a Radical, for example, that had had a failure of a rear wing, your Radical relying heavily on aerodynamic grip, downforce through the corners, then it would be more of an issue. But I think they'll carry on unless the clerk of the course spots it and doesn't like what they see. And then we might end up with the car being called in for a change. But if the team feel it necessary, they could bring the car in, couldn't they, and just send somebody else out in its place for the next little period whilst they get that sorted. But for the time being, it doesn't really seem to be affecting things too badly, does it?
No, you're right. It's still sort of circulating at a reasonable speed. See Martin Shelton's Mazda 7 going through, the grey car with the pink roll cage. And there's the Lotus out there as well. Pit cars they put into Vale. That's 18A that we're looking at the moment. That's Dave Charlton in Mrs. Mansell's Misfits in his Seat Leon. And, he's just heading down the Hamilton Straight now for a look. Probably just worth giving a quick update on the top 10 on the scratch as well. Just wanted that for a little while. So for those of you at the circuit maybe who need an update on that, it is number 14, Doris NWH leading 75 laps in the book. Second, number 15, World Motorsports 74 laps. Third, number 29, RJ Motorsport 173. Fourth, number 30, RJ Motorsport 2, 72 laps. Fifth, number 12, AAA G Sport 70 laps, same as number 3, AAA's Racing. Seventh, number 16, Capture Motorsport 69. Eighth, number 48, Darkside Motorsport 69. Ninth, number 51, Area Motorsport 69. And 10th, number 36, Get to the Chopper, also on 69 laps with 2 hours and 47 minutes to go.
And within the back half of that is your Class B lead group, the Class B now being led by AAA's Racing, who have just moved actually into the top 5 overall, ahead of the Prep and Play G Sport number 12 squad. So AAA's Racing, one of 4 teams to have had a stint at the front of Class B, and they have developed at this point of the race a pretty decent lead actually over Capture Motorsports.
Within that class, Darkside Motorsports, they've had a pretty troubled race so far. The Audi, which we saw stop on the Hamilton Straight in, I can't remember if it's the second or third safety car period now, that had an ABS failure and it wouldn't restart when they tried to reset it. And now the Golf within that team, that's got a turbo boost problem as well. So Darkside Motorsport team has got Ryan Parkin and Danny Sylvester with the two different cars that they've got. Not going particularly well. And there is a slippery surface track, which is now, just to say that, being withdrawn.
Slippery surface, or more likely debris from the failed wing on the Seat, I suspect. So the fact it's got in means the debris has been moved. Whether a marshal moved it or whether it just got knocked out of the way by another car, I'm not so sure. I suspect probably the latter, but it's cleared the track anyway, so that's one less thing for the drivers to worry about. That's a slightly close moment. 65E, the Porsche there trying to nip up the inside. That was Gary Campbell in the Porsche 944, trying to find a way past 56E, which is the, I think, only Mark III Master MX-5 of Aldo Riti. It's Aldo's second stint in the race. I know that car was out during the second hour of the race, I think. So Aldo Riti turning straight across the Porsche there, not quite realising that he was up the inside of him. Let's hear the fourth placed RJ Motorsport 2 car running reasonably well. This car, as you said, has had its issues, but when it's been running well, it's been among the fastest cars on the track. It's lost that fastest lap, I noticed, since I last was in the commentary box, but it has got the potential to run every bit as quickly as the other Radicals ahead.
Yeah, we had a few fastest laps in succession, and ultimately it's the Doris NWH team. I think for Shane Stoney, 206.31. But we've not seen improvement since then, probably because we've mostly been back in green flag running and they're all back in traffic, whereas I think probably they did, some of the Radicals managed to get 1 or 2 clearer laps when they could get really good lap times rather than have to think too much about the cars that they needed to overtake.
Indeed so. 3 safety cars already during this 2022 Birkett 6-hour relay race at Silverstone. Now that the track conditions are a bit drier, hopefully, I realise as I say this I shouldn't be saying this, but hopefully that's the last we'll see of the Renault safety car. We certainly avoided it with Marco Anastasi's Ginetta. There are lots of places you can go off here at Silverstone that will not result in a safety car, but one or two of them finding the rare points of the circuit where it did need a safety car intervention to get them back underway. There is Chris Slater coming out of Luffield Corner. Chris is in fact heading for the pit lane. This is the car that, well, 40 minutes or so ago was leading on the handicap race, and he brings the little Peugeot into the pit lane. Chris Slater, an avid sim racer actually these days, uses that to get better with his real racing. That is a car in a gravel trap, Ian, and that's the 65E car that I'd just seen of Gary Campbell having that close moment with Aldo Riti, and he's now in the gravel trap, I think potentially down at Stowe Corner.
Yeah, that's the Porsche 944 of Gary Campbell that's stuck there, I'm afraid. And I'm not sure that Marshall's, they're going to try and dig him out a bit with their bare hands. All credit to them for trying. Let's see if this works though. It may need some outside intervention to make it all work.
See, I told you not to say that thing about the safety cars, Ian. That was foolish.
Right, here's the two radicals again, which are still together on the road, aren't they? Albeit a lap apart, effectively. And it's the 15 radical that is ahead on the timing screen, and then getting back ahead on the track as well, or maybe not. Staying around the outside of the 29 car, which is the Arden Motorsports 1 team. All of a sudden, yes, the car that was trying to make the move has fallen behind a couple of back markers.
I nearly had contact with a couple of back markers. That was very sketchy going into the braking zone at Village. The Radical, of course, capable of braking a lot later than the big heavy saloon cars around it, and that almost ended in contact, but actually not a huge amount of time dropped through that sequence of corners for the number 15 car, which heads back down the Wellington Straight now, in behind the Ginetta G50, the only G50 Ginetta in the race. Don't see many G50s actually racing anywhere these days, having long since been replaced by the 55 and nowadays the 56. The inside of the Ginetta they will go, and 9B, that was the Ginetta, the Dylan Popovich Ginetta G50, which will allow the two rapid radicals through. And now another opportunity then for the 15 radical to make a move, this time to the outside into Copse Corner. Risky place to try and overtake here, whether it's for position or not, but it looks like it might just work. Very close together at the apex, and let's hope they both came out on the other side in one piece.
Yep, so we are watching them head down towards Beckett's once again, and yes, they're both still there, aren't they? The two radicals, they're picking through a Lotus and a Caterham, which waves them through, waves one of them through anyway, and the 15 car follows through. But as I say, these are not battling for position, they're effectively about a lap apart, and a lap, well over a lap behind the leading car number 14 as well. Yellow flags, and that'll be for Gary Campbell's car, I think, won't it, at Stowe, but that is being covered under single waved yellow flags at the moment. We're going to pan around to see the car. No, we're not. But we see the cars as they head down towards the Vale once again, and they're past there. The number 13, is that the Thapro Civic? That's down at Club Corner.
Yes, Club Corner no longer under yellow flag conditions. I noticed they got the Ginetta onto a flatbed truck, so Marco Anastasi and his car en route back to the paddock, but provided the team have noticed that he'd gone missing, they should have already sent somebody else out in his place. That team comprised of a group of Ginetta G56 Academy drivers, Axel van Niederveen, Mauricio Sciglio, and the aforementioned Marco Anastasi. Data Motorsport will have lost a bit of time, but hopefully not a huge amount. There goes the 15, still running in second place. Now, lap time wise, all of that battling in traffic really costing them time. They were a full 14 seconds slower than the race leader last time around. So, and the same was true of the 29 car as well. So they really were delaying each other and being delayed in traffic. And you only take 1 or 2 laps like that, and you can lose the best part of half a minute.
Yes, absolutely. It just goes to show how much time coming off, not only battling with each other, but trying to fight your way through slower cars as well, and there's a lot of that to be done, of course, in the Birkett 6-hour relay race. There is the JCB hooked up now with Gary Campbell's Porsche 944, so the marshal power wasn't sufficient to get it moved, but tractor power is, by the looks of it, and that's going to get back out off the gravel trap, and hopefully yellow flags will be removed at that part of the circuit.
Yep, shouldn't be much longer. Of course, that will also lead to big chunks of time lost in traffic, because if you catch a back marker or a group of back markers into a yellow flag zone, you're still not allowed to overtake them, even if it's not for position. There's no overtaking allowed at all. So if you are in a radical that's capable of going maybe 3 seconds quicker through Stowe Corner than a Toyota MR2, then you're going to lose those 2 or 3 seconds straight away. So there went the Marco Anastasi Ginetta being stretchered off on the flatbed truck down the wing pit lane. And there's a quite handy internal road system here at Silverstone, so once they've got the car off the track, there's always a way to get the cars back to the paddock without too much of a delay. So back towards us come the second and third placed cars, continuing to circulate nose to tail here.
Red Rascal were going well at one point in handicap, Team 68.
Yes.
But they've had one of their drivers unfortunately disqualified from the race. 4 points on their licence. We see 65D, which is that's big, isn't it? That's Sam Callahan. We've seen him out for the second time in this race. It's not going well for poor old Sam. But what I was saying was Lee Phillips from that team, 68C, he has been disqualified from the race because he passed the black flag 5 times without stopping. So he should have taken a stop-go penalty, missed the black flags, and he's been disqualified from the race.
Okay, Sam Callahan there just having an animated conversation with the marshal, explaining that there is damage to the left front corner, steering or suspension damage. There's also a bit of a tyre mark in the road where he potentially has had some contact with somebody to lead to that. Anyway, the Porsche is buried in the gravel trap down at Brooklands Corner and going no further. And as you can see from that camera angle, it's right in the firing line should anybody else get it wrong. There's also a lot of overtaking going on into what surely is a yellow flag zone, something that I'm sure will please Josh Barrett should he be watching this particular part of the broadcast. That is very dangerous and should not be happening, and really at the end of a long straight like that there's not much excuse for missing the yellows. But anyway, it's happening, and I'm sure that again race control will have a keen eye on that.
I'm sure they will. We saw Martin Schultz go through there in the random racers car, didn't we? So he's not the random racer car. That's not the team I want to say. Where is he on the list? Anyway, the Chevrolet Navina. He's out there. And we're on board now with is this Magnussen again? Yes, it is.
Yep, down towards Maggots and Beckett's, just hitting the rev limiter slightly there as he turns in to the quick left-right change of direction. Brilliant sequence of corners, very flat but very, very fast as well. You can see the rear of the car there just starting to step out slightly as he leant on it off down the Hangar straight, and in wonderfully clear track actually, Ian, by Birkett standards. That was quite an empty bit of racetrack in front of him until the BMW came blasting past, but it's a rare moment during this race where you can relax a little bit, enjoy the clear air around you, and try and gather your thoughts, because within a corner or so you'll probably be surrounded again.
Absolutely right. Very random races. That is the team 49 that Martin Short is a part of in that Chevrolet Lamine, the car that raced in Bahrain in the one-make race supporting the Grand Prix. I think something like 17 years ago now, 2005 I believe. We're on board for the moment with this Malcolm Edison driven machine heading onto the Hamilton Straight underneath that new pedestrian bridge, the glass footbridge that goes over the circuit, heading in towards the right-hander at Abbey. Then it's the left-hand sweeper at Farm, and then it'll be on the brake shortly, down into the hairpin at Village, so down through the gears. Actually only dropping down 1 gear there, isn't it, interestingly, for the Village part of the circuit. Runs wide over the curbs on the exit. Is that in his coaching manual, I wonder? And back through the next 2 left-handers, and then it'll be back onto the Wellington Straight, and he's just been passed. Is that by one of the dark side cars? I think it might be the dark side Golf that's just gone past. And we have a safety
car.
Don't look at me like that, Ian. Yes, 2.5 hours to go, and we do have our 4th safety car period of the race. And I've lost track of what this... Oh, it's for the Callahan Porsche, I guess, isn't it, down at Brooklands, I would imagine, unless someone else has thrown themselves at the scenery. There you can see it. And that is a difficult place to recover a car from, even with the live snatch and the opportunity to throw yellow flags at that part of the circuit. It's still not the safest thing to do to have marshals out there, as we've seen. People sometimes don't spot the yellow flags, sometimes slip off the road should there be fluid on the track. So it was the safe and sensible thing to do, throw the safety car, and hopefully it won't take too long to get that car out of the way.
So, a good time then to go through the handicap positions after 3 hours. Now, after 2.5 hours, I think we had 20 cars within 2 laps of one another. Well, now there's 3 laps, 74 back to 71, covering the top 20. Let's give you a rundown on who they are. It's now a change of lead because number 3, Triple A's Racing, are now in front. That's Andrew Rath, Andrew Etheridge, Phil Knibb and Christopher Etheridge. Probably helped by that long Phil Knibb stint. Nice and consistent that we saw. There's 9B in the pit lane, by the way. That's Dylan Popovich, Ginetta G55 V8 in the proper British GTs team. Trying to clear that out, but looks like there's smoke, something overheating in there. Let's go back to the handicap positions though. So 74 laps completed by Triple A's Racing on handicap, along with Mazda Misfits number 69. So that's Simon Walker-Cancel, Stephen Rees, Alex Wilkinson Hughes, William Pickard, Nico Favreau and James McCann. Third is Team 59, Royal Navy Motorsport, Adam Jewis, Seb Unwin, Gareth Moss and Simon Vernon. They're also on 74 laps. Then on 73 laps, you've got the team that was leading half an hour earlier, Team 1, RAF Team Flywell. They're now a lap behind the leaders. As are Team 11 in 5th position, Lock, Stops and 2 Smoking Tyres. Who's in that team? I don't think we've talked about them too much during the course of this race. So that's Adam Lockwood, Jim Mew and Danny Bryant in their MR2 Mark III. So that's a nice, consistent team. 3 cars all the same. Always helps, I think. Then 6th 35, the Commonwealth Porsche Dads and their lads. 7th number 2, RAF Team Co-Ardua. 8th number 8, Motion Motorsport 1. 9th 63, Routec Racing's BMW Compacts. 10th 62, Routec Racing's BMW Triers. 11th 28, Motion Motorsport 2. 12th 58, Army Sports Car Racing. 13th number 22, St Winifred's School Choir, still leading Class C. 14th number 44, Too Fast Too Furious. 15th number 32, Dayton Motorsport. 16th number 31, Don't Hang About. 17th number 6, PBN Racing. 17th number 18th 33 TSR Performance, 19th 46 MJ Motorsport Team 1, and I'm pleased to say that still in the top 20, Team 20 Browning Posse.
Excellent news, yes. So every time we look at these handicap positions, they have changed, and that's rather the point. In fact, we were totting up our points with our little predictor game that we've got going on, and a conversation was had about half an hour ago between a couple of us as to whether you want to be scoring well at this stage, because in theory this should all come together in the last half hour, really, shouldn't it? Those who are further down the order now on the handicap should still have time to make their way to the front.
Was it Luke that was telling you that from his position at the bottom of the table?
Well, yeah, actually I gave him that idea. I'm just going to put that out on record now, and he rather hijacked it, but I thought I'd give him some hope, because yeah, as of half an hour ago he wasn't doing terribly well, I have to say.
Well, they do say that it's the hope that kills you, so hopefully he will still be with us at the end of this. 2.5 hours left, 4th safety car period of the race. We've just given you the handicap positions after 3 hours, still no change in the overall scratch race. That's Doris NWH leading the way at the moment. In Team 14 from 15 War Motorsports, then the RJ Motorsport Team 1 and Team 2 are 3rd and 4th respectively, 29 and 30, and then 5th number 12 Trapelay and G Sport, and they are fairly well spread out because the leader has completed 82 laps and 77 laps for the team in 5th position. Update on the points there. It's now a 4-way tie. How exciting could this be for the lead of our prediction competition between myself, Josh and Andy, and Samantha Stoney. Thank you for entering into the fun, Samantha. And sorry, I didn't see who was last. Oh, Luke Austin in 6th and final position on...
Biding his time, I reckon. Yeah, biding his time.
Exactly.
He said he was going to only update it every 2 hours, and he's updated it there on an odd number of hours. He was just desperate to see some improvement. I don't blame him, to be honest with you. So, it's all rather quiet again, isn't it? We're behind the safety car. Hopefully, the Sam Callaghan car can be recovered fairly quickly. We can see that the recovery truck is now on the scene of that car. And we think possibly there was some contact that meant that poor Sam has ended up, I think, needing to be recovered for the second time during the course of this race so far. So, all not well for him.
Yeah, it's a fair assumption there was contact, but it could just be a steering arm failure or something. But those Porsche Boxsters, well built, aren't they? So they don't tend to just brake all by themselves. But perhaps when he gets back to the pit lane, we can find out. Speaking of the pit lane, Lewis Beals is down at Raw Motorsports, I believe. Lewis, what have you got?
Thank you very much. Well, we're down here in pit 4B with Raw Motorsports, Rob's Wrongans and Ben Stone. Ben, second place overall at the moment.
Yeah, we're second place. I think we're still a lap down, unfortunately, so we're just fighting to get back on the lead lap. I don't actually know where we lost the second lap. We had a drive-through penalty early on. Unfortunately, it put us a lap down, and then I think we've lost the second. But we're now 1 lap down and about 30 seconds on top of that. So we're just waiting for the driver change. Maybe it'll level up. So wait for another safety car. See what happens.
Yeah, if you get caught the wrong side of the safety car, you could quickly lose a lap, can't you?
Yeah, that's the issue. Yeah, just pure luck of the draw where you happen to file out between the safety car.
Where it tends to come out. So yeah, but you have to say Doris's boys, they're a little bit quick, aren't they?
Yeah, well, you know, you bring a Le Mans driver in and a couple of other pros. You know, that's what you get.
But, you enjoying yourself?
Yeah, it's fantastic. First time I've ever been to the Birkett. So yeah, really enjoying it. It's great. Really fun day.
Oh, you're a novice then?
Absolutely. Yeah. No, it's great. First one. It's it feels like a long race, but yeah, looking forward to the second stint, and it's been
you've done a stint.
I've done a whole stint. Done an hour. Got another hour to go in about 45 minutes.
So yeah, well, what do you normally race in? What series?
This year I've done Radical Challenge in an SR3, and I've done the Praga Championship as well, which has been good. We just finished up last weekend.
So and then you come and do the event. So what's it? Well, as a newcomer, we've done this for years. we love it. But what's it like as a newcomer?
It's complete madness. It's like you're driving the wrong way down a motorway. Especially in a Radical, obviously the closing speeds are massive. So you've got you just have to get eyes on stalks, trying to work out what everyone's going to do, because if one car's overtaking another car, then you've got another car overtaking that, and you're going around 3-4 cars in one corner at some point. So yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, there is a knack, isn't there? Those guys who have done this before really know how to weave in and out of traffic. We were talking this earlier, and that some guys can get very close to qualifying times, but you have to look so far down the road, don't you?
Yeah, I mean it's quite a different skill in a way, because you've got to try and anticipate what 3 cars are doing and how they're going to. Some are oversteering around the corner and working out how they're going to slide and whether they've seen you, or it's just kind of managing the risk, if you like.
So who's currently out there? I take it you've got John here, so it must be Chris.
To go out, so yeah, Chris Breen's out at the moment. I think he's coming towards the end of his stint. How long we got? 20 minutes left, and then John's out, and then I'm out. See ya.
Okay, Ben. And great to talk to you, and enjoy the rest of the day.
You too, thanks a lot. Cheers.
Thank you very much. And there we are, that's Ben Stone, first time here at the Birkett, running in second place at the moment. So it's back to you in the studio.
Thanks very much indeed, Lewis. Safety car lights are out, so it looks as if we're going to go back racing again any moment. News from the pit lane is that the team that had been leading on handicap, the Team 1 RF Team Flywheel, last year's winners, uncharacteristic mistake. They were caught speeding in the pit lane. They've had a 10-second stop and go penalty. I'm sure that's now why they are no longer leading the handicap part of this race. Andy McEwen.
Right, okay, yes, that is a rare mistake. They tend to be up there near the front at the end of the race, don't they? But that will have cost them a fair bit of time, not just the 10 seconds for the stop-go, but the transit time through the pit lane as well. Race then gets back underway, 2 hours 25 minutes left on the clock, and once again we bunch everybody back together. We put some people at the front of the queue who are perhaps not the outright pace setters. I haven't yet seen one of the rapid radicals coming through to take the restart, so they're clearly buried further back in the pack. Here they come, the race leading Doris NWH car heads into Copse Corner now, and when everyone is bunched together like this, it becomes that much easier to trip over each other, especially since we may have some drivers out there who are reasonably fresh into their stints, so still trying to find their feet out there. So nervy times here as always on a safety car restart. Let's hope they can all keep it clean.
Yep, that's right. So green flags waving all around the circuit, of course, to let the drivers know that the race is back underway. And still some cars just only making it now over the line, so not necessarily that well bunched behind the safety cars. Another of the radicals coming through, hard to tell from that shot which one it is. You can see that Paul Collingwood is out there at the moment in Team 10, Run Baby Run, in the Eclipse SM1. He's done pretty well towards the end of the Sport Specials season, with a few victories towards the end of the year. But watching Team 3 here, and this is AAA's Racing, so this is one of the effigies, isn't it, at the moment? Andrew or Christopher that's out there. It is D, so it's Christopher at the moment, and of course that is the team that is at the 3-hour mark, at least leading on handicap, so they will be looking for a good consistent run to the end. In a way, they have the advantage of only having 2 cars, because those cars are less unpredictable in terms of their variation of performance than if you've got 3, 4, 5 or 6 cars. But there's also the extra risk that if something goes wrong, it can be disastrous for the team.
Yeah, they don't have a spare really, do they? If one car is out, then that's likely to be their race over. There goes the number 1 car, by the way. I'm trying to pick out who that is. That looked Ford Fiesta-ish to me, so that's Simon Frowen now, I think, who has taken over the RAF car. Slightly smoky number 3 BMW there, coming through the right-hander at Club Corner, and ends up in a 3 abreast situation into Abbey. Just makes it work. They all squeeze through the corner without contact, but they're taking some risks in traffic, aren't they? I think they know that they're running reasonably well on the handicap at least, and want to try and keep hold of that trap position. They're running 5th position overall, and it's another sign that the handicap is starting to work itself out, because in the first couple of hours the handicap leader was often not inside the top 20 on the road, but with every bulletin that leader is now further and further up the scratch race as well, so those quick cars are starting to get their time back.
Yes, that's right. Be interesting to see how it pans out. I mean, conversely, we're not seeing any of the radicals anywhere near the leading positions on handicap. Onboard, or with perfect timing there for Team 70. This is for one of the Mazda dudes. So see if we can work out. Anthony is coming round to point out it is C, Jeremy Rivers Fletcher, that is the driver that has we've now named and shamed as the one who's having a moment there in our onboard camera car.
Indeed, that was exciting, wasn't it? Slowest corner on the track, but still very easy to get it wrong. And this Mark 1 Mazda MX-5, which looks a lot of fun to drive. I'm hoping to have a go in one of these actually later on this year, and I was very excited. Having ridden on board now, though, I'm slightly less looking forward to it. It looks a little bit leery, this one, doesn't it? As it slides and wobbles its way through the final couple of corners. But Mark 1 Mazda MX-5 racing remains as popular as ever here in the UK, indeed within the 750 Motor Club as well, with the 5 Club MX-5 series continuing to go from strength to strength, and you can see why. It's a great way to start your motor racing journey, these cars. You can get hold of one for relatively little money, motor racing speak, and it is an awful lot of fun. You get a lot of bang for your buck with a Mark 1 Mazda, and as you can see there, even if it's not the fastest car on track, it's still a lot of fun to drive.
Yes, Jeremy Rivers Fletcher for the Mazda dudes they're in 67th position out of 70. It's not his first time driving the Birkett, but he's raced in Formula 4 1600 as Jerry MGZS and 1934 MGNA single-seater. There's lots of hill climb events as well as Jeremy. And he's saying, at 74, is he the oldest driver on the circuit today? And the answer is, I don't know the answer to that question. He'll certainly be up there, won't he, as one of the veterans of this. I'm not aware of anyone that's older than that today, but if anyone knows different, then let us know in the comments on the YouTube live stream chat there.
Indeed so, that's pretty impressive stuff. Here comes the Lumina towards us, and the number 41 Mark IV Mazda MX-5 too, the Mark IV MX-5 racing team, inventive name there from Ben Taylor, Paul Sheard and Andrew Pretorius, and that car staying out of trouble as it comes down through Brooklands. There, the number 30 the RJ Motorsport 2 car. Their lap times, well, at the moment it's hard to tell because we're not fully back up to speed after the safety car restart, really, are we? They were doing their best to try and get this lap back on the teammate car, number 29, that they have at times been a little bit faster than over the course of the race. Class D, as we've said, still being led by Doris NWH. Class B by Triple A's Racing. That Class B battle actually separating slightly more than it has been at earlier parts in the race. Class A headed by Breakdancers 1, that's the number 55 squad. Alan Curtis, Harry Eyre and Tim Steele's trio of Caterhams. And that is the number 1 car, that's Frauen off the road. So it's going from bad to worse now for the RAF number 1 squad. They were leading on handicap, they had that 10-second stop-go penalty for speeding. And now, unfortunately, Simon Frauen pulling off the road. That looks like it's somewhere up towards the Aintree area, I reckon. But anyway, the car going nowhere fast.
Yeah, and that, you suspect, is the end of Team 1's hopes of retaining their handicap title. RAF Motorsports, they were last year, RAF Team Flywheel as they are this year. Chris Slater and Simon Frauen, the links between the two driver lineups from season to season, but it looks like their hopes of reprising that 2021 victory are now coming to. Look how busy this circuit is. Through Stoke Corner and down to the Vale, blue lights. They might as well just leave the blue lights on permanently there, I think, because there's so many cars coming through differing speeds. It's very hectic indeed. One of the Z4 teams coming through, and the other Z4 team, and you know it's a BMW Z4 team because it's got the Alpha in it. That's how you know that, and that is of course the car driven by Barry McMahon, who drives in the Z Cars 3 team. I don't know if he got the wrong details on the invitation or what, but he's joined the Z Cars 3 team with Darren Duke, Steve Wood and Chris Murphy.
Indeed so, and I think I know which of those cars I'd rather be in as well if I were in that team. The Z cars look a lot of fun, but you can't beat an Alpha. So 54 car, actually trying to get up the inside of one of the Z cars there. That's the 53B.
Chris Bates.
Chris Bates,
Callum Bates,
yeah.
sorry.
Callum Bates, yeah. So teammate car. Right then, in the 4th position is RJ Motorsport. They're chasing down a podium place, and Lewis Beals has made his way down to their garage now.
Oh, thank you very much there. Yes, I'm down in RJ Motorsport 2 with Leon Morel. Leon, you're running 4th at the moment. That's not bad.
No, not bad. Could be better, but not bad. We've had a couple of issues today. Nothing dramatic. We've had my car's actually an oil pump failure, so the lads are on with fixing that now and hoping to get that back out for the last stint. It could be worse because we're actually one stop up on everyone else, so we're hoping we can finish with just one more stop. So that will get us maybe a lap back. Yeah, true Birkett fashion, a part that's never failed before has failed. You know what I mean? Simple, a genuine Suzuki item, not no one else's fault. Something you can't service. So yeah, it just is what it is. You win some, you lose some, don't you? You know.
Yeah, you've done the Birkett before then.
No, I've never raced at the Birkett. It's first.
First year. So how do you find it?
Really enjoyable. I did the start, which was amazing. Got to race with the other 4 radicals up front. Was pleased with my pace. Mega tricky conditions. Didn't drop the ball, didn't do anything stupid. We came in second. We've just gone backwards a bit from there, to be truthful. Not because of lack of pace, just an unfortunate problem. So disappointing, but we're still pushing. There's still 2.5 hours to go, so it's not over yet, is it?
No, that's the thing with endurance racing, isn't it? If you have a problem, you're going to lose time. You've just got to hope your rivals do as well.
Yeah, I know at the minute the handicap system sort of favours the slower cars when the weather's bad. When the track goes good, it should swing. So we should now claw back on the handicap cars in front of us. So we'll see how that works. We'll see if we can close the gap and get back up there. I think P1 is probably out of our reach maybe now. But let's hope for a strong last couple hours and see where we end up.
That's a good way to approach it, Leon. Leon, you were saying that you've had a good season in the Radical Challenge.
Yeah, fantastic year with the 750 Motor Club. We raced in the Bike Sports Championship, won the championship last year, and then second this year. Mega close season racing. I went faster at every single track we went to. I set a lap record. I improved massively. Unfortunately, just one person was better than me.
Who was that, by the way?
A friend of mine, Simon Walkansel. I can live with someone being better, providing I'm not doing worse than normal. So proud of my progression this year. Welcomed Simon's competitiveness. It was obviously two good friends, close racing all year, like neck and neck. Brands Hatch, we were separated 3 cars within 200ths of a second in qualifying, and we all had a first, all had a second, all had a third. So we were literally the exact same pace. So yeah, mega clean racing, and yeah, hopefully we'll get some more new guys in next year and have another year of the same.
Well, yeah, because that is the same thing with bike sports or any of the formula with the 750s. Always good, clean racing.
Yeah, just decent guys. I mean, none of us are multi-millionaires. We all want to polish the car on a Sunday afternoon when we get home. Ultimately, we're still flat out, and our lap times are up there with all the other sports prototype championships. It's not like bike sports should be looked upon as a B series, because we're setting lap times that the others are setting as well. So, you know, the pace in the championship this year has been really strong. I'm pleased to have been able to push Simon as hard as we did all year. Shame we didn't win, but you can't win everything, can you? So.
All right, Liam, thank you very much, and I hope your boys fix the car and we can see you back out on track later.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Thanks to all the marshals and all the 750 guys for a good event. Hopefully see you again next year.
Thank you much, Leon, and we do too. Thank you. So that's Leon, and back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much to Lewis Beals down there. Is this a car park? There's two cars that hitherto I hadn't known had stopped out on circuit. They appear to have stopped out on circuit. One is a Lotus and one is a Honda Integra, which is the one of the services cars, isn't it?
Yes, the Lotus looking very like a Ginetta to me. But whether it's 55 or 56, I can't tell from here, I will give you that. But that yellow car, they're both parked strangely close to each other and yet not right next to each other, so I don't think they've pulled in together. I suspect maybe they're there for similar reasons, but no sign of any real disagreement between the drivers, which is a good sign. And they are on the inside at Luffield Corner, so that's not an especially dangerous position, so I'm hopeful that that won't require the 5th appearance of the Renault safety car. Right, little mini battle going on now down towards Vale. This is 27C and 39C. 27C is just ahead. That's Paul Clothier, and 39C is Julian Hammer. And these two, I don't know if they're fighting for on-track position, but they're certainly fighting for track position, if you see what I mean. And the Lumina has got a left front puncture. It's all going on, Ian.
It certainly is. So that's Martin Short, and the Le Mans racer, out of this part of the race. He's got a puncture left front, and he's just about managed to get it back to the pit lane. So that's a great shame for him. Only acquired the car from a Facebook advert a couple of weeks ago, attracted to it by the fact that it's got a Chevrolet engine, the same as the Mosler, which is most associated with, of course, Martin Shaw. And says absolutely hopeless in the drive, but it was quite decent in the wet when Rob Galford was driving to the beginning of the race. But you reckon he can make a good car out of it with a few setup changes for 2023. But for the moment, that's Team 49, the very random races that will be needing to get another car out on track. That could be Liam Brezitz in the BMW 116i, David Brown in the Mazda MX-5s, or Jonathan Barrett in the E46 M3.
That is the handicapper's nightmare, that team, isn't it? None of those cars even vaguely similar on performance levels, so no. It's just limped past our commentary box as the number 49 Lumina, and hopefully not done any damage to the underside of that car. I did notice the rear diffuser was bouncing around a little bit as it came into the pits, so hopefully that's just from the vibration of the puncture rather than anything more serious. So a couple of them starting to run into issues now. We are getting towards the final third of the race now. 2 hours and 10 minutes left in the race, and a couple of cars now perhaps just starting to show a bit of fatigue.
Yes, that's right. Still Doris NWH, Team 14, that are leading the scratch element of the race. They have now got 90 laps in the book. 89 laps for the second place car, which is Raw Motorsport, Team 15, third 29, and fourth 30, RJ Motorsport 1 and 2 respectively, both on 87 laps, but about 3/4 of a lap between the two of them, it must be said. there. Oh no, that's not just a puncture, is it? That's a dramatic tyre failure and damage to the rim there, as of course as Martin Short has had to limp that into the pit lane, but he's still cheery enough to give us a little wave as he steps out of the car, which is good to see. But whether we'll see that car again during the course of this race or not, I don't know, because even if we get a tyre on it, we've just got to be mindful of whether there's any damage to the rim as well. I don't know whether Martin's got a full set of spares with that car, having only acquired it relatively recently.
That's a good point, actually, yes. Suggests maybe he's had a knock with someone or something then, doesn't he, if there's rim damage as well. The 2.5-hour handicap times, by the way, have been published recently, so these are the standings, I should say, from about 20 minutes or so ago. Still AAA's Racing leading the way, and by a lap, actually, over the RAF Team Flywheel, who we know now to have lost more ground. So yes. AAA's Racing are looking good, aren't they? They're setting a good pace, and they've already fought their way to the top of the handicap scoring. And
they're the only team to have been with 87 gross laps as well.
Yes.
So they're a lap ahead of anybody else.
That's right, yes. RAF Team Flywheel and the Mazda Misfits, number 69, were sharing the same lap with each other and with the Lock Stops and Two Smoking Tyres MR2 team. But of course, we know that number 1 will now have dropped back, then another lap back to the 31 Don't Hang About squad, 35, Cap Dads and their lads. We've had a whole group of the 185 laps. Rutec Racing's BMW Compacts, the Royal Navy Motorsport, number 59, number 62, Rutec Racing's BMW Triers, number 2, RAF Team Peradua team, essentially now the team flying the flag for the RAF, and the top 10 were rounding out, in fact they were rounding out the top 10, car number 2 with in 11th place the one and only Class C runner, St Winifred's School Choir, number 22. So yeah, lap in hand then at the moment for AAA's Racing, and still, Ian, no sign of the Rapid Radicals.
And they're getting a spare wheel and tyre then onto the 49 car, the Chevrolet Lumina, so they clearly do have some spares, which is good, but presumably they've got another car that's gone out into the race in the interim, and then Martin will hopefully go back out again to get some more track time in before the end. It's a great looking car, that. It's an absolute hulk of a car compared to some of the others out on circuit.
Trying to listen in, I think that was Martin saying that's it done for the day, so that's a shame. We might not see the Chevy back out on track, but again, that's the great thing about the relay format. It doesn't mean that team's day is done at least, and they can continue on in the race, just minus the big V8 Chevy. So it's a shame though, enjoyed seeing that car out there, and Martin, I'm sure, was enjoying getting some track time in it as he tries to learn how to set the car up and how to best get the performance out of it. There is the third of the RAF Team Flywheel cars that we've seen out on track in quick succession. We know we lost the Fiesta after suspected contact, we're hearing. It's now David Russell's BMW 328i that has taken over for team number 1. But there is the car that is leading on the handicap times. AAA's Racing's BMW, it's number 3D at the moment, meaning it's Christopher Etheridge. That was reach of tyres down at Stoke Corner, but Christopher Etheridge leading the way on the handicap and running actually a really strong 6th place overall.
You know how I've been saying what a beautiful day it is?
Yes.
Luke Austin has just shown me a picture of the radar, the rainfall radar, and it's showing a big blotch of blue and green nastiness heading towards Silverstone. He reckons that might arrive around about 5 o'clock, which will be sort of around about 3/4 of an hour from the end of the race. So maybe an hour and a half from now, it could get a bit wet here, so that could throw a spanner into the works. Maybe that's what he's hoping for in terms of his entry into our predictions competition.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it would take an act of God, I think, for him to get up there and outscore us. So perhaps the rain will come and save him. Yeah, that could be a real challenge, couldn't it? Teams that feel that they're in a good position getting into that last half an hour will not be wanting to see a significant change in the weather. Now, Josh Barrett is showing us an alternative. It's very unlike the weather companies to disagree with each other, and his says that it's not going to rain. Now, mine I looked at this morning agreed with his. Yes. So I'm afraid Luke might be clutching at straws rather here.
I might need to sort of decide between us here and get my own radar and you sort of best of 3 type situation. So I'll deal with that now. Still no change in the running order in scratch really. Just in terms of leading sort of class B on the road, that is still AAA's Racing Team 3. that are ahead from the 16 car, which is Capture Motorsport, and the 48 car, which is Darkside Motorsport. So they are 6th, 7th and 8th, and that's the situation within their class.
Sam Redrup here with rear bumper hanging loose, and there is a stop-and-go penalty being given for someone. Didn't quite catch the number then on the penalty board, but somebody being given a stop-go penalty for something. Indiscretion either in the pit lane or on the track, I'm not too sure. We'll try and get another look at that board perhaps coming across the timing line. And see who it might be who's got themselves in trouble now. We've had a few penalties handed out today. It shows that the officials are watching. There may be 70 cars at one time or another anyway circulating the track, but it will not go missed if you do something that you shouldn't. And another team then apparently coming a cropper of that. Right then, the final verdict on the weather forecast is...
Well, I think the rain that Luke can see coming is somewhere off Southampton at the moment, so it's got a fair way to go to get here. We'll see. We'll see. But there is something there. There is something on the radar.
Right.
So,
okay.
I think we could have a twist in the tail before the end of this race.
Luke Austin rubs his hands with glee. The drivers out on track, pretty grateful to be getting what could be their final stint of the race in dry conditions. For some of these drivers, this will be the last we see of them in this particular race. Certainly those who have 4 or 5 drivers may well now be cycling through their drivers for the final time. But
I can only imagine the chaos we've now created in the pit garages with people going, it's going to rain, what? We've now got to revisit our whole strategy. Okay, Luke is going for being better at weather predictions than Birkett predictions. We'll see about that.
It's a fairly low bar though, isn't it, Ian, if we're being honest.
Yeah, anyway. That's one of the Civics going through. I think one of the... I didn't see which team it was actually that was going through. And we've got a Mini coming down towards us as well. That's from the Bad Boy Tuning 2 team of Charles Heatley, Lee Campbell and Charles Newton Derby. Team 24.
Got a glimpse there of the Doris car once again, the Doris NWH car leading the way, and they continue to run at a dominant pace. I think they're still the fastest car on the track, aren't they? Well, actually no, it's they're trading lap times really between the themselves and the number 30 RJ Motorsport 2 car, but anything that's a 2:14 or 2:15 at this stage of the race is looking like a good time. That's about 8 seconds off the outright fastest lap from earlier on, so track conditions, or track temperature going up, which will slightly account for that, but mainly I think that is just the fact that there is so much traffic out there, and again, your best chance of setting a really good lap time is if you can be near the front of a safety car queue and then get some clear track upon the restart, but they haven't had that luxury for quite some time. The Radicals getting buried deep in the safety car line over the last couple of restarts actually, so that fastest lap set quite some time ago.
Yep, so coming into the final 2 hours of this race, the final third of it now, and Doris NWH Team 14 leading from Team 15, Onboard Motorsports in second place, then RJ Motorsport 1 and RJ Motorsport 2, 29 and 30, third and fourth respectively, Trappenlay G Sport 5th, Team 12, that's the 15 car we just saw going through in second position, and then we've got the 29 car in third position as we're watching the the RAF Team Flywheel car at the moment. So that was actually thinking about the Integra that we saw off. That was another of their cars.
Oh, it was.
It was Alex Smith. I was trying to work out who that Integra belongs to. They've had a nightmare, haven't they? RAF Team Flywheel. They've got David Russell out in his 328i at the moment, but Chris and Simon Frowen we know has been in trouble. So it could be that they're down to just 2 cars, David Russell being one of them, and Chris Slater being the other.
Not ideal, is it? Yeah, 2 of their cars stranded trackside as well, so it'll take a while to get them back to the pit lane. Only 2 hours to go though, so they should, as long as nothing else goes wrong, they should be able to get to the end of the race with just 2 more cars, assuming they can get about an hour out of a fuel tank each time. But that is, how quickly things can change. They were looking really strong until about half an hour ago, and then suddenly a few bits of misfortune, and they're essentially out of contention. A lot of smoke there just up the road from somebody. I couldn't tell if that was tyre smoke or an engine starting to hit trouble, but it's white smoke. The reason I make that point is that we do have a few diesel-powered cars out there. No, there we go, that's the issue, and it is the 36B?
Yes, it is. That's John Coburn's BMW 3 Series, so Get the Chopper are in trouble. That car is, I think, not... Well, if it is going to complete the lap, it's going to do so slowly, isn't it? And it could be well advised to do it offline.
Yes, because it did look a bit like there was some fluid coming out of the back of that from the previous shot. He is doing that, in fairness, but of course in a circuit that turns both left and right, you're inevitably going to cross that racing line at some point, such as here. He's doing his very best to stay out of the way. Let's see as he comes out of Club Corner whether we can spot any fluid coming out of the back of the car, or whether it is just smoke. No, it might be okay actually here, and I can't see anything coming out of it.
Yeah, I think you're possibly right there, Andy, so that's good news from that point of view. So who else have got to the chopper? Well, they've only got three drivers in their team. They've got Oliver Smith and Paul Brighton as well, those are the other two drivers, and they were running in 9th place overall and 6th place within their class on scratch before this happened, but they'll be losing a little bit of ground now. They've got a couple of... They've got one lap between themselves and then the next car in their class, which is the proper British GTs, Team 9 in 11th overall. Chris Everall, Dylan Popovich, Ross Everall, Stuart Dayburn and Ben Scrivens.
Yes, so some time being lost, but at least if they get it back to the pit lane, okay, you have to wait a bit longer to send the next car out, but they've got a fighting chance of getting the problem fixed, although I'd be surprised if we see that car again. That looks like fairly substantial engine problems. So that BMW falling by the wayside then. And again, the deeper into the race we get now, Ian, the more likely we are to see this. You made the point earlier on that several of the cars in this race are used to doing, 20-minute sprint races. Cars 32, 26 and 30 being given stop-go penalties there.
Well, one of those is the RJ Motorsport 2 car in 4th position. One is Dayton Motorsport, and what was the other number that you jotted down?
26.
That was Mini Kev's one. Keith is it Kevin Philpott, John White and Chris Williams. So stop-and-go penalties, and there we can see it at Luffield, the cars that have broken down earlier, including Alex Smith's Honda Integra. I'm going to get the headset off of it now if Josh is ready to come in. So Andy, leave it with you, and then it'll be Josh.
Yes, so a dramatic 5 or 10 minutes there then in the Birkett 6-hour relay race, a race that is still being led very comfortably by the Doris NWH Radical trio, and they have a lead now of the best part of 2 laps actually on scratch. This is over the number 15 Raw Motorsports Radical in 2nd. They are a minute clear now of the number 29, which tells me I think they've had a pit stop because they were a lap ahead not that long ago. So I think we've just had a pit stop for the number 15 team in 2nd position. 29 runs 3rd, number 30 runs in 4th place as the number 32A car comes in. This is to serve its stop-go penalty. Axel van Niederveen in the troubled Dayton Motorsport squad, because remember Marco Anastasi in the not-so-distant past, half an hour or so ago, pulled off the road with mechanical issues down at Club Corner. So that's a car in the garage with a problem and a car in the penalty box serving a 10-second stop-go penalty. Just to continue ringing down the rest of that top 10 then. 4th place, number 30, RJ Motorsport 2. 5th position, the number 3 AAA's racing team. They lead in Class B. 6th, number 12, the Prep and Play G Sport squad. They are a Class D runner. And then 2nd and 3rd in Class B. 7th and 8th overall, numbers 16, Capture Motorsport and 48, Darkside Motorsport, who have been pretty close together all race long. 9th for number 51, Area Motorsport, also a Class B runner. And rounding out the top 10, number 36, Get to the Chopper. But we've just seen them with an issue of some sort, a very smoky BMW heading for the pit lane. Well, I'm joined by Josh Barrett once again in the commentary box, and you picked a good moment to join us, Josh. It's all kicking off.
Yeah, it's getting towards the end of the Birkett. It's normally what happens. I saw when I was down the pit lane that Ginetta needed a push start to get going, but that time it did get going on its own steam, which helped out somewhat. But yeah, you're noticing lots of problems now with cars or teams losing cars I spoke to David Drinkwater. He said that car's overheating after 20 minutes.
Oh dear.
And they'd already lost Paul Hinson's car because that had a crash. And Adam Reed hit the bumper off the MGZS that's destroyed in the paddock, and that took out the front of that car. So that team have basically got one car limping. Sam Callahan, you saw him. He had contact with BMW, which smashed the suspension. And then James Harvey's car, which is the co-team car, that's broken pretty much. So Jacob Ebury's car's the only one that's left, which is sharing with Sam Callahan, with Gary Campbell. And we saw Gary was in the gravel, and Jacob said to me, it's a bit weird seeing your own car in the gravel when you're not in it.
Indeed so, and normally Jacob's there waiting to snap a shot of the unlucky driver in the gravel trap, Jacob Ebury, renowned motorsport photographer, and having a crack on track here this weekend. But yeah, one or two of them starting to hit trouble now, and indeed hit each other on occasion, heading into the final couple of hours of what's turned into a beautiful afternoon here at Silverstone. Penalty being served here for number 30, so this was another one of those stop-go penalties that were being shown a while ago. That is number 30C, which is the Radical that was running in 4th position overall, and that is a stop-go penalty for Matt Jones. Yes, it is the SR3 in the pit lane, which leaves us now with only, I think, the number 26 that still has the penalty to serve.
Number 3 is being reclassified into Class D because of running slick tyres. So while we thought we were leading Class B, because of running slick tyres, they've been reclassified. So therefore, the Class B leader goes back to Capture Motorsport versus Darkside that you were talking about earlier on.
Right, okay, and of course that number 3 car, as of 3.5 hours in, was leading the handicap race as well, so kind of makes a bit more sense now as to the pace that they had running on slicks, though I guess they may well have had to now tweak their credit laps now that they've discovered they're running on slicks, so we'll await the latest handicap bulletin to see if that's still the case.
Yeah, not sure how. Yeah, because of course they were running high up the overall as well, weren't they?
They were leading, yeah.
Right, okay. So that's interesting, isn't it, to see how that is going to continue into the final couple of hours or just under of this race. And that car that had the penalty has come out the pit. Oh no, it's the leader slowing on the track. No. So the Doris Radical is going to stop, I think, I'm afraid, down into Birkett. And just as the team boss was here watching the coverage from the commentary box, he was explaining they're in a predicament. This is the predicament he was telling me about.
Right, okay. Oh, and that's a Mazda going the wrong way as well. Was that 68? 68D pulling off the road. So it's all kicking off. This really has been a dramatic moment of the race. Russell Clark, isn't it, that? In 68D. So the race-leading car then stopped on the road halfway between Cops and Maggots, and driver waving at the marshals that he will need a tow. The car has clearly lost drive completely. And this is significant now. The team, having seen this, Josh, will surely be able to send another car out as soon as they can, but this will lose them time nonetheless.
Yeah, there's a concern of how many cars they've got.
Oh, is there now? Right.
I'm not sure how much more I can say than that.
Okay, so we may not see another Radical out on track to replace them in the near future then. Well, hopefully they do, though, because they were absolutely dominating this scratch race, weren't they?
Okay, so they lean about a lap and a half, something like that. So
yeah, nearly 2, I think.
Right, so they got time here. So this is when we were just talking about cars having problems and teams running out of cars. So here's Hicklin. He was in the car, I think, when I was here earlier. Presumably he's been out of the car at some point. But he is in 4th, so it's the Royal Motorsport team have just gone through. So they would have started lap 98, which is the lap that Doris team have just finished. So here they are, the car in 2nd place. So this is 15B, is that? I think so. So 15B is John McLeod, a 3-time winner of this event, 2014, 2017, 2020. He also finished 4th this season in the Radical Challenge. So he's working his way through. See there, one of the MGs. I don't think you've been out in the paddock since. The MG ZS is absolutely wrecked. The coal green car. So we saw bits of cars being picked up at one stage when Ian was on with me. We couldn't work out what car it had come from because it was in so many bits. But I'm afraid coal green's MG ZS, whether it's written off or not, I think it's right on that. The back end of the car is no more, basically, I'm afraid. So hopefully they've got a few cars left the team are they? CMC Motorsport, and that was, I think, Mark Bellamy, who we saw just a moment ago. So this is Royal Motorsport coming down into the loop section. So when they go across the line, they've done the same amount of laps as the Doris NWH car, and then, assuming they haven't sent another car out yet, once they get through Birkett, they'll basically be taking the lead of the race. But we're going to get a safety car because of it. So we'll have to wait a few more moments. And this will give them a bit more time to get another car out. And there's only a minute and a quarter back to RJ Motorsport, who are currently in third. So this is going to bring everyone in the overall back into it. With less than 2 hours to go.
Yes, because I think that RJ Motorsport owes a pit stop because they were a full lap behind Raw Motorsport, and then suddenly they were a minute and a quarter behind. So I think that Raw had pitted and RJ Motorsport hadn't, so they're now on the same lap as the car that we think is about to take the race lead. So those two radicals we know have been evenly matched. The safety car will bunch them all together. Okay, 29 perhaps owes as a pit stop, but this has tightened the scratch race up an awful lot for the overall victory. And that is certainly going to be a developing story. We'll try and get to the bottom of exactly what's going on down at Team 14 very shortly. In the meantime, though, Lewis Beals has made his way down to the Toyota MR2 end of the pit lane and the Lock Stops and Two Smoking Tyres team.
Thank you very much there. Yes, down Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Tyres, we've got Adam Lockwood. Adam, gone quite well in the handicap. Fourth, I believe.
Yeah, I think we're doing all right at the moment. We've had a good day so far. Touch wood, no mistakes. Jim's out at the moment, putting in some good solid lap times. I've just come in, and we were consistent. Traffic's a little bit of an issue, and obviously we've got a lot quicker cars out there as well, so you've just got to try and be careful of them. But yeah, it's going all right. We're pretty pleased at the moment.
Well, I can see from the grin on your face. But how long a stints can you do with the MR2s?
We're doing hour stints. They probably would do a little longer, but by then tyres are getting pretty hot and bothered. Fuel-wise, we can probably hold enough for about an hour and a half, but I don't think the tyres would hang on for that long.
What about the driver?
Driver probably wouldn't hang on for that long either. So it's hours just about enough, I think.
Well, we were just discussing about the radicals, which are the super fast cars in the race. How do you deal or look out for the radicals, which I take it must come past you virtually every lap?
Yeah, the trouble is with the radicals is they're quite low down. So if you spot them on a straight, fine. It's on the corners is the problem, because they dip underneath my mirror angle, and I can't see them, and the same for the other guys. So some of them have been running with lights on, which really helps. But yeah, they come around every lap, and they come up so quick. You see them in the mirror, far away, and then they're on it by the next corner. But it's all good. Just try not to drive over one. They don't like that.
No, I hope you don't. So what's your technique of keeping safe?
Keeping safe. Keep looking in those mirrors.
Did you tell me you keep to your line and let them jiggle around?
Yeah, best thing to do. Just don't move. Let them go around you. Last thing they want is you sort of being unpredictable and sort of going left to right. Yeah, just stick to what you're doing and let them sort themselves out.
Okay, Adam. So anyway, fingers crossed. Do you think you can make it a little further up the handicap order? Fourth now. Do you think a winner's on the cards?
Well, you never know. Jim's out at the moment, and he's pretty quick. So yeah, hopefully
you're going to hopefully claw some laps back in this session.
Yeah, that's the aim, and Danny's finishing. So and Danny's equally as quick. So yeah, hopefully we can put in a real good finish on the last sort of hour, and you never know.
Okay, Adam, thanks a lot. We might even come back and have a chat later.
Brilliant. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. So that's Adam Lockwood from Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Tyres, and telling us what the situation's like for those in the slightly slower cars trying to avoid the fast ones. Anyway, back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Lewis. And while you've been talking to Adam Lockwood, the latest bulletin has come out for the handicap, and he's up to second. He was fourth before that with the Lock, Stocks and Two Smoking Tyres team, which he shared with Jim Mew and Danny Bryant. But leading the way still is the AAA's Racing team number 3 with Andrew Raff, Andrew Etheridge, Phil Knibb and Chris Etheridge. Then in third place is 69 Mazda Misfits, which is Simon Walker-Hansel, Stephen Rees, Alex Wilkinson Hughes, William Pickard, Nico Favreau and James McCann. as it all gets rather tight behind the safety car by the looks of things. In 4th position is 35, which is the Carmel Porsche's dads and their lads, which is the Cragos, the Walkers and the McHughes. In 5th position is 59, which is Royal Navy Motorsport, which is Adam Jewis, Seb Unwin, Gareth Moss and Simon Vernon. In 6th position is number 8, which is the Motion Motorsport team, which is Chris Nyland, Jack Leese, Mitchell Hale and William Puttergilt, but we can see multiple reasons actually, Andy, why the safety car is out. Great.
These two cars have been here for a while on the inside of Luffield. That is the Ginetta of Maurizio Sciglio and the Honda Integra, which was Alan Smith, the number 1 RAF Team Flywheel Honda. They've both been there for at least half an hour, if not longer, so those teams have long since sent another car out, but they're finally getting their cars recovered back to the paddock from the inside at Luffield. We also, Josh, have a 14 car back out on track. Now, I didn't see which one it was, as it was in the safety car queue. They have lost the lead in the scratch race, at least, but they might still be on the lead lap, or just off the lead lap, if that makes sense. So, depending, if I know they're slipping further back now, they are 3rd in the scratch race now. So it's Raw Motorsport who lead number 15, RJ Motorsport number 29 2nd, and Doris NWH 3rd, but they're all still on the same lap.
This is quite exciting now, isn't it? So we've very much got a race on our hands for the final 1 3/4 hours. We get a true read of the gaps when we get the race back underway. But yeah, very much this is going to be very interesting indeed, I think, for the scratch race as well as the handicap, because like you said, there is still this question mark probably over the AAA's handicap if they've changed their tyre allocation, potentially. So we'll wait and see if that is factored in a little bit later on. They're down to 2 cars. That was much earlier on. They were talking about that. So if they have a car go wrong, they'll be in strife. So you see Alistair Smart going through there. He's actually up to 2nd, isn't he? That's the car that was 2 laps off after the first hour. Yes. They're back up to 2nd place. So Alistair Smart, who started that car, is back out, the PR6. But after that first hour, you wouldn't have really put them in the reckoning, would you? So even in this relay format, the endurance part of it does come into it.
And the changing track conditions, I think they perhaps just struggled in the wet, but now it's dry. They've had some serious pace. As soon as they put slicks on that car, they were among the fastest out there. In fact, for a period of time, they had the fastest lap. So, yeah, clearly a quick car now that the track has dried out a little bit, and they will now try from 2nd position to challenge for a race lead. There is Maurizio Sciglio's car on the back of the flatbed truck. Being towed in is the Integra of Alex Smith, and those 2 cars both being sent to the paddock now.
That team were really in contention, weren't they? The RAF Team Flywheels with all the former winners. Yes. They had a penalty earlier on, and now obviously lost one of their fast cars.
Lost 2 actually. They lost the Fiesta as well. I don't know whether you spotted this. That broke down at Village, and it was only about 15 minutes later that the Integra was stopped at Luffield. So they've lost at least 2 cars. Yeah,
and they weren't factoring, were they, when we were just looking at the handicap positions? So potentially not a win this year for the RAF. We heard earlier from how strong they are. So they're being the Army and the Royal Navy are having to live up to the Armed Forces reputation to be up there for a result at the end of this. There's certainly a lot more safety cars this year. That is for certain, because I think Lewis mentioned we only had 1 last year, and that was right near the end of the race. But usually when it's really wet, we actually don't have many safety cars. I think everyone takes it that a little bit more cautiously. But we had that slippery condition, so I think everyone was pushing hard. But it was still tricky out there, which caused some problems.
I would argue we've had more safety cars since it dried out, so that does sort of support your theory, doesn't it? It gets drier and the drivers get a little bit braver, so yeah, and of course you keep bunching everybody up and you're far more likely to then have some trouble on the racetrack, which is exactly what we've done now. We've bunched them all up, we've cleared the track. Excellent work as always by the marshals and recovery crews, and that means that we, with 1 hour and 40 minutes to go, are about to get racing once again after the 5th safety car period of the race, I think, at least the 5th, and we are going racing once more. The race leading Radical is about 2/3 of the way down the queue, as we go racing again here. Green flags waving, no overtaking until you cross the timing line, of course, but keep an eye for some of those quick radicals further back in the pack. We're expecting those gaps to be not particularly large between the top 3 cars.
Just had the latest of the prediction scores, and Lewis has taken the lead now.
Really?
So he's fiddling things down in the pit lane, trying to break the cars on our points, I think. I'm sure he's not. So, as you say, the race has got back underway, and it's 3 abreast already, down towards Birkett. But there's the leader then. So this is 15B, I think I said earlier. So it's John McLeod who leads this race as he turns his way through past one of the BMWs, then a Mini gets past that car, which was driven by Ben Taylor. Then you've got Stuart Thompson, the Sports Specials champion. You've got Maxine Nichols in there, squeezes through. And we await RJ Motorsport and the Doris NWH team cars to complete their 100th lap of the race.
Yeah, 100 laps in the book then, with still over an hour and a half to go, and the gap officially is 33.4 seconds first to second. Second to third, though, is under 3 seconds, so that's the battle we need to try and pick out here. RJ Motorsport 29 and Doris NWH number 14. You'd expect the 14 car to be a bit quicker based on the early pace, but they are 36.2 seconds off the lead and about 2 seconds off second place.
And on pure pace, Royal Motorsport have been 3 seconds a lap slower than the 2 cars that will be chasing it down, which obviously on an average lap time it might not work out like that, which is the more important thing here. And there they are, side by side. So Alistair Smart there in the PR6 had the SR3, I think, round the outside of him, and it's gone through, I reckon. So it looked like the Doris car went back into second place. And we get a confirmation of that. Yeah, there it is. This is Shane Stoney's car it smoked before. I reckon it's fuel overflow. Okay. Because it's obviously going to be full of fuel at the moment. It shouldn't probably be doing that, but I think that's. Although Shane Stoney and Ryan Harper-Ellam are sharing the car, aren't they? So it's one or the other who are driving it, but they're both very quick, which is the thing there. And they're past Alistair Smart. Well, he's 3 seconds behind him. He's already 3 seconds ahead of him. They haven't completed the lap yet.
Yeah, the inside of one of the Ginetta G20s they go. So let's hope that is just fuel overflow. Seems to be doing it around most of the lap now, though, whereas first time we saw it, it was really just through the right-handers. But anyway, he's charging his way through the traffic, and I'll be interested to see the lap times. Not hanging around at all, is he?
Absolutely not. It is Shane Stoney. I just saw the letter on the side of the car. So yeah, I think he's been told to go on full burners, hasn't he? And he is absolutely flying, but he's got to be cautious here because the cars around him obviously are a lot slow. We heard from the drivers earlier, they're not easy to see, and this is one of the cars that doesn't have the light bar on it. So he's getting sideways. Is he that's because he's pushing on, or is it because of this fluid? But this amount, like you're saying, he might be attracting the officials' attention. The marshals will be having a look at that, whether they think it's okay or not. But for Shane Stoney, he turns into Copse Corner to start the 102nd lap of this race. He's got cars side by side up ahead of him. But it's still, of course, John McLeod who leads the way for Royal Motorsport. Because he had less traffic, he's actually still quicker than Shane Stoney by about a second on that lap.
Yeah, it'll take Stoney another lap or two probably to get through the worst of the traffic, by which point he'll have caught the back end of the train again, I'm sure. But yeah, he is certainly not hanging around here, ducking and diving. This is some of the most spectacular driving we've seen all race long, and Shane Stoney, knowing that they're under the thumb a bit now, is determined to try and gain some of this time back, should they, for whatever reason, end up losing a bit of time again later on in the race. But you can see there as he comes through Stoke Corner, the fluid continuing to come out of the back of the car. If it is fuel overflow, Josh, you'd expect that to get a little bit better as the laps go by. Almost a bit of a squeeze. Well, there was a bit of a squeeze from the 58E BMW there of Doug Inglis. But yeah, if that is just an overflow of fuel, you would hope to see that lessening slightly by now.
Yeah, and it seemed more major than the previous time, but he's carving his way through the traffic. Shane Stoney's got a very diverse racing history because he won the Saxmax Championship back in 2011. Then he won the Mini Challenge twice in the Cooper class. Then he turned his attention to Radicals, won the Radical SR1 Cup. And then he won the Birkett just a couple of years ago. So going from tin tops to sports cars, but it seems wherever he drives, he's very quick, and we're seeing why.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, his racecraft is absolutely second to none, and you learn that through one-make racing, which is what he's done throughout his whole career, be that in the Radical or, as you said, in front-wheel drive tin tops in the past. And he's now, I'd say, through the worst of the traffic, isn't he? That it's now just 1 or 2 cars that he's catching every few corners, rather than a constant group of cars around him. Lots of fluid out of the back of the car there, offline thankfully through Luffield. This is starting to concern me though, Josh, because I think that's getting worse, not better.
Yeah, that's right, and the race leader's just done their personal best lap of the race. So John McLeod pushing on himself, perhaps in a bit of clear road, has done a 2:09.6, so still not the outright pace of the 2 cars, or 2 competitor cars. But it doesn't seem to be slowing Shane Stoney down much, because despite all that traffic, he did a 2:11, so he was only a second and a half slower than the leader. But how spectacular are some of those moves. I think he took 4 cars around the outside of club on that previous lap. Meanwhile, he up at Stowe Corner. Well, he's got a bit clear track now, hasn't he, Andy?
Yeah, this looks a bit better now, doesn't it? And that smoke is actually, as soon as I said it was getting worse, does now seem to be getting better. So your theory might be holding water here. Into Stowe he goes, and noticeably less coming out of the back of the car-ish. Anyway, we'll monitor it over the next few laps. But what we do know is he should go quickly on this lap. This car holds the fastest lap of the race. It's capable of doing 2:06 lap times. Well, the race leader just did a 2:09. So if he can unlock that sort of pace, then he should start bridging this 38-second gap. He's already 11 seconds clear, or was at the start of the lap, of the RJ Motorsport 1 car in 3rd position, with RJ Motorsport 2 a lap further back then in 4th spot. But Shane Stoney, absolutely spectacular to watch, blast around the outside of one of the Honda Civics, and this, I think, Josh, could be a really quick lap.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. At the moment, we're a couple of seconds outside the lap record for the Birkett relay on this layout. This layout's only been used for a few years. And while we continue to watch this, down in the pit lane is Lewis Bills. Let's see who he's caught up with.
Thank you very much, guys. And we're Prep and Lay G-Sport, Russell Dack, who's literally just coming off the track. Car number 12, team 12, should I say, and I think you're sort of about 5th place, Russell. You're doing well.
Yeah, we're not doing too bad. I think we've dropped down to 6th now. I've got a time penalty, but I'm not too sure why. And it wasn't a small one, it was 60 seconds, so I'm going to go and find out what that was. But, yeah, no, we're doing all right. You know what it's like. It's not over till it's over, is it? So you never know where we're going to get to.
Yeah, I think 1 or 2 got some time penalties there. I think that may have been a transgression under the safety car.
Ah, is that what they're saying, is it? Oh, right.
I'm speculating a little bit, but just because there was a safety car a little bit before all the penalties got dished out.
Yeah, there was quite a lot of numbers came up on that board saying there was penalties. But, yeah, I mean, I'm trying to get used to the car as well, because I've never driven the car until today, because I obviously have my own car here, and the diff blew up 2 laps into qualifying. And then James kindly said to me I could use his car as well. So we're using one car twice. So it's quite hard for the car, to be honest.
Well, yeah, so what's the difference between your BMW M3 and James's?
Mine's obviously an earlier M3. It has got the later engine in it, but mine's got Motorsport ABS, and James hasn't got any ABS at all. So I'm trying to literally drive a car now with, no ABS, and I'm quite used to coming in the corners extremely quick. I'm not using the ABS all the time, but it's always there just in case.
Anyway, other than that, you're enjoying yourself?
Always enjoy the Birkett, always.
Well, yeah, it's a bit of a special event, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's good, and like all my family and friends turn up. My daughter's the team manager, which is nice for us. And everybody's here under their own steam. No one's paid. They're all doing it as the last race of the season and to enjoy ourselves, so it's great.
OK, Russell, and good luck, and hopefully you might make a little bit further up the order before the end of the race.
We've got 1 lap to gain. Let's see what happens.
OK, buddy, thank you very much. There you go, that's Russell Dack, and from Team 12, and that's the information he's got, and it's back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Lewis. I noted down an unofficial production car lap record, which that team have beaten by 1/10 of a second, I reckon, because back in 2018, Cole Swift in a TCR car did a 2:15.3, And that team in one of their BMWs had done a 2:15.2 during the course of this race. So that's, as I say, an unofficial production car lap record for the Birkett. Because of course the Radical's so much quicker, but an impressive lap time there during the course of the race for that team.
Speaking of impressive lap times, Shane Stoney, now that he is in clean air, is going quicker than the leader by about 3 and a bit seconds a lap. So 32.8 seconds, let's call that 33 seconds is the gap. It'll take him a long time at that rate, about 14 laps or so, to catch the race leader. There he is, and of course he's now back in traffic. So he had that one lap where he was in pretty clean air, and now he's surrounded by cars once again. The 12A BMW just behind him off. Well, it can't be 12A because that was Russell Dack, who we've just been speaking to down in the pit lane. But anyway, that BMW carving its way through too, and Shane Stoney continues to push on. He's built up already a big old lead of about 21 seconds or so over RJ Motorsport in 3rd position. Class B still being led provisionally at least by AAA's Racing in 5th position, but if they do get bumped up into Class D, then that will be Capture Motorsport leading the way, and they've got the best part of 2 minutes over Darkside Motorsport, so that gap has increased as well in the recent past as we move now into the final 90 minutes of the race.
Yeah, he just got past Chris Stone's Honda Civic we saw there, did Shane Stoney. But while he's going through traffic, Andy, I'm sure the same thing can be said for John McLeod, who leads the way. Ooh. And it's busy there, including for one of our handicap front runners, which is Jim Mew in the Lock Stops and car, the Toyota MR2 that's working its way through. It was David Russell's BMW who he was around in all of that. And that more penalty boards possibly going out. Just I noticed there, we couldn't see who it was for, but it's a busy place to be, isn't it, to be a start line marshal on this event?
Yes, it is indeed. They're positioned just outside of our commentary box window, but I still can't quite see the numbers on the board, so we'll see if we get another shot of that part of the circuit. But penalties affecting quite a few front-running cars, actually, of late. Certainly we've had 2 or 3 of our top 10 runners in the pit lane recently serving stop-go penalties, so it's an easy way to lose your race if you start getting punished for indiscretions. But you're right, the number 11B car running well at this stage. 11B in the hands of Jim Mew was set to be one of our front-running contenders in the handicap race.
Confirmation from the pit lane that it was an engine failure for the Doris team straight out of the pit lane, as I thought was the case. Meanwhile, for 17C, which is Ben Taylor's Mini, taking an unconventional line there out at Club Corner.
Not the only driver to have done so down at that part of the circuit, although since it's dried out, it's become a little bit more, a little bit less common, I should say, to see people grass tracking down there. But the Mini bounces its way back onto the road. So engine failure then for that number 14 car. That means they're down to at least, or at most, 2 cars that they've got left to run the rest of the race, and that's going to really apply the pressure now. Those 3-car teams, you'd think 3 cars is more than enough to get you through 6 hours, but once you lose one, the pressure is on not to lose another, because that could be your day done. So fingers crossed they're able to carry on, because I still think they're in this race, certainly the scratch race. They've lost time now in the handicap, of course, but they never really were a factor in the handicap, at least not up until the last bulletin that we had half an hour or so ago. But for the scratch race, if that car runs faultlessly to the end, they could still have a shot. They continue to close on the lead at the gap now less than 30 seconds.
5 seconds on the last lap. Shane Stoney was quicker than John McLeod, so he continues to carve that gap down as they work lap 106 of the race. Still seeing some personal bests in 15th position, RJ Motorsport, which is a team of Honda Civics, so they're going well inside the top 15. Mervyn Birkett, part of that team, had a chat with him this morning. Here is Shane Stoney. He's the quickest driver on the circuit at the moment, turning his way through Luffield and very sideways. BMW gets out the way, and then he carves to the outside of the next one through Woodcote. On that lap, John McLeod is a 2:15, so as he's catching all this traffic that Shane Stoney's going to have to deal with in a moment, he's done a much slower lap time. So this chase is very much on for the lead in this stint.
23.8 seconds now, so he was another 4 and a bit seconds quicker that time around. Shane Stoney dives to the inside of, well, just one car in the end, through Beckett's corner. The Honda Civic turned into the corner just ahead of him, and he is continuing to make impressive progress here, Josh.
Yeah, the Honda he just got past was Jack Lees, who's gone back to driving a Honda Civic, because all season he's been in a Radical. He did bike sports to start off with, then he did the final round of the Radical Challenge, and he got rather harpooned out of that race. So he's gone back to Honda Civic, which he raced last year, where he finished 5th in the Type R Trophy. So Jack Leese has gone another lap down to the Radicals here up front, and a lot more cars, while I was describing that, have gone being passed by Shane Stoney, including 41B there, which is Paul Sheard.
Yeah, Paul Sheard, Mr. MX-5 really, and big supporter of the new Mark IV MX-5s. He's trying to get more of them over here in the UK, and he's at the wheel of one of his cars. He'll be at the wheel of another MX-5 in a week's time at the circuit rally at Alton Park, which is apparently you can drive an MX-5 in anything. Someone's had a moment. That's another Mini, isn't it, off at Club Corner?
When isn't it? When I was on before, it was. Is it the same car? It is. It's Ben
It
Taylor.
is.
It's like a replay of 3 minutes ago.
2 laps in a row.
Yes, that's suboptimal, I think, isn't it?
Yes, I'm sure he'll describe it as something like that. Speaking of Minis, another couple of them here. There are plenty of Minis all of a sudden in this stint. I think they've written some sort of pact between themselves that they'll all go out at the same time, and it's a little mini challenge race we've got going on here. 27A ahead of 24B. 27A is Sean Woodard, and 24B is Lee Campbell. Those two nose to tail as they go through the final couple of corners on this lap, and there goes Paul Sheard, as I said, in his Mark IV Mazda MX-5. But what's the latest lap time, I wonder, for the race leader? Right on cue, 2 minutes 12, so a better lap time that time from John McLeod. So hopefully not quite as much damage done as far as his lead gap's concerned. Lewis, down in the pit lane, what have you got?
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're down here with the Doris NWH, one of their teams, Mark Williams, actually. And Mark, you were just, well, can you explain what happened? Because you were well in the lead. Now you're back in second place, but only 30-odd seconds behind. What happened?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we've already had one car failure today. So we were using the backup car, our third car, and I was going out for 10 laps while they serviced the other car, ready to go again. But unfortunately, I got out the pit lane and changed from second to third, which was okay, then up from third to fourth, and the car just went pop and cut out. I originally thought it was the engine, but now we've got it back. It's just the coil supplies came off. So we put that back on now, and it's good to go again. So hopefully we can retake the lead, all going well, and I'll maybe get out for the last 10 minutes in that car. We'll see how it goes.
Well, you're going to try it again, are you?
I think we'll have to. We've not got the fuel in the other car to run to the end, so it'll have to come back in, and we'll probably have to do the last 10 or 15 minutes in that car, I believe.
Well, that's going to be nerve-wracking, isn't it?
Yeah, either that or we stay out and run out of fuel. So run out of fuel or win, who knows? Let's see if we can take the lead again first.
Oh, you're rolling the dice. It's going to be a gamble.
Yeah, that's basically it. So we'll see how we go.
So who's out in the car? Who's out for you at the moment?
Shane Stoney's back in the car now. Shane Stoney's back in doing another lap, and he's a very quick driver. So hopefully he'll pull them in.
Okay, Mark, I can see the team have been are operating. Oh dear. Okay, Roger. Yeah, you're in charge, are you?
Worse things have been said about me.
Anyway, okay, we'll let you back in there. So it's touch and go. Mark says could be touch and go.
It's very, very touch and go, and we knew this was a possibility. Shane's will be running on drags, so it's. I think he's reading in the leaders, so it's classic Birkett. That's what we're here for, isn't it?
Too right. Okay, thanks a lot. So there we are. That's the action down. That's the tense. That's the tenseness down here in pit 4A with the Doris NWH team, and fingers crossed that we're going to get a really cracking finish. Back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Lewis. So yeah, a bit of confirmation down there from Mark Williams that the other car broke earlier. So that's the car that he and Roger Bromley were sharing. I understand that was a gearbox failure in that car earlier on. I think we can say that now. And because the world now knows that they're down to one fully functioning car. That one with the engine failure, it sounds like they think they fixed it to a degree that they can get it back out if necessary. But ideally, they'd like Shane Stoney to keep going. But surely a Radical can't go for 90 minutes on a tank of fuel unless there are some pauses into proceedings for the remainder of the race.
True, if they get a couple of safety cars, they might be able to save, but the way Shane Stoney's driving it, he's not conserving anything, is he? So he is absolutely going flat out. He's got now to nearly within 20 seconds of the race lead. It sets us up for a fascinating conclusion to the race, though, because there's every chance that he'll get the lead in this stint. In fact, I'd say that it's almost a foregone conclusion. On pace alone, he should be leading in about an hour's time. When the car will run out of fuel, he'll bring it into the pit lane, but will the other car get to the end? Because it barely made it out of the pit lane last time, so can they get it to do the final 15 or 20 minutes without that engine issue recurring? That's going to be the fascinating thing. The Birkett is going to keep us guessing right down to the final laps again.
And for Alistair Smart, I'm afraid he wasn't very quick in the wet earlier, and he's equally maybe not as fast as the others in the dry either, because he's dropped over a minute away from Shane Stoney, so the Radical PR6. There's a bit more of a handful, to be fair, going through the traffic, so therefore Alistair Smart doesn't seem to have the pace to live up to the top two, but perhaps when they get either Charles Graham or perhaps Wade Eastwood, who was so quick earlier on, into that car, that could be a third car that buys its way into a battle for the lead, particularly if there are problems for others, which we know there is.
So we're anticipating that the final 20 minutes of the race could be quite dramatic. Ian Soman, ever want to stir the pot, has just shown me a weather radar that says it's going to rain at 5:20 with 20 minutes to go. So just as that's all going to kick off with the mystery surrounding the number 14 squad and their mechanical issues that they may or may not face at the end of the race, we also could throw in some weather, but we'll see whether that transpires or not. We're an hour and 19 minutes away from the conclusion of this race, and the scratch race at the very least is going to be a real close-knit battle, I think, in the end. 17.5 seconds now, the gap between the top two. So the rate at which Stoney's closing, it's an average of about 3 or 4 seconds, like he took 5 last time around. He could be there in the next 4 to 5 laps, I think, couldn't he?
Yeah, and this is very impressive, because John McLeod's not a slow driver. He finished 4th in the Radical Challenge Championship, which is massively competitive, earlier on or during the season, and Shane Stoney, who hasn't done a full season of racing in this car, is lapping dramatically quicker. Well, they've both got experience, to be fair, because they're both former winners of this race as well, so it's not even that's not a factor necessarily. So going to be interesting to see what happens once he does catch John McLeod, and whether he catches John McLeod before he makes a pit stop for that what will probably be the final pit stop of the race for the Raw Motorsport team, although we're hoping it is at any rate. There's Nigel Brown. How are the Sports Specials team getting on? Run Baby Run, they've fallen a bit further down the order, haven't they? They're 22nd now, so I think they might have had a few dramas, because they're sort of in that odd position where they're in sort of sports cars, the kit cars, but they're not got the power of the Radicals and things, so they're sort of amongst all the production cars, which must be an interesting place to be in much smaller machinery.
Yeah, absolutely. Real little and large, isn't it? Well, there you saw visibly the lead gap. I think that came down again by quite a chunk on that lap. It was 2 minutes 12 for the race leading car, but as they went out of Copse Corner, Shane Stoney was appearing, coming out of Woodgate, 16 seconds. Well, actually only took a second out of them that time, so perhaps the camera making it look like a smaller gap than it actually was. But Shane Stoney is coming, and here again is the problem. Traffic up the road, and very, very close to disaster there. In fact, that's the 30, isn't it, that I was getting confused with. That's the RJ Motorsports Radical, but of course by the end of this lap Shane Stoney will also be in that group, so you can imagine that's the reason McLeod was losing time over the last couple of laps, and Shane Stoney was starting to take some real chunks out of it.
Yeah, it depends how effectively then he worked his way through the traffic. That's what it's all about. So yeah, it was Ash Hicklin who I think had to come completely out the throttle, didn't he, down the Hanger Straight to avoid some kind of disaster. Which I guess it's just managing risk all the time, isn't it? So there goes McLeod through Abbey, is basically through Club Corner, comes Shane Stoney, and he's dealt with most of that traffic because there's not too much more of it to go, including one of the Caterhams. We thought at the beginning there were quite a few Caterhams in this race. We haven't actually, or during my stint, we haven't spoke too much about them. So they haven't featured sort of in front of the other production cars, I think, because they are so quick now, the fast production cars, having TCR cars and those fast M3s in the past. The Caterhams probably would be ahead of that group, but that's not the case anymore. So through comes Stoney, out onto the Wellington Straight once again. for lap 111 of this race. And into Brooklands he goes. It's a very standard looking Renault Clio, that, isn't it, that he's just put a lap on. They're pretty much a road car that's had a number put onto it and presumably a roll cage and all the safety equipment. But apart from that, that looks like a very standard car.
Indeed so. 32A, by the way, is now Axel van Niederveen after Anastasi had his mechanical issue and Sciglio had a penalty. So Axel van Niederveen take over. I seem to recall him being in strife earlier on in the race as well, but I forget the details now of what his problem was exactly. Number 3A comes through, that's AAA's Racing, and that is the Seat Leon Cupra, Phil Knibb, and this is the car that we still have questions about as to which class they're in, but they're in 5th place overall.
Yes, Andrew Raff in it at the moment. He was due to be in his Lotus, but that broke earlier, so he's borrowing Phil Knibb's car. As a few of them are, I think, borrowing their mates' cars so they can go racing today. So Andrew Raff turns his way through Brooklands, leading on handicap at the last bulletin, and they're in 5th overall on scratch as well. And their best lap are 2:20, so they haven't lapped as quick as the BMW team, who are now only 40 seconds behind, because when we heard from that team earlier, 18 with the black flag. So that is Mrs. Mansell's Misfits, which is, I think, the classic modern motorsport club team. Dave Cholton, Warren Johnson, Adrian Matthews, Nick Lund, Gideon September, and Justin Ross. And it might be Justin Ross who's out there at the moment, that Clio, I think,
yes,
that I saw. 12 seconds is the leading gap. 4 seconds on that lap. Shane Stoney was quicker than John McLeod. So is he going to catch him before your stint is over, Andy?
Well, I reckon another 3 laps. So yes, we might get a lead change before Ian Soman jumps back in for the final hour alongside you, Josh. But Josh even. But yes, that's going to be close, isn't it? He's certainly closing in every lap now by about 4 seconds, regardless of how much traffic is around him. Andrew Raff here heading towards Stowe Corner, turning his way through, and there the number 30 car, which runs in 4th position. Now, what are their lap times like? 2 minutes 12. So all of the top the 2nd, 3rd and 4th place cars are all quicker than the race leader at the moment. So John McLeod struggling a little bit for pace. Now, we've got a couple of cars being given penalties. 4 cars have been given track limits penalties, and this is 8 and 18, I think is what that says. So 8 and 18 have outstanding penalties. 8 is Motion Motorsport, and 18, as you said, Mrs. Mansell's Misfits, so I'm guessing the 8 have served that penalty, and 18 were still outstanding with their stop-go.
And 8, Motion Motorsport, were one of the front runners in the handicap up to that point.
Yes.
The team that Jack Lees is in, as well as Chris Nyland, who was the runner-up this year in the Type R Trophy, and then Mitchell Hale and William Puttergill as well. Lead gaps are less than 10 seconds between McLeod and Stoney. And look at all this traffic they've got to come up to in just a few moments' time. And there is the race leader, John McLeod. So he's going to have to take a deep breath, Andy, and work his way through.
Yes, indeed. The next radical was the number 30, and there, the car that's chasing him down for position is Shane Stoney, the white number 14 car out of Club Corner. We reckon he's going to be able to keep going for less than an hour, about 50 minutes or so, and then he will hand over to a car that may or may not be capable of making the finish of the race. But right now, he's not thinking about that. His job is to get the lead, get as big a gap as possible, so that if there is an issue for the other car, they can perhaps just refuel this one and send it back out. But they're not allowed to refuel in the pit lane. They have to do it in the garage, and that means that they have to drive the car down the pit lane, round the back of the paddock, find a space to get through all of the traffic into the garage, then refuel it, and then send it back out, which is a good 3 minutes or so minimum that it would cost him. So he needs to get the lead and try and pull as big a gap as he possibly can. And getting the lead is going to be tricky now because, as you said, he's got all of this traffic and he's catching it at the worst part of the track.
Yeah, there's so many probably bad places, aren't there, really? But yeah, through Luffield. He just tried to clean round the outside of 3 cars there, and he's dealt with that. Then he comes up, and that's Colin Benham in his car, so he's past that, and under the Caterhams. You've got a Porsche in there and a BMW as well, and there is the race leader, John McLeod, who's pretty much dealt with them. and he get a good lap time as well, a 2 minutes 12, despite all that traffic.
Yeah, that wasn't bad actually, and we'll get Stoney's time in a moment or two, and I suspect he was delayed, although it didn't look it because he kept his speed up round the outside. He was still off the line there through the final corner. Well, it was still a 2 minutes 10.2, so, excuse me, over 2 tenths quicker, 2 seconds quicker than the race leader. That's a confusing graphic.
Yeah, I wonder here if somebody has sent their car out too early, because that lap time is certainly not a true lap time.
No.
So we just saw Colin Benham on track. That car's not capable of going that quickly, so I imagine they've sent a car out. Perhaps they thought one car was broken out on the circuit, so that car might be getting a penalty forthcoming.
Which is fine. You don't necessarily get a penalty. You just don't have your laps counted whilst you're out on track. Is my understanding, isn't it?
And yeah, you normally have 2 laps taken away, I think. So every lap's so every lap's basically taken away. So that team are in trouble, I think. So Team 10, Run Baby Run, are working their way up the timing screen, but they're going to fall back down again as they get penalised. So here comes Stoney up the inside. Oh, no. We've had an incident behind him up at the Vale.
45B was one.
Okay, I got the other one. So it's Fraser McFadden's BMW Z4, which was 53C, and Andy Peck with the Porsche 968. So that's Z-Cars 2 and Cap Ryan Insurance. And what might this mean, I wonder?
I don't know what you're suggesting here, Josh. The Porsche is definitely in a dangerous position, though. It's not moving from the gravel trap. The other car did get going, I think. But we've had safety cars for cars stuck in that gravel so far in this race, haven't we?
If you're the Doris team, the safety car comes out, do you come in and put fuel in the car that you know is good and lose less time out on the circuit?
Yes, is the short answer for sure, because I reckon they could do that and not quite lose a lap, and I think that's what's happening, isn't it? There's a yellow flag at the start line, and I think we're going safety car for at least the 6th time in this Birkett 6-hour relay race. Yep, drivers slowing down. Are they? Is there a yellow flag? No, that's actually
another yellow at Copse, I reckon.
Right, okay, so that's not a safety car. Yeah, there's something going on at Copse Corner. Couldn't quite see what, but this now increases the likelihood of there being a safety car, because we've now potentially got 2 cars off in dangerous positions.
Interesting, Ash Hicklin has managed to catch John McLeod, the leader, hasn't he? So Hicklin, who's in 4th, is trying to unlap himself. They were just lapping Rob Baker there, the 3-time Club Enduro champion, out now, though, in a Volkswagen Golf, which we understand is what they're going to run next year in the Club Enduro Championship. So on that lap, though, Shane Stoney didn't bring the gap down anymore. So we should get a look here at Vale and see if this is something that can be done under local yellows, or whether a further intervention is needed. The Silverstone Marshals are there with the driver, but that car is a damaged car as well. It's not just a car that perhaps can be pushed. It might have more damage. The BMW got back going, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. It's quite heavily damaged, isn't it, as well? So yeah, that's not going to be easy. The Marshals are just kind of standing there, which tells me they're waiting for a live snatch vehicle or for the safety car to be thrown so that they can really work on it. The race leader there with a close moment in traffic, but Shane Stoney is almost within sight now of the leading Radical, and he will be, in a way, hoping that we don't get a safety car, because the racer in him will be really enjoying this, chasing after the leaders. He'll want to do it all on merit, but a safety car, as Josh quite rightly says, could be their salvation if they've got concerns over their surviving sort of spare car, if you like, that's in the garage. Might give them the opportunity to refuel this one and take it to the end, with, I guess, Shane Stoney staying behind the wheel, but Shane carving his way again through the traffic. The 39D car, it is the 39 car, you were right, the Renault Clio there, and comes through to again not see a safety car board. So I think, Josh, they're going to try and clear this without bringing the safety car out.
Yeah, they're trying their hardest. Obviously, we've got this other situation at Copse Corner where we have double waved yellows there, so I suspect there's another live snatching operation at Copse Corner as well. So the other thing the drivers have got to be careful here, while we've got lots of yellow flags out, is not to go past the car under yellows, because there will be a penalty for that, and they tend to not be just a stop go either, as Ash Hicklin is working his way through there. I think around the outside of Ed Christie's M3 by the looks of it. The lead gap is now 4.2 seconds as Shane Stoney is getting through the traffic that little bit quicker than John McLeod. And John McLeod's got this extra sort of confusion of Ash Hicklin bearing down on him.
which could actually play in his favour once Stoney arrives on his tail, because Stoney will first have to get past Hicklin in order to have a go at John McLeod for the race lead. Hicklin, remember, is a couple of laps down on those two. There is the JCB pulling the 45B Porsche out of the way, so the damaged car of Andy Peck is being dragged out of harm's way, and that is being done under double waved yellows, as we've said. Green flags waving once again on the exit of the corner, which means that now Wes Payne can go past the slower BMW, so too can the Radical of Shane Stoney, who on this lap, Josh, I think if anything is losing time, I think partly because he's catching traffic into those yellow flag zones.
Yeah, you lose less than you get penalised, so you definitely don't want to go through. But yeah, it does seem that gap is largened then to McLeod, the leader of the race, in a very similar car. And there is McLeod, who's still ahead of Hicklin. And then, yeah, there's multiple lapped cars. Where is Shane Stoney? Yeah, he's lost huge amounts of time. Of course, he had Cops as well. That could have lost time there, and then further time at the Vale, seemingly. So this lead gap for the first time all stint really is going to go out on this lap.
Yeah, he did have traffic ahead of him going past the pits, so I mean, you think of the mid-corner speed of that Radical. If he's now stuck at Honda Civic pace, for example, through Cops Corner, then that is really going to lose him a lot of time. Right then, as the scratch race really starts to heat up, and we'll give you that updated gap in a moment or two, we also now have had an update on the handicap positions. This was as of 4.5 hours though, so this is about 25 minutes out of date, but things have changed around, haven't they, Josh? Because it looks like they have tweaked the, yes, Triple A's racing have been moved officially now into Class D. They've adjusted the handicap, and that leaves us with 3 teams on the lead lap. Leading on handicap then was the number 11 Lock Stops and 2 Smoking Tyres Toyota MR2 team, second number 69 the Mazda Misfits, and third number 44 Too Fast Too Furious. And there was not a lot of time between those leading 3 cars. Then a whole group of them on 109 laps, so 1 lap down. Rutec Racing's BMW Trials were 4th, number 62, 5th for number 3 Triple A's Racing, who as we've said have been moved into Class D now. 6th, number 63 Rutec Racing's BMW Compact, 7th, number 35 Cap Dads and their lads, and Class B winner they are. 8th position then for number 8 Motion Motorsport 1, 9th number 33 TSR Performance, and also on the same lap as all of those cars in 10th position at number 23 Four Corners. So that is kind of what we expected, Josh, with the number 3 team shifting classes, and it means we've got a very, very close race heading into this final hour.
Yeah, so one car we haven't mentioned one team we haven't mentioned too much is 44, isn't it? Who's up to 3rd. That's the 116 trophy team. Too Fast, Too Furious of Louis Woodward, Toby Partridge, Richard Phillips and Richard Lakey. So they're worked their way into contention now, as the lead gap on scratch is 9 seconds between John McLeod and the chasing car of Shane Stoney. As we see here, there's our handicap leader, the MR2 at the front of this, which we do pick up. That looks like Adam Lockwood's car. It's not. That's good. That's good. It's Jim Mew who's in that one. Who also races in the MR2 Championship with Adam Lockwood, and the 3rd driver is Danny Bryant. All in these latest generation of MR2s, the Toyota MR2 Roadster, the Mark III car, and obviously, Andy, they've just been consistently banging in the laps while we've been focusing on Radicals battling away up front. They're just getting their job done.
Well, the only time we've mentioned them is when we do the half-hourly handicap bulletins, which is good because it means then they're staying out of trouble. They've had no penalties, they've not broken down, they've not had an accident, and they have just kept on circulating nearly very wide. Out of Luffield corner went Jim Mew, and I'm going to stop talking about them now, Josh.
Yeah, so that there's probably so many moments like that though on every single lap, let alone during the course of the race, just when we pick it up. So they continue to lead then this race with just over an hour to go then, and just up ahead of them is 63A on the road, which is Martin Roche in his BMW Compact. We can ride on board now with 48E, I think that is, which is Scott Parkin in the Audi, the TT, the driver Scott Parkin raced a bulk run golf during the course of the season. Was a winner in his class at Anglesey a couple of months ago. Finished second in the championship. Great to have these Audis here that Dark Side Developments have put together. They're a good looking car and they're quick as well.
They are indeed, and Scott Parkin, a very rapid driver as well, just nips up the inside of a slower car there into Village, and now through the left-hander at the loop, and actually he didn't quite get past that portion, did it, because it's still in front, and now he dives for a very small gap on the inside line into Aintree Corner. There's some brilliant onboard footage here from the Audi as he accelerates down the Wellington Straight, and pick his braking point now into Brooklands Corner. He brakes so late into this corner. There he goes, dives into the left-hander. Nice late apex. Sun look right in his eyes as he turns into the apex, and as we move into the final hour of this race, which is about to happen, Josh, that's only going to get worse. So they've got the sun in their eyes, they've got rain supposedly on the way in about half an hour or so, and we've got a fascinating conclusion to this Birkett 6-hour relay race coming up.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, and thanks to Andy McEwen. Good to share a commentary box with Andy after, I don't know when the last time we did that. So Andy, I think, might come back for the after the race, tell us his thoughts on this event. But we'll hear from Ian in a moment. But I was speaking to, it was one of the Parkin twins, I'm never sure which one it really was, but Scott and Ryan, about the problem they had earlier when Dan Sylvester was in this car. And he said they had an ABS problem, so when the safety car out, Dan tried to reset the car, and when he did that, it wouldn't restart, and they reckon in the end it was where the standard key fob goes, it broke during the course of the trying to restart it, because they said it's a sort of a dodgy road car thing, and therefore it had to be recovered. So then they were hoping to have a 3-hour stint in the Gulf, and that ended after an hour when they had this turbo boost issue. But they're still well up. They're 8th on scratch. I think a little bit further down the order on the handicap positions than where they'd like to be, but still well up the order nevertheless. Ian.
Yes, hello Josh, hello everyone, and thanks to Andy McEwen for the 4 hours he's put in the comment box so far. And yeah, let's have a quick look at the scratch positions, just a reminder, especially for those at the circuit who maybe don't have access to a timing screen. A long lap there from Team 15, which means that now it's Team 14. Doris NWH back into the lead, so that possibly is just a change of driver, change of car there for Team 15. So it's number 14, Doris NWH, that now leads by just shading the 23 seconds, with all of them both having 118 laps from Team 15, Raw Motorsports. Then third, also on the lead lap, is Team 29, RJ Motorsport 1, a lap down. Then 2 laps down is number 30, RJ Motorsports 2. 5th, number 3, Triple A's Racing. In 6th place, number 12, that's Peppermay G Sport. 7th, number 16, Capture Motorsport. 8th is number 48, Darkside Motorsport. 9th is 36, Get to the Chopper. And running out the top 10 is number 51, Area Motorsport. But still an hour to pan out. In terms of the weather, the forecast's looking a little bit more optimistic. We might get through to the end of the race without too much rain now, but we'll see. We'll see how that pans out.
We just got a shot of Capture Motorsport there, Ian, and I think it's Sylvain Guintoli making his first appearance on track during the course of the race, the 2014 World Superbike champion. So we'll see how he gets on. He won that season with Aprilia. So while we watch that, Raw Motorsports, they've just made their pit stop, and Lewis Bills has gone down to their garage.
Well, thank you guys. I'm down here in Raw Motorsports, Rob's Wrongens and John McLeod. John, you just pitted it from the lead. Well, that was a tense session.
It was a tense session, and we certainly didn't go into it in the lead, so I'm really glad to see that we finished it in the lead. I think we had a bit of bad luck in terms of we had 2 penalties, one of which was for a mistake we could have avoided. It was my mistake. I didn't realise the control line was that white line. I thought it was that white line. So that cost us a minute and a half, I think. We had to stop for 60 seconds. So I'm really glad my second stint sort of made up for it and just try to sort of get through the traffic as quick as possible and be consistent and just somehow make amends for what happened in the first session.
So you thought the start, you thought the lap started where the timing beam is, and not under the bridge.
Yep, not going to do it again.
Well, that's good to know. I actually didn't know that either, so, you're keeping us all informed. But, yeah, it was a good session.
Second was much better, yeah. Second session much better.
Yeah, Shane Stoney was trying to hunt you down, and they're actually in the next garage, so it's a bit tense down here.
I don't know how Shane was doing, and I'll have to look afterwards, but if I managed to keep Shane behind me, I was doing well.
I think traffic was playing a part. He's a bit awesome in the traffic, but you know, when you're in the lead, you've got to be a bit more cautious, haven't you?
I tried to be, but at the same time, you can't be overcautious. You've just got to try and make things happen, but somehow without collecting people. I think I had a few moments, but someone managed to get away with it.
Well, you had about an hour session?
I think so. It feels like about that. I haven't timed it.
So, you look good on it. You're not exhausted or anything.
No, you should have talked to me about 3 minutes ago.
Anyway, congratulations, and hope things go well for you for the rest of the race.
Yeah, it's going to be a tight race now. Let's see what happens.
Okay, I think that they may have to pit again.
We think they do.
I think you're probably right.
But anything can happen.
I know. Okay, thanks, mate. Thank you very much. So there's John McLeod, who's just pitted in there and just changed over with Chris. I think it's Chris. No, it's Ben Stone who's gone back out for the Robbie Rongans. Anyway, back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Lewis. So the gap between Shane Stoney and Ben Stone is 29 seconds after 120 laps. Meanwhile, we mentioned just before that Sylvain Guintoli had just gone out in the Gulf, and he immediately set the best lap of that car during the course of the race, a 2:19.51. He's backed it up with another 2:19. That's not bad, is it? So
it's very impressive.
Just like Valentino Rossi, if you're quick on two wheels, you're quick on four wheels as well, seemingly.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be the case. And for the World Superbike Champions still very much involved in World Endurance Championship on two wheels as well, and enjoying, looking for another Mini in trouble. And this is 27B, which is Robert Rees, isn't it, in his Cooper S for Mini Kievs 2. So that car is well and truly beached into the gravel trap. A couple of marshals there trying to move it, and it's rocking, but I'm not sure it's going to roll. And yeah, it's kicking it to gravel. I think it may need the intervention of a rescue vehicle. There is a recovery truck just in the background shot. But if you get it backwards, that works much better.
See, this is at Birkett, so it's a long way off. It's gone.
It is, isn't it? And now, now it's acting as a slow plow again. With the gravel.
Going forwards and backwards for a little while there. There's the Volvo, Chris Camp's car.
It does look good, that car, doesn't it?
Yeah.
With, as you were talking about earlier on, sort of authentic BTCC style livery on it. It's very good indeed.
Oh, I see James Harvey's box is still out there. When I spoke to Jacob Ebery during my break, he wasn't very confident on that car lasting too much longer. He said he didn't want to go out again himself, so I'm sure he'll be quite pleased that James Harvey's still going.
Still 53 minutes to go though, isn't it? So it might be a need for Jacob to get back into the car. Jacob, who competes occasionally, but best known for his photography work in motorsport. There's the number 9C Ginetta. That's the Ross Everett driven car at the moment, the G55. As we go on board here with Team 36, I think this is.
Yeah, that's the Paul Bryden M3 Solution F that I said earlier, that looked quite interesting, quite extravagant, but fantastic as well. And Paul Bryden, the 2016 Northern Sports Car champion, I think. There it is. It does look quite something, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. So the Solution F, very effective, purebred motorsport beast, and it sounds great, doesn't it, as well, as he heads down the pit straight, makes mincemeat of that little Clio as he heads into Copse Corner that time. So very rapid as well, that car.
Yeah, quick in a straight line, that's for sure there. It's probably if you were in that Clio doing 100 miles per hour, whatever, it probably feels quite fast, but then something else comes past it much faster. So go through in third gear, going into Chapel Curve. Here out of the Beckett's complex with that sun right in your eyes there at that stage of the lap in particular. This car currently 9th on scratch and a 2 minutes 23 on the last lap, catching the dark side car ahead by about 3 seconds on the last lap, who's there in 8th position. So Paul Bryden, who I think races at Knock Hill a lot over recent seasons, has made the fair trek south down to Silverstone for this event. finds his way through the Vale chicane and into Club Corner. You hear the sound now from the outside as well, which from the internal camera a little bit earlier on. So Paul Bryden continues on his chase of those in front.
Yeah, I know he's got his sort of camera this year. Now there is Team 14E into the pits, so that's, we knew this was going to have to happen at some point. That's Shane Stoney in, and it looked like that didn't quite work to plan, did it? Because the car stopped in front of the garage there and was blocking the next car from getting out, Josh.
Yeah, not really sure it's supposed to be stopping in the pit lane at all, is it, really?
No. I just wonder if it literally ground to a halt.
Yeah, where we ran out of fuel at that stage. Although it wasn't that long ago since he went in it doesn't feel that way. And is that fluid on the road? Not sure. See if we can get another shot of that in a few moments' time. Potential dramas there. So Mark Williams, I think it is, has gone back out, hasn't he? But has he lost the lead? I would imagine he would have done, because they're only 14 seconds ahead of what we think is Ben Stone in the Royal Motorsport car.
Yeah, and that's changed relatively recently, hasn't it, as well? But we should get an idea in a couple of minutes when they get towards the end of the lap as to what's gone on between those two.
The other thing is how long this Mark Williams car's going to last, because before it lasted not much further than the exit of the pit lane.
Is there now a question mark over the car that Shane Stoney was driving, even if they can get it refueled, if that's pitted in a way that wasn't quite expected?
Yeah, that's right. So lots of question marks here over this car that turns its way down into the Vale. That is, I think, Mark Williams then.
Yes, it looks like it, with the Saltire on his helmet.
Mark Williams, who finished 8th this season in the Radical Challenge, but I think probably the least experienced driver out of those top few teams this weekend, making his Birkett debut, I think.
Yeah, had 4 years in the SR1 Cup, didn't he?
Okay.
Got a fair bit of experience racing, but not necessarily in this event.
Yeah, well, it's such a different event, isn't it? I think that certainly has to count for something. Even if you've sort of won championships at single mate level, doing this is so different to anything else. But it's gone further than last time.
Yes, which was yards rather than anything else. So it looks like it's going to come through and complete a lap, and we just need to see sort of the track position on the timing screen where the 15 car has gone through. So that's the Raw Motorsports car. So need to swap back around again. It's going to be, what, 20 seconds or something like that, probably the gap between the two of them. We'll just get 14 car about to come across the timing line. We'll get an update on the gap, and as soon as that appears on our screen, we'll pass that on to you. Always a tense rate. And it's not yet appeared. Still not appeared. We'll talk about something else in the meantime then.
31 seconds.
There we go. Oh, it's just appeared now.
When you gave up.
Yeah, just as I gave up. I thought 20 seconds. That was how long I was prepared to wait. Actually, 31. Oh, now what's gone on there? This is on the Hamilton Straight. There was a car, presumably a driver out of it, just around the corner from that. That's on the Hamilton Straight between Club and Abbey. You can see it from the previous camera shot. This is a fixed camera here at Abbey, so can't see what's caused that at the moment. But there's certainly a car off on the approach to Abbey there, Josh. It was smoking. We could see that. It was just behind the wall.
Yeah, the other thing for the overall lead battle is the RJ Motorsport team are less than a minute behind Royal Motorsports and lapping quicker at this stage. I don't think who took over from Alistair Smart. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if it was Wade Eastwood going off how well he went earlier on when we were on. And I think he went out after Alistair Smart earlier, so I think that's probably not a bad presumption.
No, I think that's a reasonable thought, Josh, to be honest. So the yellow flag to think that this part of the circuit along the Hamilton Straight, one would think. Can't actually see them.
Although that car did get behind the barrier, so it might have been a quick
maybe
yellow.
They were able to get the yellow flags in fairly quickly.
Hopefully, looking at what's going on there. And we saw the Doris car come into the pits, sort of the erstwhile race leader. Let's hear from Lewis Bilge what he's found out.
Thank you very, very much. And yes, there's real drama down here in the pit 4A, where the Team 14, Doris NWH, have, well, just come in from the lead. Shane Stoney was actually got to where I'm actually standing with a fuel pressure issue in the Radical SR3. The team has pushed the car back into the pits, as you can see on camera at the moment. You can see one of the mechanics is just changing the battery, so they're hoping that may well be the problem. They put some more fuel in it, so fingers crossed. At the moment, Mark Williams is out in the car that broke down earlier in the event. Only just got as far as 2 yards out of actually the pit lane. So they've repaired that. That was a coil issue, which the team has repaired. They're hoping that Mark's car will keep going while they service Shane's car. You can see is that at the moment the laptop is out to try and reset the car. And you can see Shane Stoney is still in the still in his driving gear. The battery's out. There's the battery's been taken out. The spare battery's being put in. More fuel is being put in, which would be enough to get Shane to the finish. So there's a real tense atmosphere down here in Team 14. Back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Lewis. And that's drama for Chris Slater in car 1A in the Peugeot 306. So the driver that won the event last year, with the handicap event last year. It hasn't been a good day for RAF Team Flywheel today, has it, Josh?
Well, I think Andy said we'd lost 2 cars, so this is the 3rd one. That's,
yes, we've lost the Integra and we've lost the Fiesta of Simon Frewen. Well, that was only the gravel at one point. Whether it got out again or not, I don't know. But yeah, not RAF Team Flywheels yet for certain.
No, they were up there at one stage. But we look here at Ross Everall, who we saw a little bit earlier on, and his Ginetta. They are running 11th at the moment, by the looks of things. So making their way down into the Vale once again.
And just on scratch at the moment, there's 34 seconds between the leaders. There's then only about 21 seconds, I think, back from 2nd to 3rd as well. So it could become an interesting last 40-odd minutes of this race.
And the quickest one is Wade Eastwood in the RJ Motorsport team.
So yes, that's the car in 3rd position, isn't it?
And he won this event back in 2019, did Wade Eastwood. There's Gintoli, who we were talking about earlier, in the Motul liveried Volkswagen Golf, the 2014 World Superbike champion. He's also been a race winner in the British Superbike. And I think he's done some racing in MotoGP as well, so massively experienced motorcycle racer. He'd raced radicals as well in the past. I think that's where he made his car racing debut, but now in this TCR car. Not sure if he's got any plans, Ian, going forwards that you know of.
No, not certain on that, although I know that he'd like to take the opportunity if he can in his busy schedule to do some more car racing in the future, but he's still competing in the World Endurance Championship on bikes, and he has a role with BT Sport on their MotoGP coverage. Certainly many free weekends, really, for him. But I'm sure if he gets the opportunity, we'll see him on Formula again. That's a great way for him to get back involved in Formula racing after doing some motorcycle racing in the past.
So is this event just because he's got a free weekend rather than choosing this event?
And he's got good mates racing with him, so yeah, good chance for him to enjoy some forward racing. And he's clearly got a natural aptitude for it, because as you say, just a very good lap time.
Yeah, I think he's got past Triple Eight recently, hasn't he, up into 6 on scratch, and he's going 6 seconds quicker than them, but they're all being caught by Paul Bryden, who we were on board with earlier, who's just got past Darkside for 8th on scratch. So we'll keep an eye on that over the course of this stint. Gintoli then makes his way into Luffield Corner to complete another lap. Flashing his lights, so he's got that in nice and early in his TCR racing career. More black flags going out for a single-digit number.
Couldn't quite work out what that single digit was. stop-go penalty of some description though.
So on that last lap, the top three, RJ Motorsport were 4 seconds quicker than Doris, who were a second quicker than Raw Motorsport. So top three are now separated by just 50 seconds.
Yeah, and there's 40 minutes to go, so that could easily come down. It looks like we've got the new handicap position, so shall we have a quick run through of those? So this is at the 5-hour mark. So we've got 4 teams on 123 laps now. Those are 69 Mazda Misfits, 63 Rutec Racing's BMW Compacts, 11 Lock Stocks and 2 Smoking Tyres, 35 Common Porsche Dads and their lads. So they're all on 123 laps and separated by about a minute and 14 seconds. 5th on 122 laps and all of the next however many cars. Certainly the top 17 are on 122 laps, in fact top 18 on 122, and those are 23 Four Corners, 3 Triple H Racing in 6th, 754 Z Cars 3, 862 Rutec Racing's BMW Triers, 9th number 8 Motion Motorsport 1, 10th number 46 MJ Motorsport Team 1, 1159 Royal Navy Motorsport, 12th number 44 Too Fast Too Furious, 13th number 33 TSR Performance, 14th number 20 Growling Pussy, 15th number 31 Don't Hang About, 16th number 2 RAF Team Per Duo, 17th number 3 ZR2, and 18th number 21 DH Racing, all on 122 laps. That is the leading car at the moment. 69F is being driven by James McCann. The rest of that team comprising Simon Walker, Hansel, Stephen Rees, Alex Wilkinson Hughes, William Pickard and Nico Favreau. 69 Mazda Misfits, Josh are handicap race leaders with an hour to go.
Yeah, James McCann we're looking at now, who I think was last year's Northern Sports Car champion. That team, which features Simon Walker Hansel, I had a chat with him earlier. That's having a bit of fun to end the season off. We won the Bike Sports Championship this year. He could go out with quite a good result, couldn't he? With the lead on handicap, and James McCann sliding the car about at the moment. As this one of the slowest cars on the circuit, but trying to make the most of it, and that's exactly what you need to do here.
Don't think anyone else really, apart from us, is interested in our predictions competition now, but I'm going to tell everyone what's going on anyway. Lewis Beals, 20 points ahead, he's got 80 points, then it's myself, Josh, Andy and Samantha Stoney on 60 points, and Luke Austin at the bottom of the table again on 50 points. What's going on?
I just noticed a penalty for the car in 5th place, car 12, the Prep and Lay BMW team have got the black flag now. So this could bring Gintoli into the top 5, because he's the next one. He's about 80 seconds behind on the road at the moment. As we watch our handicap leader, the Birkett relay leader, which is James McCann. Now, can he go to the end of the race? I guess that's the next thing. So it looks like that team have been running like letter by letter. So Simon Walker Hansel, who started it. Then we had Stephen Rees, Alex Wilkinson Hughes, William Pickard, Nico Favreau, and now James McCann. But James McCann's just got to get through this final stint while we see others continuing on as well. Looks like Liam Morell's car's back out there after the problems that car suffered. So that's going through in 4th place, but they are a lap, I think, aren't they, behind the top 3. Who are now separated by 48 seconds, and Mark Williams certainly the one who doesn't have the pace in this car in comparison to Ben Stone, who leads, and Wade Eastwood, who is behind.
Ben Taylor in car 41H, leading down the pit lane there in the Mark IV MX-5 Racing squad. As we watch cars head down the Hamilton straight here towards Abbey. There's the BMW that we talked about earlier on, the 36 car that we're on board with. And that's the team in 8th place, goes to the chopper.
Yeah, they're a long way behind, aren't they, Triple A's? I don't think Paul Bryden's going to, or it's unlikely he's going to make more progress on the road. But he's one of the quickest cars out there.
Yes, seems to be probably where he's going to finish up. By the success there, we can see the Ross Everett Janetta going through. That was a spin at Brooklands a few laps ago.
You can hear it now.
Yeah, you can hear it's very distinctive, loud, deep
crumble. There's the leader, Raw Motorsports, going through Abbey. A 2:10 on the last lap for Ben Stone.
Yeah.
And now we can ride back on board with Paul Bryden in that BMW F Solution M3. Completes another lap. This car has lapped in 2:15s as well, I think. So one of the quickest production-based cars. Oh, he is into 7. So has the AAA's team got a problem here? That is a team of only 2 cars, the Seat and the BMW. And they've lost, which we weren't expecting, they've lost a position on the road, on the scratch positions. And let's hear more from Lewis Bills, who's busy down in the pit lane.
Thank you very much. Yeah, well, we're down here with Rotex Racing's BMW Compact's Martin Roach. Martin, just told you, you're second in the handicap classification. It's pretty good going.
It is pretty good going. We came out with a plan to try and do it with just 2 pit stops. They've binned me off now because I'm a bit too slow.
That's a nice way of putting it.
And they've put a fast guy out now, Martin Gadsby, and hopefully he'll bring it home for us. And if we can, keep ticking over the laps, then the handicap just might come to us in the last hour.
Well, you've been creeping up the order slowly, so now in second place. I believe the top 3 are on 110 laps, on equal laps, so if you've got your fastest driver out, could be a benefit.
Yeah, could work. We've lost it before now by 14 seconds. We were 14 seconds too late over the line. Yeah, the guy in front did another lap, came round behind us, and we had the checkered flag. So it's 6 hours, it's down to seconds.
Well, yes, that's not unusual, is it? Because what you're talking about is position on track, isn't it? Had you been slightly ahead of your rival, you'd have got it.
Yeah. We'd have been just 14 seconds up the road. We'd have got the extra lap and we'd have had it.
Anyway, so what was your stint like?
It was hot. Hot and sweaty. Yeah, quite warm in the cars. Normally you're used to freezing, aren't you? You normally have the heater on. But no, today it was like warm. Yeah.
And, track conditions, what are they like?
Nice. Pretty good. We'd have done better if it had rained. I know we're second. But if it had rained, I had a really good... In the sighting laps, it was absolutely fabulous. Because they're not a slow car in the wet. Whereas in the wet, you're just getting out of everyone's way all the time.
Yeah, there is that situation, is that when you get a handicap, if you're in the wet and you don't lose as much as some of the quicker cars, can be advantage to the lower power cars.
Yeah. Round the corners, I was playing with Porsches and M3s. Go on, get on with it. Yeah, it's great fun. Absolutely great fun.
Well, good to hear, Martin, and best of luck for the rest of the race.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, and back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Lewis. Meanwhile, out in front of this race, Team 15, just done a personal best lap for that car, a 2:09.44, and they have extended their lead now to 40 seconds over Team 14 in second place. That's Doris NWH. So it's Raw Motorsports leading from Doris NWH in second, RJ Motorsport 1 and RJ Motorsport 2 are second and third. RJ Motorsport 1 also on the lead lap, only about 10 seconds behind Doris NWH, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. So that gap's coming down, isn't it? As continuing to push on is Wade Eastwood, catching Mark Williams. So it'll be interesting to see if they are happy to keep Mark Williams out, or if they can fix Shane Stoney's car, whether they'd prefer for him to come out, because you do lose time when you make that pit stop.
Yeah, Stoney proved early on how effective he was in traffic, didn't he? It was absolutely mesmerising to watch him, really. So I'm sure they might think that getting Stoney out again for the final 25 minutes or something might be worthwhile. If they're comfortable with that car, he's going to last the distance. It's a roll of the dice, really. The car that's out there at the moment, Mark Williams, does seem to be working. But perhaps not quite as quick as Stoney would be, so it's a risk.
Meanwhile, we just saw Charles Hall was out in Leon Morel's car, I see, after his season of racing Pragas. He's back in a Radical. There is Williams, who's now only, 7.5 seconds ahead of Wade Eastwood, who is just behind, going through Stowe Corner. On the last lap, he was 3 seconds quicker.
Yes, so give it another 3 laps of this and I think they'd be together.
Yeah, there he is. Check it is Eastwood, if we can. Yeah, 29C.
So Wade Eastwood is in 29C. You've got Mark Williams there, and the leading car at the moment, that's been by Ben Stone, isn't it?
That's what we think, yeah. So this is the older car as well that the Doris NWH team have brought with them. So probably the problems it's had, and being the older car, is it hasn't got the pace of the newer machine behind of Eastwood, who squeezes around the outside of Mazda MX-5 there, which I think was Simon Vernon, part of the Royal Navy. There's the, I think, Louis Woodward BMW that he goes around the outside of, and the Jaguar, which comes very close quarters to Williams as he came out of Luffield there. We go into the final half an hour of this motor race.
We do indeed. And sometimes, and the Solution F BMW has ground to a halt, it seems to me, the 36C car, so that is the Get to the Chopper team. And that, where is that? That it has stopped.
Possibly on the loop?
Yeah,
no, I'm not sure.
No, I'm trying to work out where
was
that
it Beckett's? Is it the tarmac at
might be Beckett's. Marshall's now arrived a distance away. The Bryden car there is looks like it's going to be seeing its last race action of the day, and it was up to 7th, wasn't it?
Yeah, for AAAs they dropped all the way to 11th, so that was a long delay for them. Meanwhile, Mark Williams is only 4 seconds ahead now of Eastwood. There he is, so that chase is almost completed. But the bigger chase, I guess, for Wade Eastwood is the big prize. It's the win, isn't it? Which is 45 seconds down the road, which he's slowly getting those seconds down, but maybe not quick enough.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. There's Eastwood there getting past Civic and now the BMW as well. And you can see it's only a fraction of the length of the Hamilton Straight now that's between those two cars. Towards but there's Nigel Brown in the Team 10 Run Baby Run car, but here is the car that's in second place. It's in the midst of a group of slower cars, or some relatively slower cars, the Lotus and the Mini, but what was 4 seconds is going to be almost nothing, I think, by the end of the lap. Where is Wade Eastwood? There is Wade Eastwood. I don't think we've got any cars between them now as they head up the Wellington Straight towards Brooklands. Pick them up here. They do get that BMW in between them temporarily at least. But I think probably on the next lap, Josh, we might well have a change for P2.
Yeah, was that Audi a little bit smoky when it came into the pits? It's got
possibly.
Pit car.
That's Team 48 Darkside Motorsport being in 8th place, of course.
Just a 62 with a black flag now, Ian. So that is the Rutec team, but the Triers, I think, which wasn't the one right in contention, I don't think.
Yeah, so that's got James Dalzell, Sergei Miniv and Rob Lyons, hasn't it?
Nose to tail now, Ian, between Mark Williams and Wade Eastwood as they come up to lap. Nigel Brown, who gets forced out the way a little bit there, I think. But it's nose to tail now between these two as they come through the Beckett's S's. They've got David Russell's BMW to lap, which they both go around the outside of, but I don't think it's going to be long before this change comes possibly up towards Stowe Corner.
Yeah, and he pulls out of the slipstream now, just Wade Eastwood, but I think he realises that he can't get through there because which is to the inside line. The door is closed by the number 14 car.
Yellow flags.
Yellow flags, so I think he's realised he's got to tuck in behind there. There was an MR2 in the middle of all of that as well, it must be said. Down towards the Vale they go, and Eastwood will have another go here. Got Club Corner as well. Will he get the undercut at Club? I suspect he might. Going wide there is the number 14 car of Mark Williams, and Wade Eastwood does get through in second position at the exit of Club Corner on lap 133.
It felt a bit like a radical race there for a little bit, didn't it? Those couple of corners. But yeah, the reason I noticed yellow flags, you had a marshal going through the gravel trap, didn't you, at the time? So obviously someone's had a moment up there at Stowe Corner while all this was going on. And while this is going on, they are catching Raw Motorsports a little bit. On that last lap, Wade Eastwood was 2.3 seconds faster than the leader. So the gap is around 40 seconds that he's looking to chase. And remember, this is the car, or the team, that was 2 laps down after the first hour when the PR6 struggled in the wet conditions. So it's a real fight back for Josh Smith's team.
Yeah, no, it's a great effort, isn't it, for them to get into this kind of contention here. Let's see how this race pans out over the next 26 minutes or so, though.
And Raw Motorsports have had a long lap, so that means they're in the pit lane, because there's a 2:41 for the race leader.
Yeah, 62 there, getting that stop and go penalty. I think you mentioned that one already. So yeah, we'll see if that's a change of drivers. That team 15, and it's Ben Stone out there at the moment, isn't it? I think.
Only 12 seconds ahead, Ian, and they've got to come out of the pits, or not if they've done that already. We've got 15 seconds between the top 3 after 5.5 hours of racing. Considering there was only really 4 teams that were ever in contention for the scratch win, that's pretty good going, isn't it?
It is really, yes. It's very good indeed. So try and keep our eye on what goes on with Team 15. So it was Ben Stone. The other drivers in that team, of course, are Chris Preen and John McLeod. So for anyone's out there, it's really Chris Preen, I would think, because John McLeod had done this before Ben, I think.
Yeah, we were hearing from him with Lewis, but I don't think they were expected to make another pit stop, so that says to me that's a problem with that car. So I think some of these radicals are getting quite tired at this stage of the race. And we know Wade Eastwood's been pushing on, so how's that car going to get on for this remaining 24 minutes or so? We'll see if we can pick up who might be leading the race, perhaps at the end of the lap when they come back through, to get some confirmation of that.
Yes, absolutely. Look out for that one we can. There's Nigel Brown again in phase up, making his way into Abbey. Let's go down to the pit lane. Lewis Beals is there once again.
Thank you very much, and here we are down with the Mazda Misfits. I've got Simon Rees with us at the 5-hour mark. Simon? Oh, Stephen, sorry. Oh, sorry about that. Stephen, you were in the lead, so you've been gradually coming up to the top of the pile.
Yeah, slowly but surely. I think there's only 25 minutes to go, but anything can happen. So our chap just needs to stay on the tarmac, and we stand a good chance of first in class, or even first or second overall. So.
Who's out at the moment?
Jamie.
That's
James McCann is out.
Okay, that's right, yep.
So, yeah, he's last person, sharing his car with a chap called Simon. So Simon went out first, then Alex, Nico, me, Will, and now it's Jamie's turn to just keep it on the black stuff.
I noticed there are 6 in the team, so you're doing an hour each?
Yeah, hour each. Like the first few laps, you think, God, this is going to be long. But then, like, you look at 18 laps gone, and you start getting into the groove, and I want to stay out longer. And then, the pit board came out, and you're like, oh, I've got to come in now.
Yeah, you enjoyed it?
Yeah, brilliant. Third time doing the Birkett, and it's absolutely great.
Yeah, you've been really relatively competitive each time.
Yeah, the first year, we was closing in on 3rd in class, but they brought the red flag out 15 minutes to go, so we finished 4th. Last year, I think we was 5th or 6th, but we've never been this far up before, and it's like nerve-wracking. It is. Yeah.
Right, Stephen, I know now you've got a soft drink. You've not got the hard stuff yet.
No, not yet, but we'll be getting one of those. Hopefully, if it finishes where we are, we'll be celebrating.
Okay, mate, and best of luck for the last 20-odd minutes or so. So that's the information down with the Mazda Misfits, who led us at 5. That's very good of Stephen to do that. Come down this end for us. Anyway, back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Lewis. It's really hotting up in this race now, because there's now only 14 seconds on scratch between the 3 leaders, which are in this order: 15 Raw Motorsports, 29 RJ Motorsport 1, and 14 Doris NWH. It is car A out for Team 15, so it is Chris Preen, as I thought, with that driver change just a few minutes ago, John.
Yeah, so he turns into Cox, and then Wade East was up across the line. So for the leader, Chris Preen, he did a 2:11.1. The runner-up in the Bike Sports Championship back in 2017 was Chris Preen, and he's being chased then by the 2019 Birkett winner, Wade Eastwood. There he is, just coming up to lap the dark side goal, finished 5.6 seconds back. He caught another 1.6 seconds on that lap. For Mark Williams, we know that car with its issues not as fast as the two in front, but he's still in very much a position in, if something happens to the other two, that they can capitalise on that.
Yes, absolutely right. It is really tight, isn't it? Anything can still happen in this race. 20 minutes to go, an unscheduled stop for any of these at this point would spell the end of their victory hope, certainly. It is, at the moment, number 50, RJ Motorsports Robs Roggins, Royal Motorsports Robs Roggins that leads the way by 5.68 seconds. It looks less than 5.68 seconds there, doesn't it? The cars head past the wing and into Abbey. It might be 2 or 4 seconds possibly now. The gap has come down to, so we'll see what that is, Josh. Another half lap time at the end of this lap.
Yeah, that's absolutely right here. So there is Chris Preen then turning his way through in this Radical SR3 XX, which I think is the very latest model of SR3 from Radical in Peterborough, which is not far away from Silverstone at all, about an hour and a half or so. And yeah, that gap is coming down, that is for sure, between Preen and Eastwood as they turn into the complex here at the end of the lap with 20 minutes to go. It does feel like Wade Eastwood is carving into this advantage on this lap in particular as they come through Woodcote. A gap which was 5 seconds must be half that now as they come to the end of 136 laps of racing, as I think more penalty boards going out for others.
Yeah, looks that way. So less than 20 minutes to go with a sprint race from the end. Some squealing tyres from someone as they went through Copse Corner that time, but yep, 1.5 seconds the gap. You can see it on screen now. It's going to be the two leaders nose to tail in just a few moments. Through Beckett's they go, past the little Caterham 7. Between the two cars very briefly. There's the 29C, Wade Eastwood, as Josh says, winner of this event 3 years ago, pursuing car 15, Chris Preen. He's raced in the Bike Sports Championship and in Radicals as well over the seasons. And he will be trying to soak up the pressure for Robs Roggins, the Royal Motorsport entry this weekend. Down towards the Vale they go, another BMW in front of them, but the two of them are now nose to tail. We've seen Wade Eastwood get past Mark Williams already in this stint a few laps ago, actually at this part of the circuit. He's not going to do it there on this occasion, so you'd think he would find a way past somewhere before the end. But there's a lot of traffic out there, including that Astra, which is nice to see. But let's see as they come through. They're going to be side by side down into the village hairpin. It's on the right hand side of the picture, Wade Eastwood, and he's not made it through yet. He's going to have another go at the left-hander, but won't make it through there. And they are both going past the Growling Pussy and through onto the Wellington Straight once again. And is it going to happen at Brooklands, Josh?
Well, Chris Preen knows, I think, that he's got to defend this, because with 18 minutes to go, the two leaders into Brooklands are nose to tail. They're side by side as Wade Eastwood tries to go around the outside, but runs a little bit too wide. So Chris Preen, but he doesn't get the car turned into Laffield. So down the inside goes Eastwood. It's side by side for the lead of the motor race. And on lap 137, coming out of Laffield, we've got a change for the lead. And after being 2 laps down, RJ Motorsport take the lead then as they go through, but it's Chris Preen trying to fight back here into Copse Corner because they're still in traffic and the car in front of them has to turn into the corner, so that's going to adjust Eastwood's line there as they come back out of Copse. Chris Preen fighting back as they come down towards Beckett's. He can't quite get alongside, so Wade Eastwood has got the move done, but I don't think it's all over yet.
Certainly not. Worth saying as well that the 14 car Giants NWH is not getting any closer. About 22 seconds behind at the start of the previous lap. We'll see where they are in a moment. It's looking a little bit more settled now, isn't it, Josh? It looks like Eastwood is getting away as we wait for the third place car to come through to confirm the gap there. Looks like it might well be through now. 22 seconds still the gap.
Wonder if they're coming into the pit, perhaps.
Yes, possibly.
Yeah,
what's gone on? Yes, they've actually dropped back, so they're having a change of driver. They've probably realised that they're not going to win this race now, Josh. What's the chance?
It feels that way, but quite a lot's happened, hasn't it, to get to this point? Because in the middle of the race, we were talking about totally the opposite order for the top three, with a lap between each car. But that's turned around in quite spectacular fashion, really. Wade Eastwood's pace, I think, probably had a lot to do with some of this, because he was quick early on when he managed to pull, I think, a lap back. And then in this stint, he's done that chase. He's proved to be quicker than Chris Preen and been able to get past him. And he's looking now to pull away. As on the back of the flatbed, we can see the Paul Bryden car. We saw that car stop, didn't we? And they managed to get that dealt with under local yellows. That head back to the paddock, but that means for that team, they will have lost a place or so. I think they're in 8th position on the scratch positions at the moment, as the race leaders come through then to complete the next lap. The only thing for Wade Eastwood, he has been out there for a long time, so has he got enough fuel to get to the checkered flag?
Well, there's got to be a doubt over that, hasn't there? And you would think if they did need to do a change, he needs to get a decent lead before he makes it in order to stay ahead. Gap was that 2.8 seconds.
So he's not hanging about, is he?
No,
he's squeezing past the traffic like he feels like he needs to pull out a gap at this stage.
Yeah. Well, I guess you'd want to do that in any case, wouldn't you? You wouldn't want to take any chances. I don't think we've yet had our latest handicap positions for the 5.5 hour mark. We'll bring those to you as and when we get them. Watching this Alpha Live stream, sponsored by Grove D Motorsport Insurance, of the Birkett 6-hour relay race for 2022, 7th running of the event. And it's being led on scratch at the moment by the car that you've seen now, Team 29. That is the RJ Motorsport 1 team from the Raw Motorsports Rob Roggins, Team 15 in 2nd position, Doris NWH number 14 in 3rd, and then it's RJ Motorsport 2 in 4th position, but they're at least 1 if not 2 laps down, Josh.
I think it's the first laps they've led all race, isn't it, for RJ Motorsport? So they've left it right to the end, but now they do lead, they're pulling away. I'm not sure what your weather radar is saying for these last few minutes of the race, because that's obviously the other thing that could come into this. And yeah, whoever's taken over the Doris car is going much quicker now. So although, yeah, 44 seconds, really that's too much for them to do anything about the top two. There they are in 3rd place. Is that a different car or not?
Yeah, it's a different car, isn't it? And it's
Stoney again, by the looks of it. But surely that gap is too large, even for Shane Stoney to pull in.
I don't think we're going to see any rain, Josh.
That just Luke spicing things up a little bit earlier.
Oh no, he showed me the radar. I trust him implicitly, but I don't think it's going to materialise into anything.
Hope that means the drive home's not going to be right.
Well, can't guarantee that. At the moment, I'm looking ahead for the next 12.5 minutes, and don't forget the way that the Birkett relay works is that it is the laps that count are the laps up until 6 hours. It's not 6 hours and a bit, it's 5 hours 58 or 59 minutes or whatever. It's the laps completed within 6 hours that are those that count.
Yeah, that's right, Ian. Because that came into play, didn't it, a few years ago, the year the TCR Sayats won by less than a second, I think it was that year. We're not going to have that seemingly this time. So there is 2nd placed Chris Preen, who's now 4.7 seconds behind the leader, who's Wade Eastwood, turning into club corner now. So he continues to extend this margin, and Stoney was 2 seconds quicker than the leader, 4 seconds quicker than 2nd place on that lap, but it might just be a little bit too late for that team, which was looking so strong until the mid part of the race when they had that problem. And if only Mark Williams' stint went in that car like the last one did,
yes,
they would have been in a very good position.
Yes, that's very true. So that's not worked out for them at all, has it?
Seemingly, anyway. The proper British GTs team are up to 7th on scratch, which I don't recall when they got inside the top 10, let alone that high up.
Well, they benefited from Get to the Chopper's demise. They've lost ground with that retirement for Paul Croydon. But they've also got ahead of AAA's and also the 48 team, which is the Darkside Motorsport team as well, haven't they? So they have gradually just moved up the order a little bit, that team of Ginettas. Mostly Ginettas.
Yep. So here comes the leader, Waste Eastwood on scratch. All penalty boards going out there.
Not seeing any numbers for the right.
That one was 2 something.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if we can get that shot back at Woodcote to see the penalty board at all, because that could be important. We can just go to the right. There's double yellow flags at Cox as well. So drama continues around the track. 29, it's the leader. It's the leader with the penalty. We said it wasn't over yet, Ian. 6, 10 and 20 are the others, so that's PBN Racing, Run Baby Run and the Growling Pussy Jaguar team. But the big one is the leader, with at least a stop-go penalty. We saw that yellow flag, didn't we, with the car into Stowe Corner.
We did.
And that could absolutely be it. Raw Motorsport were very close in all of that, so they might well be looked at as well. Oh, and Raw Motorsports are now only 35 seconds ahead of Doris, so we're 3 seconds quicker on that last lap. Well, Wade Eastwood could still win this because he's got lots of pace. He was 5 seconds quicker than Preen on the last lap, but we know he's got some kind of stop-go penalty to be served. Hopefully he serves that before the race concludes.
Absolutely, we don't want this decided. Oh, the Astra stopped.
What could this mean?
Which team is the Astra in?
I know, the snatch track was going. I remember
that's sort of the Beckett's kind of area, isn't it? That's off. And it stopped just on the edge of the circuit, so I hope that can be recovered under a local yellow, although it looked fairly close to the edge of the circuit. We've got handicap positions. Shall I run through those with 9 minutes to go? Because this is equally, if not more important than the scratch result, and that's very much in doubt as well. It's Routec Racing's BMW Triers that's now leading. That's Team 62. They're on 137 laps. The only team on 137 laps now. On 136, it's Carmel Porsche and their lads, Team 35. Team 63 in third. Routec Racing's BMW Compacts. Fourth is number 2. That's RAF Team Per Ardua. Fifth, number 11, Lock Stops and 2 Smoking Tyres. Sixth is 69, Mazda Misfits. 7th, 44, Too Fast, Too Furious. And then we get on to those teams on 135 laps. So 8th, number 59, Royal Navy Motorsport. 9th, 33, TSR Performance. 10th, 54, Z Cars 3. 11th, 31, Don't Hang About. 12th, 48, Darkside Motorsport. 13th, 58, Army Sports Car Racing. 14th, 46, MJ Motorsport Team 1. And 15th, 21, DH Racing. They are the only teams on 135 laps. And there's too many to mention 134. So the leading team now is Team 62, which is James Dalzell, Sergio Maneve and Rob Lyons.
And Chris Preen's pace is going off massively because it's just a 2:15. So Wade Eastwood leads by 16 seconds now. What we don't know is how long this stop-and-go penalty is for. And we can await Wade Eastwood to pit. And then we'll see if it's just a stop-go, which I think means he could still be in contention. But if it's longer than that, he's probably out of contention. Shane Stoney is now 30 seconds behind and going 5 seconds quicker than Chris Preen. But there's not quite 6 laps to go, is there? Which he would need. But there's nearly 6 laps to go, I guess. So
well, it's probably only realistically 3, isn't there? Two or 3. Yeah, probably 3, including the one that they're on.
Yeah, with the result being done at 6 hours rather than when the checkered flag is waved.
Exactly, which is different to most racing. So dramatic conclusion to both races. The handicap race, I mean, that seems to have changed pretty much every half hour. The handicap race positions and the overall scratch racing. Well, that's been changing regularly in the last hour as well, hasn't it? And it's going to change, we think, probably one more time yet.
Yeah, and Is Wade Eastwood going to take this penalty before the race finishes?
I hope he does.
He's just lapping Gintoli, who's got even quicker. He's into the 2:18s now.
Very impressive.
So here he comes, leaders into the pit lane to serve this penalty. There is Chris Preen, who is going to take the lead of the race, I think. And yeah, we're going to get 2 more laps within the 6 hours, aren't we? Then after the 3rd lap, the checkered flag is going to come out, I think. So you can see the marshals are stopping the car in the pit lane there. Yellow flags for Preen. Oh, and a bit more drama.
Oh, and that's a damaged Mini. That's 39A, and that is the skids car of Chris White. So he's got some trim hanging off the bumper. Where is that?
No, Birkett, I think.
Birkett, we think he has come to a stop, and that's not a great position to be there at Birkett's.
Oh, part of his car's going for a spin as well.
Yeah. Well, that's not a great position. It doesn't look like he's going to either A, find a gap in the traffic, or B, get the car fired up again. So I'm not sure particularly like the look of the way that's going either, with only 5.5 minutes left on the clock. There is our new race leader. It is car 15 now, and that is Chris Preen from the Raw Motorsports Rob's Wrongens.
Yeah, he's 27 seconds ahead of Shane Stoney. But what we don't know is if RJ Motorsport come back out of the pits just as of yet. Haven't seen that in the background of any of these shots yet. So he's working his way there around the outside of the MR2. One of the cars battling for the handicap honours. So, yeah, we await second place.
I can see out of Stoke Corner the Stoney car in the distance.
So are they up to second possibly?
May well be. So with 4.5 minutes left to go. JCB in the background, that's doing some recovery work. That's thankfully got the Astra out of the way, hasn't it? What happened to that Mini, I wonder?
That's the next corner, I think. So, yes. Oh, Wade Eastwood's slowing. So Wade Eastwood has only now come out of the penalty, has he?
Yes, he has. So he's lost. Wow, 3/4 of a lap?
Yeah, he's having a second, hasn't he? So the gap is between Preen and Stoney. Oh, what's going on here? The BMW sparks everywhere.
What's a bizarre conclusion to this race? That's Johnny Hayes, I think, isn't it, in the M2. Here's our race leader, and the checkered flag goes out a little bit early, possibly because of that Mini stationary at Birkett. So the checkered flag being waved on this Birkett 6-hour relay race, and it will be, well, we need to see, well, it was less than 6 hours, so it should be the Team 15 that win it, Raw Motorsports, Rob's Wrongens.
Yes. That's a change of the lead on the last lap.
Yes, it's changed the lead for the last lap, but we'd still have less than 6 hours, so I would think that's how the classification will go, because we hadn't had more than 6 hours. So
and presumably the handicap would have to be readjusted because of the shortened.
Slightly, yes. There'll be some calculations going on there. So
Shane Stoney got the gap down to 20 seconds. What was 45 seconds with 3 laps to go, I think. So he did well, but it just came that tiny bit too short. Wow, that was an eventful last 2 hours, really. But then I came back on. It was pretty eventful all the way through. Here's Wade Eastwood.
Yeah, so he's going to come through and he's going to see the checkered flag this time, which he probably won't be expecting, although the team may have let him know. And he is going to be in 3rd position. So 15, the winning team. That's the Raw Motorsport Rob's Wrongens. 14 in 2nd place, Doris NWH. And 3rd, now over the line, is number 29 in 3rd position. That's RJ Motorsport 1. Those are going to be your only 3 cars on the leading lap at the end of this race. 4th will be Team 30, RJ Motorsport 2. 5th will be 16, which will be Capture Motorsport. They will win their class. 6th, number 12, Trapannay G Sport. 7th, number 9, Proper British GTs. 8th, number 3, AAA's Racing. 9th, 48, Darkside Motorsport. And rounding out the top 10 will be number 51 in the end. That's the area Motorsport, Golfs and Civics.
I think Lewis is going to have some busy interviews here with some people that are probably frustrated at what happened towards the end there, and others who are very pleased with how the end of the race went, because of course we did have that drama for Ben Stone, which we weren't expecting him to pick, but looked like that was going to put Raw Motorsport potentially out of a winning position. But then it was that moment up towards Stowe when the top two were nose to tail, and well, we think anyway, that's not confirmed, when the yellow flags were out.
Yes, that's right. And we'll need to wait, of course, for the official confirmation of the results as well. The timekeeping team will get those out as soon as possible.
Well, of course,
it could be a few moments.
There was a lot of yellow flags on those last few laps, so obviously we don't know if there's any reports that have gone in.
There could be some penalties post-race applied for those. I'll be surprised if there wasn't, in a way. There's so many cars on track. But good to see drivers acknowledging the marshals on the slowing down lap. That's the 45A car, that's Ed Sampson in the Porsche 968. As he goes round on his slowing down lap, he gives his thanks to all of the marshals, and we echo that once again ourselves. And once again we say many thanks for all of his years of service, 25 years of service as Chief Marshal for Pete Harding, who's done that role for the 750 Motor Club for 2.5 decades, and the checkered flag has now come down on his Chief Marshalling career with the 750 Motor Club, and we're very grateful to Pete for all he has done for the club over the years. Right, which car is going to get into slot number 1? It is going to be number 15 that gets there, and that is the Raw Motorsports Rob Racer's car. Chris Preen it was that brought that to the checkered flag, and we should see slotting in second place Shane Stoney, in number 14 Doris NWH, and 29 in third Wade Eastwood, who was leading until the last 6.5 minutes of the race when he made that stop and go penalty, possibly for a yellow flag infringement, and with that he lost half a lap or so. And he finished about a minute 17 behind the leading car.
John McLeod, congratulations. We're having a chat, I think, because I think Chris Preen might not really know what has happened. Is that Rob Weldon who's come over as well, by the looks of it? Shane Stoney, not sure if that's congratulations or commiserations, really.
Yeah, well, he's had a good drive today, Shane, hasn't he? He's driven so well, and it's only been a little bit of unreliability in the team that probably have cost them the overall victory.
Yep, Chris Preen, I think it's so much shock he's not even been able to get out of the car because of what they were leading. They were second, they were leading again, then they were back to second, and then they were leading once more.
The lap chart will make interesting reading, won't it, for this race? I mean, there's 143 laps of it to cruise later on.
So, yeah, it's going to be a bit to write about on this, isn't there, Ian?
A lot to squeeze into 550 words in the Autosport report. Here's a look at the unofficial results then. This is on scratch, so 15 it is the winners. Raw Motorsports, Rob's Wrong'uns, 143 laps in the book. They finished 20 seconds ahead of number 14, Doris NWH, and then 1 minute 17 seconds behind leaders was team 29 RJ Motorsport 1 in third place. Fourth and a lap down on 142 laps was number 30 RJ Motorsport 2. Fifth on 136 laps was 16 Capture Motorsport, winning their class. Sixth to number 12 Prep and Lay and G Sport. Seventh to number 9 Proper British GTs. Eighth to number 3 AAA's Racing. Ninth to 48 Darkside Motorsport, and 10th to 51 Area Motorsport. Looking a bit further back, Get to the Chopper were 11th in Team 36, 12th 33 TSR Performance, 13th 56 Simon Green Motorsport, 14th 32 Data Motorsport, and then another class-winning team was Team 55, which was Break Dancers 1, and that was the team of Caterham 310Rs. 16th 66 the Mad Moon Winders, 17th 46 MJ Motorsport Team 1, 18th number 5 Break Dancers 2, 19th number 35 Commel Porsche's Dads and Their Lads, 20th 57-7 Graduates, and I'm not going to read through the remaining 50 cars, but for those of you watching the live stream you'll see these scrolling through, and there's one other class winner to pick out. There it is, 44, that's the 44th overall number 49 Very Random Racers, winning their class. And we can see now down to St Winifred's School Choir, 65th overall and winning Class C on scratch, although it's the handicap results that we'll have hopefully for you shortly that count the class prizes. From the commentary box for the moment, let's head down to Lewis Beals in the pit lane.
Well, thank you very much from the studio. We're down here in a very, very busy Parc Fermé. Well, I suppose it is. And we've got third place, Wade. Yeah, sorry, Wade Eastwood. Sorry, Wade, lost you there. Wow, did you make that exciting? You cut your way through, all the way through to the lead. You took the lead, and then suddenly, dear me, got to stop go.
I did. Don't know why. Still, I was very conscientious of all the many wave yellows and safety cars, and waited for the green flag or the green light. So, you know, not the way we want to take third when we had a comfortable lead in first, but still fun racing. It's like I said last year, it's like a video game driving the Birkett. It's just so much fun. Pity to end it with a decision like that, a 60-second stop-go for a possible passing under a yellow. That's pretty extreme. But anyway, there we go. That's racing.
Yeah, where's the rest of your crews? Come on, let's Alistair Smart, and where's Charles Graham? Charles, yep, and yes, Alistair. That was tough.
Nearly back to back, not quite. But RJ Motorsport, well done, boys.
Yeah, great car.
Yeah, great car prep, really good.
Yeah, very good.
Thank you.
Charles, you look as though you were a bit tense there in the car, waiting just to see if you were needed right at the end.
You know, there's always a drama with Wade Eastwood and RJ Motorsport. There is always a drama, and it doesn't get much more dramatic than that. And actually, you know what? I'm happy with third place and the drama. I think it was wonderful.
I'm not.
Okay, congratulations, guys. Yeah.
Well done to Raw.
Well, let's have a look. Let's have a look for the second team. Yep, team 14. Let's have a look. Let's have a Shane. Shane, come this way, right here, Shane. Yeah, Shane. Boy, fuel pressure problems at the end.
Yeah. Just it wasn't our day, unfortunately. We literally ran out of cars. It just wasn't our day. We gave it everything, and we came close in the end, despite everything going wrong. But we gave it a good shot, and I just got to say thank you to everybody at Doris. We've worked our heart out, and we came close, but we just couldn't quite get there.
I was watching you catching the 15 car in that last hour. You were weaving in and out of the traffic, just like a video game, as Wade was saying.
Yeah, I was quite fired up, to be honest. I was going through every which way and just trying to gain as much time out as we could, but it was just a little bit too far, unfortunately. But fair play to 15. They did everything that they could, and they drove really well, and it just wasn't to be, unfortunately.
Okay, let's have a word with Roger. We'll have a word with Roger. Roger, yeah, they're nearly there.
Nearly so close, and yet so far, as he says rather predictably.
Well, that's the way, isn't it? Who else? Mark?
Well, can I just tell you this?
Oh, come on.
I've got to say, I think two people really, apart from the whole team, obviously, the team did a great job. Two drivers really, superstar performances. And Ryan and Shane did all right as well, but, ultimately... It's all about us.
Come on, Mark, come on there. Yeah, you had a bit of bad luck with a breakdown, but you put your shift in, didn't you?
Yeah, at the end there, I put the shift in. Unfortunately, we weren't expecting Shane to come in, and I went out on old tyres and just never had the grip on the rears. We actually put those tyres onto that car before he went out, and then never had the opportunity because he just didn't have the rears to have the pace. So I was trying my best, really pushing it on, but wasn't to be,
Well, not today. Anyway, come back next year?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Let's have a word with Ryan. Come on, Ryan. Come round here. Don't forget there's a camera there. Yeah, the fourth driver in Doris NWH. Close, but not close enough.
No, it's the way it goes in a race like this with so much going on, so many cars out on track, and for 6 hours, anything can happen. But
and it did.
And it did. Yeah, no, but we did everything we could, and as Shane said earlier on, we had literally everything go against us. At one point, it really looked like, we were out. Yeah, and. So then every time we came through, and it still looked like we still had a chance, and even into those last 5 minutes there, we all kind of thought we actually might have a chance again. So yeah, it was just bizarre, but really, really good fun. And thanks again to Doris and everyone, these two especially, for giving us the opportunity to come and race with them and have an amazing weekend.
Okay, thank you very much, guys. Congratulations on second place. Let's have see if we can find our race winner. Who is that? Chris. Where's Chris? Chris. Come on, Chris. Well, many congratulations on taking victory at the Birkett.
Thank you. Yeah, it's quite an extreme event. It's a bit like a track day on steroids, I guess. It's the first Birkett I've entered. And it was John McLeod and Ben Stone, my teammates, that got me into it. And their fellow competitors were racing the same team in the Radical Challenge Series, and we're all on a similar pace. So it was all about consistency and trying to not get too many penalties. Unfortunately, these two got 30-second, 60-second penalty for crossing the overtaken before the start-finish line.
Yeah,
goal line, do they call it?
Yeah, John's already given his excuse. He says he thought the first line was the second one.
Yeah, Ben thought the same, and followed him on the next session.
They didn't tell each other.
Although we picked up 2 penalties, I can't believe after 6 hours how it's still so close. I don't know what the gap was. Was it 30 seconds on the radio?
I'm not really sure, but it was really close. Yeah. Come on, you two. Here come John and Ben. John, many congratulations on your victory. Yeah, you did a good stint.
Yeah, but Chris is right. Chris is right. I could have made it easier. And I wish I had. But we won. We got a bit lucky, but we won. We made our own luck, maybe. We did what we could.
Well, that's nice there. And so, Chris, let's have a little Ben. Ben, we had a word with you earlier in the day, but yeah, good run.
Yeah,
well, obviously.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Like, so happy to win it. It was great. Like Chris said, it's mad that after 6 hours it was so close. But yeah, each team was having their good luck and their bad luck throughout the 6 hours. So yeah, we got ours right at the end with the 29 car getting a penalty. But we had a share of bad luck as well throughout the race.
So what did you think? Sort of 15 minutes from the end, you just got past.
Well, so I had a bit of a lead. I was just scheduled to do the final stint, and then the alternator went on the car, so the battery voltage was just dropping and dropping. And then I knew I had to come in, so I sort of signalled to the team I was coming in, and Chris wasn't expecting to go back out, but had to go back out. So yeah, just about got the car back, and Chris finished off the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think the last 25 minutes I finished, which I wasn't looking forward to. I thought my day was over about 2 hours before the end. But, no, it's a great event, and big thank you to Rob and Tim from Raw Motorsports. They did a great job.
Okay, guys, thank you very much, and many congratulations to the 15 team. It's the Raw Motorsports Rob Wrongans. It's Chris, Ben
John.
And John. Many congratulations. And,
Thank you.
And we're going to see you back next year?
Yeah, go on. I think so. I think we convinced them.
Yeah, we'll be back next year.
100%.
Hopefully these two know where the control line is now.
Okay, guys, thank you very much. So there we are. There we have we got Chris Breen, Ben Stowe, and John McLeod. I think we have got a couple of other people as well just to talk about. Some of the class winners. I think we've got car 16, if we can find them. Who's car 16, here we. Oh, car 55. Sorry, what's your name?
Tim.
Tim. Well, I think you won Class C.
Well, I didn't know. Well, I was hoping that was why I was called in, but there's a sign there saying penalty area, so I was a bit worried what I'd done wrong. But yeah.
Did the team have a good run?
Yeah, we had a great run. So I don't know where the rest of my team members are. I guess they're in the garage down there.
That clearing up, and you're not.
Exactly. So, yeah, we had a great run. Everything went to plan. No incidents. Harry and Alan are the other 2 team members, and we had a lot of support in the garage as well. We had a second team. There's 2 breakdancers teams. We're breakdancers 1, they're breakdancers 2. So yeah, it's been a great day and fantastic to win.
So congratulations to yourself, Alan. Then we got Tim and Harry. We've got to say hello. Oh, sorry, Tim. We've got to say congratulations to Alan and Harry for their win.
Exactly. Yeah, I'll pass that on.
Okay, so the other class winner is car 16, but we don't seem to have got car 16. So oh, yes, we do. Oh, you want the car? Anyway, so that's I think that's as much as we can do from the pit lane. So it's from me, Lewis Beals. I'll hand you back to the studio, and maybe they can round up the final result.
Thank you very much indeed, Lewis Beals. Lewis there celebrating his 30th anniversary of doing that job at the Birkett relay race. So 1992 was his first year, and that was before 50% of the commentary team was born, and that doesn't include me. Andy McEwen, you've had your first experience of the Birkett relay today. How have you found it?
I've thoroughly enjoyed it, Ian. What a crazy, bizarre, unique race it is. I was able to go and watch most of the final hour from the BRDC grandstand earlier on, and it was an experience like no other, really, that I've seen in motorsport. I don't get to watch trackside very often these days. That was special, but the eclectic mix of cars, the dramatic finish that we had, every time we thought that it had been settled, something seemed to happen that would completely change the picture at the front of the field. And yeah, I have thoroughly enjoyed it. I hope that it's my first of many because yeah, it I think could become a real highlight of the season for me.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see if we'll invite you back again for next year. And the great thing about it is, although there's that drama at the front, we've got the drama for the handicap, and I keep flashing refresh to see if we're going to get the results for that anytime soon, because we'll give those out as soon as we get them. But you have such an amazing array of machinery that you and I probably see week in, week out, club races and national races across the country, but to see it all on track together is quite something, isn't it?
It really is, and I think I mentioned it at some point during the race. The job that the handicappers do to balance all of that, even doing it on the fly as we get safety cars, weather changes, things like that, is really remarkably difficult to do. And we've seen it even as recently as the last handicap bulletin, half an hour before the flag, how close it was. It looked as though they'd done their job. So yeah, you get cars out on circuit together that you wouldn't normally see. You get drivers out on circuit together that you wouldn't normally see as well. And for the drivers themselves, that's a fairly unique experience, and they will find themselves racing against people that perhaps this is the only chance they get every year to go door to door. So yeah, really good fun, even in the fading light as well. And as the temperatures dipped, there was a good crowd out there watching, and they were engaging in it as well. They all had the live timing up, they were listening to the commentary, they were trying to work out what the handicap was. Good luck to them is all I could think, because even now we still don't quite know what the end result was. But yeah, fantastic atmosphere around the whole place.
Absolutely right, and I'm sure it's an atmosphere that will be repeated again here at Silverstone next weekend when the Walter Hayes Trophy is here, the premier Formula Ford 1600 racing event in the country, if not the world. So we look forward to that. I think well over 100 entries for the main Formula Ford event. I was just hearing from James Birkett, the event mastermind. And it's not the last 750 Motor Club event either for 2022, because 750 Motor Club are also responsible for organising the car racing events at Mallory Park on Boxing Day, the Plum Pudding race meeting there, so a mixture of car and bike racing. Maybe Sylvain Quintoli could come along and compete in both. That would be absolutely ideal if he's listening. That would be a good idea, wouldn't it? So we'll put some pressure on him to do that. So that's the last 750 Motor Club action of the season, Mallory Park on Boxing Day, but we're already looking ahead to the 2023 season. Looking forward to a number of meetings across the country for the fantastic array of championships that the 750 Motor Club puts on. Sadly, Andy, we didn't see too much of you during the main 750 Motor Club season this year. You were with me at Cadwell Park, but hopefully you'll be able to get a bit more involved next season and join Josh and Matt and Marcus and the other regulars on the 750 Motor Club commentary team. For that, because I know you enjoy the 750 Motor Club events.
I do indeed, yes. I'm privileged in that I get to work with lots of different clubs, lots of different championships, but I do enjoy coming into the 750 Motor Club paddock because it just feels a lot more relaxed, open, friendly. The racing is still as close and competitive as anything else out there, but there's just something special about walking around a 750 Motor Club paddock, and everyone who works behind the scenes at the club, who do a fantastic job, by the way. Year on year, the 750 Motor Club continues to prove itself to be one of the top clubs in the country, and it's because of the hard work done by everyone behind the scenes. And not only do they do great work to keep the club running well, but they also welcome everybody into the family, and they make it a hugely enjoyable experience to be a part of their event. So yeah, fingers crossed I'll be back for a couple more next year, and I'd very much like to make the Birkett one of those.
Yeah, and I'm sure Alpha Live will be back covering several of the events as well during the course of the 2023 season. The Alpha Live coverage masterminded by Luke Austin, but there's a big team behind the scenes as well that are involved in putting the live stream on. So many thanks for all of the hard work that they put in to make this coverage happen, not just at the Birkett Relay but at the other events that we cover throughout the season. Andy and I are jabbering away because we're still waiting for the handicap results to come out, and we don't really want to go off air if we can help it before the handicap results are published, because that is the main point of the Birkett 6-hour relay race. So we'll keep chatting for a moment while we press refresh. Quite a few safety cars in the race. In other seasons we've had relatively few safety car players, but I think we're up to 6 today, weren't we? Which again, that adds something different to the race in terms of strategy.
Yes, and I will claim at least partial responsibility for that, because at least one of them did happen within about 30 seconds of me saying how rare safety cars are at Silverstone. So it can happen. We had a big grid, and I think the mixed weather conditions at the start definitely played their part in that. Although, as we made the point, when the track conditions improved, actually that's when drivers started to perhaps push a little bit harder, and more mistakes were made. But a generally low attrition rate, actually. Although there were safety cars, a lot of those cars we saw later on in the race, even those that appeared to have suffered fairly significant mechanical issues, were able to get going, and because of the unique relay format we've got in this race, the teams crucially could keep on going. Even we saw the Doris car, they lost 2 of their cars, we thought permanently. They got one of them fixed back out there, and they were still in contention for the win at the end. So yeah, a couple of safety cars out there definitely spiced the race up, and that plus the fact that the flag had to go out early all complicates this handicap system even more, and that, I suspect, is why there's a small delay in getting the end result finalised.
Yeah, we saw a few cars with damage, with the MG ZS, I think it was, from that had relatively heavy damage, but I don't think there was too much, generally speaking. Hopefully most, if not all, of the cars have survived to fight another day and are back on track during the 2023 season.